Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everyone finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and they be asking where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We have another day of wonderful challenges final ready to rock. We've knocked down the team numbers, but the quality has risen exponentially. It means every game should be fantastic today, Seymour.
All right, day one was an absolute bloodbath in terms of Bush being knocked down into the lower bracket, OMiT still looking like the top team in challengers, and from down under, APAC knocks out the Major 1 champions in Rock Esports to put the first time we've seen an APAC team in the bracket play for champs in quite a long time.
It certainly is. Well, let's see what games we have on the docket today. Well, starting off, we will have Huntsmen and Project 7 on our Alpha. We have Team War and P7 Notorious in our winner semi-finals, and the rest of this will continue to populate as that bracket fills out. But not just that, we will get to see some of the other games going on at the same time. But here's how we have walked the path so far. Team War 3-0 against Huntsmen, and P7 Notorious 3-1 against Project 7. That means P7 and Team War will go off against each other. Then we've got an OMiT showdown, both in their 3-0s in their winners games, and that has put them forward. Then we've got our elimination game. Somebody will say goodbye. Huntsman, Project 7, Mindfreak, Telluride, Bush Gaming. Which one will it be? Let's find out the map, Seymour.
It's going to be exciting to see who's going to take what today, but we start with the Huntsmen versus Project 7. Huntsmen with something to prove after roster change after roster change. We haven't seen this team house the same roster for each open that we've had. But now you've got a champs, you put Yuli in. Does this complete the team? That's the question. So far, I'd say they've looked a lot better than they did at Paris, but they're walking into a Project 7 team that also has been making a slew of roster changes all year long, and this is the first time that we've seen Project 7 go back-to-back majors with the same 4. See if they can get it done.
One with Project 7 is they've always been really entertaining and always mixing it up in the best in EMEA and the Challengers Elite, but their land placings, it's certainly been a disappointment for them. And they'll be hoping that maybe, just maybe, this time will be the difference. But got to survive first. You can already see they are trying to lock it down against the Huntsman.
It's just the road to get to EWC today. And then hopefully cash your tickets into Challengers Champs Grand Finals at the same time. Top 3 is where you make it to Paris in a couple of weeks. P7, like you said, they haven't placed top 6 since Birmingham. That is a long time ago, and Huntsmen have never placed top 3 on land, so this is where both teams got to step it up, and so far they are bringing the heat on the Scar hardpoint. In P2, it's P7 in control with a momentary lead.
Holding steady. It has been one of the most wonderfully consistent players to this Project 7 team this year. You are right. They have struggled getting this done when it comes to land. And even if they do, this is just a one step on the journey, staying alive at this point. So far so good though. A little bit up when it comes to the P2. Nobody to really grab this scrap time quite yet. And it will be Huntsmen that do get it, but they will give up that rotation early.
Yeah, I like this call from P7. I mean, just take what you get, rotate early, make sure that you're staying ahead of the curve from this Huntsman team who, most likely than not, will try to bully you out of these hard points. So Huntsmen are going to group up through mid, try to break this setup. So far, a couple of trades. F-Dot locking down Boat with Mythics, and it's Henry to block off the rest of them. Spawns to green for P7. As they're in the time, you need to get somebody on this plane wing.
Well, that's a 4 wipe, so we'll be pretty good. But Project 7 here, that is unfortunate. That is a wild nade to get thrown that late, but fortunately they are able to bomb players through. They've got players from the mid at the same time. Project 7 hammering the Huntsman will now look for this rotation. The spawn will flip. Got to be a little bit careful.
You got Brack trying to make a play. He's going to be on my radar that if Huntsmen are going to win this series, you're going to need Carson firing on all cylinders in the backline. He's going to win his. He's on 3 in a row. Look at the fight versus Mythics. An awkward one. He's just playing his life. He dips out of there. You leave Mythics alone, play for the team, and try to overwhelm him together. Not a bad call, as he's just going to sit in the hill.
well here if they can just hold off this little bit of a push, but with 2 down, they'll start to stagger the spawns. Keep an eye on how far away Project 7 are going to be. This is everything now for the Huntsmen. Bring this game right back into it took a bit of a pasting over the first couple of hills. That is not the case any longer. Time to fight out towards the back here. Brack is going for it, finds at least one, and the rest of the team have cleaned it up. There's another team kill coming in for Project 7.
You have the ability to make some mistakes here for your P7. You had a really good P3. Fortunately, you don't get those spawns in P4, and Brack is on 8 in a row with the Hellstorm, so truly igniting the comeback for the Huntsmen off that 4th hill. Will you use the Hellstorm for this P5 break? You can see that Huntsmen are trying to beat the kills here, see if they don't need to invest this Hellstorm early on. And with the positioning, I mean, you got to be careful here for P7. They don't have numbers for this fight.
Look at this fight out towards the back. It's going to get a little bit chaotic as everybody tries to get involved in the trades going through. F-Dot, there's a lot of bullets to get into it and somehow finds a second. A little bit of house clearing, a little bit of going up the top here. F-Dot will go down to Uli, who keeps this fight alive. Still another massive 2. He might have just rescued this team.
And I think Uli's play makes it so that Brack doesn't have to use the Hellstorm here. Down by 20 points. Got clearance through mid. Awakening trying to get through. P7 still winning their battles. Still holding on to the back spawns and just allowing to send player after player into the hill. Another double from Uli. He's going to be on 3 in a row. Back into it for Huntsman. Holding it from the front. Holding P7 at arm's reach. Heading into the second set of rotations. There's a good chance to bring things back to just about even. Not too bad for the Huntsman with the way that you started off that P2, P3 rotation. You were down, but not out. You locked down P4. You get a good chunk of time on P5, and we are tied up heading into the second half.
We're back and forth. Huge couple of kills coming in from the Huntsman, though. And this is almost a perfect setup. You're going to have somebody out towards blocking blue. People's watching that P2 cross. This is difficult now for Project 7 to break this. They have to break blue first. The easiest choke point to get through. That's what they've gone for. They've managed to get all the way through into it. A couple of kills going down on both sides, but it does reset the spawns.
This is what you need from Huntsman. Obviously, Brack playing well, 18 and 11, but you got Renegade right there alongside it. He is a menace when it comes down to Scar hardpoints, and not as much time as you would expect Renegade to have it in the hill. Brack's been the one to get that done, but still have just about a 10-second difference. The rotation over the P2 is going to be on the mind of a couple of these members of Huntsman. They don't win these battles, so now you got to start questioning whether or not you use this Hellstorm here.
I'm trying to push up, see if he can find anything and keep him on the back foot, and he does, and that's huge. Already fighting for the spawns at the same time. There is a player that's gotten loose, Renegade. They do not know he's here. He's not made himself known. Nobody is turning to look for him. There's one. Looks for the second cruise out with the help of a teammate, and now they get back into it. And Project 7 probably were in the comms wondering where he had got to.
Mythics is having a generational game right now, Bryce. 25 and 15, 40 seconds in the hill. And you got Henry soaking up that time. But when it comes down to the slaying, the whole slew of Project 7, they haven't really had to lift a finger. So as we get into the later portion of the Scar hardpoints, Project 7 still maintaining this lead heading into P3. If this is a moment where you start to see Henry and Harry step up in that slaying category, or sorry, Harry and F-Dot step up in that slaying category, you get those ARs rocking on this map number 1. This could really get ugly for the Huntsmen.
This is where the Hellstorm is flying. Here it goes through, though. F-Dot makes a kill, even with that danger in the sky. They're looking for him. They know he's called it in somewhere wrong here, but F-Dot goes and grabs him. Lots of bodies to get through, but if you've ever played this map, you know getting into this position when you are held against it is a bit of a nightmare. Right now, Project 7 in the worst possible position to try to get some points.
That's a really smart Hellstorm from Brack. I mean, it is all for map control, and you get it. It's going to be difficult to rip these ARs off that plane heady, and I like this call from Henry. The timing might not work out. He's going to get flanked out, so Henry's taken care of. Mythics will trade, but still got Huntsman on the time. They flip this lead. Now we're leading by 20, so P7 need to make a move here. They clear out the hill. They don't flip these spawns, but should get a good chunk of time off the scrap.
It's going to be an absolute monster if they can do something about it. F-Dot is chasing. There's a player behind. Right now, it's technically advantage Project 7 if they can clean this last player out, but running the life. Brack is just making mischief
He's doing it again.
all the way through, and that is unbelievable play by Brack. Staying alive sometimes is better than racking up kills on the kill feed.
He did that in the first rotation. He immediately did that to them twice, but P7 are going to lock down those back spawns. Looking for the kills now. Looking to see if they can hold on to this onslaught that's coming from the Huntsmen. Harry on the ground won't be able to take down Awakening. Does have Henry alongside him, and with F-Dot, it's 3 kills for P7. All you got to worry about is Yuli. Just trying to stay alive top blue for Huntsman to break again.
Oh, they're going for it somehow. He does not make that kill. Don't understand how that has happened, but it has been a decent hold from Project 7. This will, of course, they have to run the gauntlet towards P5. The moves have already been made with 15 seconds to go. They'll try and use this amount of time to get themselves slightly more up the map, but that hasn't worked. It's back to stage 1.
It's right back to the beginning here. Unlike Huntsman, P7, they don't have a Hellstorm, so this isn't going to be an easy breaks. Henry's going to sniff out Yuli. Now looking to put some pressure on the back spawns, but huge kills coming through from the Huntsman will knock things down to a 2v3 on the break. Harry trying to get to top green, but there is nowhere you can go at the moment where the Huntsmen aren't watching. Down by 20. This is where Huntsmen can look to really solidify things and switch back into their lead. The consistency is showing across the board from everybody. Huntsmen are truly stepping up in the back half of the Scar.
He's got that back spawn. Big kill ready for Mythics. Looking for another one. Henry now trying to get through. They've still got the back spawn here, Huntsman. Everybody trying to pile through. You can hear everybody throwing everything, but Awakening with a massive 2. And that's a clear up for them just when Huntsman need a bit of a difference. It's only going to be scrap time. It's only going to give them a bit of a lead change. But we are both in lethal range. P1 is popping. Project 7 in the better position. Blue will be the catalyst, and it's Lucifer to hold.
I got a gut feeling that this is going to be a photo finish on P2, Bryce. The way that we're seeing it, Project 7 surely won't let Huntsman put it away on this hill and vice versa. Henry, what a read onto the back of Boat. You still got one player to worry about, and Harry's watching it. Lucifer takes down Renegade. It's 4 down. Project 7 have this setup. They're locking down blue. You have green. You have everything.
Same again. Gonna run the gauntlet. Project 7 trying to hold blue, trying to hold this cross. It's going to be F-Dot this time around. They've got reinforcements flooding through. They've got that middle, but it's going to be all over F-Dot, and they do manage to grab him. 10 seconds to go here. Project 7 will be holding on the best they can, but Huntsman swarming forward onto the point, into the teeth of everything Project 7 are going to have, and you can already see now they have the advantage. Onto P1, better spawn for P2, and it's now on Project 7 to break.
It's only 9 seconds for P7. Huntsman don't win off this hill, but you don't want to put all your eggs in the basket of winning on scrap time. You need to break over towards red, and Huntsman are not letting that happen. They've drawn a line in the sand through mid. Yuli's going to beat the rotation. Oh, no, he gets caught by Harry. So this is a moment where P7, they need to break. They need to break fast.
Nobody's gone up top. All 4 of P7 have gone straight onto the point. They're looking for the gunfights, and they have found them. Every single one has just ran in, and that is points scored. Nobody split the fight. Nobody went around the outside or up top, and I don't think Huntsmen were ready for it.
They weren't. You know, Yuli makes the... If he gets around that box and stays alive, it's a different story for the Huntsmen, but... What a kill coming out from the man on your screen right there. Lucifer, Harry, whatever you want to call him. He makes it. He gets it done. And he allows his team for the break towards the end. A photo finish at P2. That's what we get to kick off the day 2 of Challengers Champs. And P7, who are here to try to outplace themselves in the past 2 opens that they've been at. You go to Champs, try to rewrite your story. And this is a great way to start things versus the Huntsmen.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I got to love that Project 7 call right at the end. It is not the usual. I could have expected to see at least somebody go around the other side, try to get a pinch going on, or somebody up top for the controlling. It is a high-risk situation as well. You've got to remember that there might have been a trophy down. I'd have to go back and watch. But if enough nades or tacticals hit in that scenario, it could have been a broken push from Project 7.
Yeah.
And that's probably why the Huntsmen weren't expecting it, right? Like, you just don't expect a 4-man headbutt to hit that P2 like it did.
We were hearing it on the CDL desk yesterday, too, for a couple of these teams. It's just like the end of the year. You expect that people are going to play Call of Duty a certain way. I mean, you've been doing it for months on end now. And it really just takes one good mindless call to break down the middle. Nobody's going to expect it. Project 7, pull a fast one on you. stealing away this map number 1. You gotta give a little bit to Huntsmen on the comeback that they brought. I'm liking the consistency that we get out of this team, and they nearly had to set up over towards that P2 to put it away. It's a slow start out the gates for that P1, P2, P3 that we saw to open up the Scar, but you had a great game out of Brack, you had a great game out of Renegade, and you expect that to carry over into the Search and Destroy too. This is going to be a long series.
It really is, and well, there's that last push. Let's see if there is any trophies going down as well here, but they took every gunfight they needed to. And like I said, it was bold. 13 seconds to go. They had an opportunity to potentially send at least one player around that would have diluted it. If somebody had gone up top, same thing. But too many guns against the Huntsmen, and they just could not win the gunfights when you're fighting 2 against 1. But for P7, that will be a little bit of a sweat off the brow moment. Scar Hardpoint goes to them. Gridlock, Search and Destroy up next. This is an elimination game, if you are wondering. Loser of this will leave the Challengers Finals.
And you just get to sit back and enjoy Vegas at that time and wonder what could we have done differently. Project 7 opening this one up is going to be big because it really puts pressure on Huntsmen. Their Search and Destroy hasn't been the best this series or this tournament, and even yesterday versus War, I mean, you go to the raid Search and Destroy, you lose 6-2 in that beatdown that we saw at the start of this bracket. I hope the Huntsmen have kind of been locking in to decide what they want to do. Getting into this gridlock Search and Destroy, how do you change up? Who do you look at? Obviously, the players on my mind will be Renegade and Yuli to try to make plays for this team, see how they can open up the map. And for Awakening, he's got to be that first blood machine that we know him to be.
He certainly does, but while we're looking forward to this next map, let's take a little look back at that last minute on that hard point. See how it's gone down here. Now, we were talking about this P1 break. This time around, Project 7 have the hold. It is going to be the push out towards blue that is the differential here. You can see FDOT is going to try to hold this for as long as possible because the other choke points are a real nightmare to get through. It will eventually be the Huntsmen that do manage to break this, but also keep an eye on that. I think there was a player from Project 7 who went to that mid cut again to take some of the time away from Huntsmen. And while that all kind of plays out here, as you can see, the Huntsmen trying to set up the same way, we're then going to keep an eye on that P2 push. Project 7, through caution to the wind, we'll try and see if a trophy has come out. So here's the push. It's going to be, I think it's Henry who gets through and breaks this, by the way. Takes some time away. Yeah, gets into it. Henry's a massive play there. And now, Huntsman can hold this. They need 15 seconds off of P2. Uli does go down. I don't even know if a trophy does go for it, but this is a 4-man hit. I don't think there's a trophy there. But they get away with this in a massive way. Project 7 hammer the front of it, and Huntsman need 15 and get 2. But while we've looked back, it's time to look forward because we're on the S&D and it's already kicking off, Seymour. 1 down for Project 7, bomb down as well.
I'm hoping that maybe Huntsman can do a little bit better to use their attacks and their lethals on a comeback like this. 2v4. Huntsman with the numbers. Project 7 with the time in their hands. You got Harry so deep into the back of 18. Nobody's hopped the defuse just yet, and you haven't even cleared out FDOT up top. All he's got to do is stay alive. No trophies for that Semtex, so FDOT can stay alive, buy some time for Harry. This is definitely winnable.
There we go. Wonderful retake onto the point there, and Huntsman get that oh-so-needed first round of S&D. Always a good thing after losing the hard point to get that first round of S&D just to take a little bit of pressure off.
It's a different story again. If FDOT just gets lost the way that he was looking to, but those opening kills for Huntsman, that's what you look at on Search and Destroy. That's what they need to do. One thing that's definitely been eluding this squad is these opening win percentages. And with a team like this, when you got Awakening on your roster, when you got Brack as the backline alongside you, picking up the pace with that AR in hand, it is definitely possible in a gridlock for these two to really have a good series. Open up some lanes for Renegade and Yuli to get active, and that's where the takeover is going to happen. We know the potential of Renegade in an S&D.
This is now where a slow burn comes into play. Project 7 are stacking A. They're expecting some pressure. See FDOT around this bomb site, but doesn't have the information. This bomb might go down for free. FDOT, oh, that's a shoulder check. He's going to call it out. The rest of them are going to run here, but that bomb will all be down. A 4 versus 4.
Keep your eye on Yuli. He is on the Giga flank right now. He is sitting all the way back over towards that A bomb site, and there's nobody crossing him.
Oh, Mythic's Slips through. They're trying to get into a position for this one as well, with the smoke going to be down. They're trying to clear it out. It's not the easiest thing for them to do. Henry's fighting in the smoke. A little bit of a wobble. 2 versus 3. They are pushing them all the way back here. The diffuser's coming in as well. Lucifer's going to be on it, but there is a player going around the back here. It's Yuli. I don't think he's got the time. A long flank does not work. And it is timing and precision. They get Project 7 through, but a little bit of luck as well sprinkled on the side.
That's the indecisiveness there from Yuli. I mean, he had an opportunity to go ice cream. He wanted to go broken, but instead he goes all the way around P4 into the alleyway. Harry hops that with plenty of time to get that defuse, and because of that long flank, you just don't get an eye on it. It's not a bad call from Yuli. I mean, he had opportunities there to make the play. It's just solidifying it and being confident that this is the right call to make. Just a couple decisions too late, and that costs you the round. Really hats off play there from Harry just to hop it, trust the teammates to get those kills. P7, a great retake over towards B. Without those trophies, not an easy site to hold.
Yeah, coming under a little bit of pressure, backing off now. We'll be calling out to the teammates as well. F-Dot trying to capture that first blood. And this is a war of attrition. The trenches are dug. Yuli just waiting. He knows the push is about to come through. Somebody's going to hit this. Lucifer finds one. Yuli gets the trade. Goes around. Brack will get his second. Yuli should get the third here. Now F-Dot finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Pistol out. Oh, pistol and sniper. Not the best thing to have in this scenario. Does eventually grab a gun, but a second too late, and Huntsmen hold.
It's a good try there from F-Dot. I like the grab on the M15. But it's Yuli and Brack. NPC duo right there. Locking things down in the showers. Great timing on Brack to follow up that kill that Yuli had. Even though you lose first blood, it's just that double kill to swing things, and Yuli's able to turn it into 2 for himself. So great hold on the defensive side from Huntsmen. Back and forth we go on the defenses. So far, nobody's picked up an offensive round, and swapping here for Huntsmen. I'm curious at what they're going to do, because trophies are now going to be a question. You head over towards A. If you get the setup on A with trophies, that should be an unbreakable site to hold.
Let's see how the adjustments happen right now. It's a bit of mid-control for Project 7. Renegade's going for it as well. So there's no control, but Mythic strikes back. Oh, Mythics, he was magical in that hard point. He's just found 2 in towards the middle here, giving them the advantage as well. Awakening. Is this timing for him? Does he get at least 1? He's looking for it as well, but outnumbered and outgunned. Brack to clutch.
Internal clock doing overtime for Project 7. Great read on the reflank from Huntsman. Awakening gets caught. Brack 1v3. He's got the MPC, and my God, Brack has been fantastic with the MPC since it's entered the meta. 1v3 with 35 seconds. That would be a different beast. It's known in its own right, considering Project 7 are just holding hands on the hunt.
Brack has it. I think he's been caught. I'm sure Mythics is chasing. It's exactly where he's going to be. He's now going to go all the way to B and plant this, by the way, with Mythics hot on his tail. There we go. Mythics will find him. Eventually gets that one. Easy in the end. There's always that little bit of tenseness, that little bit of doubt that'll creep in when you're chasing a player like that. It's like, what if they've noticed me? Have they turned? Am I about to be caught here? Fortunately, the best part was it was 3 versus 1. Time was against that player being chased, so even if Mythics had got caught, it wouldn't have mattered.
Now, that was going to be a P7 round no matter which way you shaped it up. And defense stays true so far. Really good play call from P7 to stack mid. You get the stun checks in through showers. The player at A is hitting every single tack. The nades are holding the back. You divert the attention over to the majority of P7. And Mythics, 5 and 2. Crazy starts this search and destroy. He's on 3 in a row. See if he can make it 4.
Huge push. Huge push. Using the smoke to break into this. I think Huntsmen are trying to react. But already, first blood there for P7. Awakening, waiting for it, but he's been caught as well. Project 7 are just cleaning them up here. Brack will get one from a car bomb out towards the mid. He's now to 1 versus 3. This would be an ace if he can make it.
So he slides out. The timing works out. He finds 2. You have an opportunity. Nearly shotguns him in ice cream, but P7 back-to-back find themselves in offensive rounds. The first time we've seen a team split the difference with the offense. And what a time to do it at the mid portion of this gridlock. Mythics makes the play through P4, finds Awakening in the back of Alley. Easy bomb site take, and leave Brack in an unwinnable situation yet again. I gotta know where that car bomb came from, because I'm just trying to think of what vehicle blew up. It's gotta be the bank truck outside of Broken, because I don't know what can hit you top Broken like that.
Yeah, I have no idea. I was trying to look for it myself, but I'm sure we'll be able to catch it at some other point. Sometimes they can get a little bit weird with the hitboxes for those, so might just got through a wall. And he's going to call that one out and gets the first blood. The trade is going to be there for Muley. Bit of a scrappy trade. Manages to make it. This is with a nade. Do they have a double or do they have a trophy? Muley having a back off as well here. Nobody feeling secure.
Oh, I thought he might get blindsided here. Not able to win it, but Mythics trades it out 2v2. Huntsman taking a different look at this round. You hit the brakes. Might be a pivot over towards B, but nothing is decided. You got lots of time to just let P7 sit and stir in their own minds of uncertainty.
This should be an easy plant for them. Project 7 not really making a move fast enough to get this anywhere near contested. Now, they have retaken on this before. Mythics is on a 5. Lucifer on a 2. Problem they've got is they have absolutely no idea where these players could be.
As soon as you see the bomb, you know where this post plant's going to happen. You just got to rip them off these headies.
Lucifer will be wondering, is there a player inside? Is there a player flanked? Did they both go that direction? This is against him. Awakening should have this in the bag. Lucifer's gone all the way through, and Awakening's already given it the first check. He can check this again at about 12 if he needs to throw a shoulder. All good. Here comes the check. Yep, easy round in the end, and Lucifer will grab it, keep his streak alive, but once you picked a direction, there was no real hope.
Not at all. And, I mean, bring it into a 1v1, but how do you read that this is going to be a full flank all the way through mid? It's just good on the Huntsman to stay active in that round. I like the decision-making coming out. When you hit a roadblock, there's options. You go plan B, you go plan C, and, you know, as soon as you recognize that there's an opening over towards that B site, you get that bomb down in a 2 versus 2, and that is a lot that those two members on defense have to retake and have to check just to take that round back. Huntsman with an offensive answer back ties us up 3-3. We get into the back half of the Search and Destroy. See who can start to pick things up. Renegade is 0-5. That's okay. Awakening still finding first bloods.
Here comes the pressure. F dot. He's going to put this plant down. They're going to try and hold 3 versus 4. For Huntsman, they have the numbers advantage. They're going to burn a lot of time with this. A lot of time. Look how far they're going. Right now, Project 7 are probably wondering where they're going to be. I think there's going to be a 3 versus 3. I think that's been caught. Mythics is waiting.
26
Here
seconds.
comes the pressure. Lucifer finds one. Goes down the trade. It's going to be the other side. It's now 2 versus 2. Oh, Awakening. Huge kill for him. Mythic's going down as well. A massive risk there from Huntsman, and it pays off in droves. 4-3 Huntsman.
What a play call to go all the way around the world. I mean, you had ample amount of time to make it happen, and as soon as you get into position with 26 seconds, you just had to hit the green light and go. Everybody wins their fights. You take your duels. You trade effectively, and after Awakening takes that first blood, you know that those trades are all you need to take that advantage yet again in the Search and Destroy. 4-3. You go back into the lead. A defensive round once again on the gridlock. So, Huntsman, what kind of stuff can you cook up as you're hoping that you can go map point here, tie things up in the series, and even the playing field after losing that hard point as close as it was? We're looking to see what they got, and it's going to be an A-hit.
Awakening. A little bit of information there. Might be a switch coming from Huntsman, you know. They get no resistance here. They're going to commit. Oh, they're waiting. They're hoping somebody pushes here, but without that bomb going down, nobody's really going to make a move from Project 7. Everybody's stalled. Nobody wants to try this.
You know how important of a round this is for the Huntsman. Bomb going down, though. Difference Maker is going to be awakening in this battle through mid. Can he stay alive? And everybody loses their fight on the inside, so it doesn't even matter.
Renegade just threw himself out there trying to get something done. Now Awakening finds one, but it's not going to be enough here. Those first fights were everything for Project 7. Tied again here, Seymour.
That is so heartbreaking because Wake was hoping the team could just stay alive for maybe 10 more seconds to allow this battle through mid to unfold. But Project 7, just like the end of that hard point, the pacing that they're setting in these retakes is so quick at times. And you can see they just leap into action. They were spring-loaded. They didn't want to make the first move. As soon as Huntsmen do it, you try to catch them in transition to the post plants. And as everybody's moving around for the Huntsmen, you just get the giga timing on everybody. P7, you got Mythics leading the charge 10-4. Harry 8-3. They're having a fantastic search. It is still tied. There's still time for the Huntsmen here, but they're getting the full battle on Gridlock.
Patience again here for Project 7. I think they have been sitting here. Awakening is backing up. He's having a very good game himself, but will not risk this as the nades do start to come down. Will they go for this bomb plant? They will. This will be 4v4 again.
At some point, you got to think that Renegade needs to be the one to be a playmaker here. How can he find his confidence back into this game?
There's two sitting up top on the balcony. Not bang for easy, but it's going to be a bit of a trade. Mythics trying to find the second. Not going to happen. Henry now playing around. The smoker's going to be down as well. A bit of a flank coming through. Nobody defusing yet. Henry's managed to get through into the smoke. Nobody knows where he's going to be. Smoker's a hard fight always. Lucifer around the back here. I think they're waiting for him. This is going to be a trouble. There's no way Lucifer is going to get this correctly, and he looks for the gunfight, loses the gunfight, bomb defused. Huntsman, get it done.
Trying to play for the gut check there, but not able to get it done is Harry. 5-4 for the Huntsman. Map point in the search and destroy. A big one to level the playing field in the series. Force a map 4. And I said, you need to find that confidence out of Renegade. He was 0-7 at the start of that round. He's the one to kickstart that retake. Flies outside of P4. And he gets his. The trade doesn't matter because the rest were following in suit. And as long as you got somebody to take those chows, Renegade, he's going to do that. Whether he's 0-7, whether he's 10-4, it doesn't matter. He is still the tip of the spear for the Huntsman, and he's still trying to make plays.
Huntsman commit to B to begin with. There's going to be 2 here for Project 7. He's going in. Who gets the first blood that could decide this entire map? Everybody back and forth. F dot swings wide. Tickles Brack a little bit. And I think the Huntsmen don't want this very much. The question is, with all the space that they've given up, do they try and rotate?
Huntsmen are no pushovers in rounds like this. They know how much time they have. They know they don't need to tweak. So leave some uncertainty, leave some doubt for Project 7, try to force some rotations, and it looks like Mythics might be on the end of the fishing hook. He might take the bait.
Huntsman have committed. The call has just gone through every single minimap of the F-Dot. He's trying to hold, and he does. There's the first blood. Stays alive as well. His teammates are now roaring across this map to get here in time. They put this one down. It's just in Renegade. Everybody's like, oh my goodness. Everybody's firing on everything. Renegade's the last one alive. There's too many bodies. Eventually he will fall. And you could see the moment his heart leapt into his throat. Renegade looks through the door and sees a sea of Project 7. That reinforcements were there quick.
He didn't know what to do. He's just flailing around. I mean, P7, hats off to F-Dot. He makes the play. You get one, you get out, and that completely destroys the momentum of Huntsmen in that round. They panic. And albeit you had 3 players from P7 stacked over towards B, it's so fast to get that rotation out as long as F-Dot finds his first. 3v4, not able to get done. We got ourselves a round 11. Huntsmen need this to tie up the series. P7, what a way to find breakpoint it would be.
Oh, they're going in. Project 7, then advanced defense now. They haven't really taken control of A this hard before. Henry's waiting for the cross here. He worked it out last time and got his trade. There goes one. He gets it. They're looking for the trades again here. It's going to be advantage to Project 7. But everybody's about to rumble. More players going through. Henry finds... No! back, gets him, but Mythic's trades. And now a 2 versus 3. Advantage to Project 7. The Huntsmen will have to take a step back.
You gotta go. A is not an option anymore. And you know that. Like, this is not the way you want to be playing a 2v3. You need to find a different angle into that B site, and you need to just take a gamble. It looks like Project 7 will meet you.
Oh, a little bit of fight going on. They've got to play it through. That bomb is going to go down. Project 7 may swing Awakening here with bodies. He's trying to work it out. Awakening's like, where the rest of the players, and because he's gone off to the flank here, it's giving them the opportunity to get through. Awakening's now pushed out of this play. It's going to be Lucifer who gets tagged up as well. Renegade is dancing around this bomb site. They are outnumbered, and Project 7 might be faltering a little bit, just flustered to get for it. They've got to find Renegade. There is going to be. Renegade gets one, but he's traded out. Mythics gets to the bomb. They know Awakening's far away, but Awakening is now going to be on the site. He's got it, almost gets him. Awakening at 1 versus 2. Awakening turns and burns, and surely a clutch up for Awakening now. Mythics has to hunt him down. No time to go. That's veteran skills, and Huntsmen take map number 2. Oh my God.
That's Giga right there. What a clutch coming out from Awakening. All you needed from Renegade was to find one on the bomb site, buy some time. Mythics, he thought he had the defuse, but Awakening is just a step ahead of you. What a play. What a game. And we got ourselves a series now tied up 1-1 because of that man right there. You deserve that hydration break.
Oh, Awakening. Main man for them on the S&D the entire time, but he was out of that fight for so long. He was trying to watch the flanks going on. Gets into position. Pulls Mythics off the bomb, and a player steps behind him. And Awakening says, that's fine, and absolutely rips him asunder. What a clutch there from Awakening. Renegade did his part. Got that kill, like you said, onto the point. But my goodness, what an end.
That snap on Harry was so disgusting. And, I mean, everything about Renegade, I mean, you say what you want. I mean, he was 0-7 at one point, but that first kill that he finds to give Matt point to Huntsman on the retake over towards B, like, it's just the little things like that that you need from Renegade at the back half. It doesn't matter how you start the game. When you look at the end, Renegade is the reason that Awakening had that much time to 1v3 the way that he did. And it's just perfect teamwork, perfect chemistry coming out of those two. And not to mention Awakening, he wasn't even one of the original Huntsman players. He only joined like towards stage 4. So I mean, you come into it, you can see that they're starting to gel, reps, playing together, chemistry that is everything going into champs. And the Huntsmen need that more than ever right now. And you can see that for Renegade, Awakening, they are gelling in this gridlock search and destroy towards the ends. And P7, that's a little bit of a heartbreaker, I won't lie, because you had a generational game between Harry and Mythics, 14-5 towards the end. Just can't get it done. Hops that defuse, and I saw it. I thought that it was perfect, but F-Dot was just a little bit too slow to get into position, and he got worked.
Oh yeah, that's going to be regret looking back on it. I thought they had it as well with the player coming behind. Mythic stayed alive as well. But that is not how it works. That is not how it gets done. And now we'll take a look at a different game. Let's go over to Bravo, as we'll see this kick off. I believe it's going to be Telluride Bush Gaming up against Mindfreak. And Bush Gaming heavily favored in this game, but Mindfreak still rocking.
A little bit of a fun fact here for Mindfreak is that this is the best placing for APAC that we've had in a Challengers Champ for a very long time. I want to say since maybe 2021, 2020. Versus the Bush, though, is a little bit different because, I mean, you and I were talking about Bush yesterday, and like, at times they looked really good. It just didn't look like they were bringing the energy. And every time that we swapped over to the POVs, they just looked calm. They looked very confident. And I want to see that little shift now because you're in the lower bracket. You could tell that the end of day one wasn't exactly what you wanted to have happen. A comeback or a throw, a choke against OMiT and a couple of those maps. And you need to go into today, just come out the gates firing with heat, with energy, everything that you can bring to champs.
Well, they managed to get something back. See them now. Telluride Bush are trying to recover. Capsule looking for that player that is slipping through. It's Limax, and he does get cut down. Capsule trying to be aggressive here. A lot of players against him. Mindfreak do have the bodies in the middle here, but there is going to be a bit of a flank. Cammy and Proluke combining. Cammy still alive, but picks the wrong direction. An opportunity for Mindfreak.
Mindfreak looking to go back-to-back. 45 seconds. This is definitely not out of the realm of possibility. It's just if you want to win this, you got to strike now, and Limax is giving you the opportunity. It's just going to be Capsule overwhelmed. Setzi trades it, and suddenly it's a 1-point game.
It ain't over till it's over. Mindfreak have not made their way to this position by being a pushover squad. And they're looking to do this one again here. There's very little Telluride Bush Gaming of being able to kind of fight them with. Limax is running through. He has a potential opportunity, and that's going to be tied up. We do in the game, it's 3-0. 2 minutes later, it's 3-3.
I want to say this is a cast or curse here between the two of us, but no opportunity to pick that up and get a little extra time. But we join in, and Mindfreak decide they want to put on a performance. Overtime and gridlock. Going the distance against the Bush, who are looking to bounce back after a flat day one through the winners round one brackets. And I was just picking up on how this series went, Bryce. It was a 250-239 Hacienda hardpoint for the Bush and a 6-2 search and destroy, I think, on Sake. So search and destroy was pretty one-sided, but the respawns have been neck and neck, and that's what really Mindfreak have been holding on to. Their respawns have been playing these top teams really close.
Wow, here we go. The Mindfreak have it in them, though, to pull off what will be called the super reverse sweep. A super reverse sweep is when you are quite far down on the control and then still manage to get back. And well, Mindfreak have done at least the first part of it. But reverse sweeping Telluride Bush Gaming would be an unbelievable feat.
Bush right away at the gate. Trying to get into scoring position. Damage on a Cammy, but there it is. So I thought this was actually going overtime, but no, it's still the second half. So 5 minutes locked up. Bush take their lead. And seeing now, they're going to try to rally this one. You got Cammy in position, but he goes down, so chance to defend.
Oh, just heading back here. Capsule is deciding discretion is part of this, and his team Raw in front of him as well. That was a player who's got through. Capsule called it out. They have an opportunity here. There's not really an awful lot of blocking going on. Big gunfight. Big gunfight, and it will be won by Crimza. That'll be an EMP changing hands.
Back into the hands of Mindfreak, you think. This is going to be a big test for Mindfreak because that was 3 in a row were brilliant, don't get me wrong, but swapping sides now and having to capture from this end for Mindfreak is a test in its own right. Not a lot of teams can get it done easily, so you're going to really need to see some of these players step up and start slaying out because most likely will take 2 clean feed kills for Mindfreak to get a capture.
Well, they're still being pushed back is the issue. One. Almost gets the second here. He will be cut down as a player behind him, and you can't fight behind you. But that EMP, it's still being an issue because it keeps being picked up, and I think that one might be home here. Prolo surely is able to just punch through and get that one in. No, again, stopped.
Wow.
It is goal line after goal line as Mindfreak will get it, but Cammy says, all right, NPC and pistol will carry it home, and what was looking like a stop there for Mindfreak has not been the case.
A couple miscalculations there from Mindfreak. Players just touching the objective. We don't really need to. Would have rather seen them let the ball reset to mid, but keep it in guarding too long, and Cammy's able to put it away with 2 pistol kills. Ball's down, and suddenly you got some players that could really put some pressure onto the respawns. Needs to get these kills. Setzi trying to fire it through. Stun lands, though, and Setzi won't get the capture. You got players here from Mindfreak still to deal with. Unfortunately, Crimza won't get anything done with that. 2 minutes. Bush hold on to their 2-point lead. I'm looking for a lane out over towards P2.
Ooh. Wow. It ain't over. A couple of knife kills coming through and a bit of a trade, and just when you thought Telluride Bush Gaming were about to run up the map, they're still going here. 1 minute 55 left into this one. They will be on to Bravo, but we're going back to our alpha game. Project 7 and Huntsmen tied up 1-1 as we head on to the overload.
Excited to see what happens there for Mindfreak. If they can push the bush to a map 4, it would be electric. For APAC region stocks all across the world. But right now, we got ourselves a series after Huntsmen take a round 11 on the Gridlock Search and Destroy. They tie things up 1-1 in this series. P7 now on the back foot looking to defend their zones here on Exposure Overload. As the ball moves out to the tank for the most part, you got Renegade working through mid.
Well, they're holding here. They're waiting for a bit of a difference here, but that's a team kill that's come through. Still a couple of kills going their way. Still punching. Henry's going to go down here, and that will be a score. I wonder if they wait for a second. No, put it in. Get that one done and dusted, and they might have a chance for a relay. Lucifer will find 2, though.
Battle's still going. And you need to see Henry now find 1, maybe 2 kills to slow down this rally. Players on spawning bottom dirt. Henry finds nothing, and this should be a second capture. Yuli blocking top plat. And that's going to be P7 just giving it up, playing for mid. Huntsmen on top of the world right now for the Expo Overload. And it doesn't surprise me. This is what we saw yesterday versus Timor. It was their closest map versus Timor. Went all the way to overtime. 2 minutes and 34-second capture is what won it. A 3-0 fashion for Timor. So you know Huntsmen can go the distance.
Let's just be able to get this one done. That is closer than they would have liked, but they at least get a score back into it, so it's not quite as bad. It was technically the counter relay, as you can see that Project 7 really set up for it early. They're winning a couple more kills onto this map here. That will be in the middle. Lucifer is just being a pain out towards that A side. But all the pain in the world doesn't matter if you can't get this EMP moving, as Brack actually would have died regardless there.
Little skeet shooting going on. Also going to be picked up. I mean, this is a good opportunity to maybe wrap it out to tank. You do have a lead blocker in Henry, and you know he's going to be flying towards that objective. If Henry can maybe do some damage, he had a chance, but it's been really good reactions coming out from the team, and Project 7 just need to sit and wait and look for a lane.
Mythics has the EMP, and he's getting the most kills. But there we go. Lucifer again delivering. This will go home. They're looking for a relay here as all the kills going their way. Got to wait for that EMP to spawn up. Nothing feels longer when you're in this scenario. You know you've got to keep fighting this TDM, and even one player dropping can be a problem. Awakening will find a second. Now they go across for it as well. Lucifer one more time. Oh, he's got 3 and the point going through. Lucifer on a 7. He has decided enough is enough.
The Devil Incarnate. And you know that Lucifer is in takeover mode. That is scary for the Huntsman. 3 in a row. He's got the Hellstorm. He's with Henry, trying to put some more hurt down on the respawning members. 8 in a row. Almost finds number 9. Sadly, nobody there to trade. Ball still has yet to get scooped up. And Huntsman now trying to level things out, see if they can grab some foundation for map control. Working through mid was the call, but they lose all their battles. It's 3 down again, just down to Brack.
Huge kill from Brack though. Lucifer tries to curve it, and he does, but he gets not quite the player he needs to. Still player's going to be there as well, and you thought with those 2 kills they had made, it would have been enough.
I think you were scared that if you go for Brack with that Hellstorm, you might take down your teammate anyways. So you tried to leave it to the 1v1. Maybe with some splash damage, take down the Brack, but Brack is getting some work done with the pistol. Harry, shots in his own right. 3 dead for the Huntsman. 50 seconds in the round, and P7 now in position to see if they can work to end the half early.
He's going to flip this back, I think. I think he's going to flip this back. Unless a kill gets made here. He's going to try and do this with just a pistol and a hope, but 18 and 7 right now for Lucifer. He's been their most consistently brilliant player throughout the Challenger or Elites, but it hasn't always translated to land. This time it is. And what a time for him to find his form.
Hey, usually we got to wait to the back half of the year until Harry makes a deal with the Devil, but he's been on demon mode since the start, since Major 1. And this is the chance for him to take over yet again. Very patient out of Huntsmen as they're just trying to draw out extra time, deny Project 7 of a 4th capture, and see if they can work a 3rd to tie it up before this one is done. Mythic's full HP. He's got Harry on his shoulder. Swing out. Trade from Brack. Another kill coming out from Awakening with the ball in his hand. Henry not able to shut it down, and we still stay alive with the play. Still a 1v1 for F. Kenny and the half. He can't.
Oh my god. Still alive. More players going to try and get this one as well. Now they are going to get the half-time. Bit sweaty there for P7, but from what was a pretty disastrous start, they felt in control for the rest of it. A lot of that coming off the back of players like Lucifer and Mythics, but Huntsmen were definitely on the back foot.
If I was going to calculate maybe percentage-wise, I'd say that was about 70% possession in favor of Project 7, which is surprising because it's only like a 2-3 game at the moment. I think that, you know, you give Huntsmen a really good, I'd say, look at the start of this game, the way they dictated those first 2 captures, but it's just the understanding of P7 on Expo. You know, we can give up that 2nd cap. Let's just play for dirt control. As soon as you have dirt control, you can start to get rally after rally. They really did a good job in the back half of that round in just manipulating those lanes and deciding where they wanted to draw out these ball runs.
Again, here comes the TDM in the middle of the map, though. Who gets the first one going through? I mean, Brack has been pretty resolute with holding here. Eventually will fall, but it's still probably not enough difference for either team to move that EMP yet as they keep trading.
Fortunate team kill there, Mythics. Oh my gosh. NPC, best gun in the game, by the way. Anybody can run it. So, Mythics here. Trying to see if he can find another one onto Renegade over to Turtle. Henry has slipped the net, although he has no lead blockers. Harry's trying to get into position to help him out, but you're ahead of the play. Brack's going to shut you down. And Huntsman with 3 kills will clear out their half. See if they can pick up this ball and start working the other way. Mythic's going to disrupt that, and that surely slows it down. Well, if not that, it's a teammate.
Yuli still going. Still keeping this play alive. Look to the side. It's been stolen. Henry's going to try and go for this. He needs to win 2 pistol fights. It's not going to be quite enough. But what he has done has stopped Huntsman from moving that EMP as quickly as they would like. On the other side of it, you can see Renegade is now trying to fight for his life. Big fight going down. Eventually, he will fall. And that has been a chaotic turn of events.
This is exactly what I was kind of worried about from the Huntsman, is that, you know, you just have series where individuals can not show up in terms of slaying. And on a map like Exposure, you really need your playmakers and your subs to be taking some aggressive, taking some initiative, and you're not really getting the best game between Renegade and Yuli. Brack is Mr. Do-It-All at the moment in terms of defense, in terms of trying to get some offense going, and you're desperately just pleading to see if Yuli and Renegade can wake up in this map 3.
They're hoping for it as well, but this is just trade after trade. Everybody pinstripe kill feed. Henry now going to try and make a difference, but loses that gunfight. He's not been having the most joy on this map he was hoping to be so, as Mythics has just been filling the kill feed to Lucifer. Very low scoring half so far.
And look at Mythics. He is just trying to slip into a punishing position over to P3, get lost in Zig. Just continue to draw out some players out of position over and over again. See how much damage you can do. And again, he just gets lost into the shadows, nearly finds a second one. Ball's going to reset through mid, where Mythics falls. Henry right there to pick up that mantle, putting some pressure onto the spawns, finding some space over to A.
Big stop from Yuli. Big stop. Have to find it. How to get it done in time. Henry is just trying to hold this with a 4 streak. It's not going to be quite enough. Mythics now trying to do the damage as well. Can't grab it. And while that EMP has been picked up by Project 7, they found them no way to go. F-Dot's still staying alive, but F-Dot's channeling with his pistol. A minute 32. It's still a 1-score game.
Maybe you wanted to wrap that away from Dirts, but Huntsman really vying for some mid-map control. Yuli not the only one here. You gotta stay alive, Yuli. Plays it long enough for the EMP to reset. Minute 15 in the round. Project 7 still holding on to a 1-point game. And now F-Dot's got the MPC in his hand. It's a 3 down. On the flank is going to be Yuli. Can he get here in time?
Oh, big stop from Yuli again. Same position, same scenario, same stop. Had to make it. Had to get the bullets in the body. Huntsman staying alive by the grace of the flank.
That's nice, though, Bryce, but when are they going to get an offensive play? Like, we've gone
Down
4
to
straight
1.
minutes with the ball being in Project 7's favor. And eventually, Huntsmen are going to need to start to win and chain some kills together just to get map control. It has just been pure mid-map dominance from Project 7, and Huntsmen have just been playing off the bat foot. You said it right. They're just surviving through this game 3. 20 seconds. They need to find a break point.
There's 3 down. There's 3 down. They might take this EMP and just... I mean, they can just run away with it if they want to, but it's just TDM. It's all they've got to do is TDM. Yuli, though, gets one, goes down. It's 8 seconds to go. Huntsmen need to touch this EMP. They've got to get the extra 30 seconds. Fighting in towards the middle. There it goes. They've got it, but not enough. Down they fall, and Project 7 win the overload of what can only be described as an absolute trench warfare battle in the middle of the map for 5 minutes.
That was pure TDM the entire time. That was incredible from Project 7, just how good they are at locking down mid-map, denying Huntsmen of any control to fight out of their spawns, whether it's going to be F-Dot with the MPC in his hand or Mythix with the MPC in his hand. Both of them are just breathing down your necks, and when you least expect it, it's an RKO from Henry. So everybody picking up the pace there from P7. Scoreless in the second half, but you did enough in the first half to get it done. And just look at that game from Mythix. 34 and 22, 3,700 damage. Harry right there with 33, nearly 3,400 damage as well. When it comes to the captures, when you got Harry putting up numbers like that with 2 caps as well, you just know that the full team is putting their effort in getting the ball over the line. Good stuff there for Huntsmen. You go into a respawn, you need your NPCs to find some ways out of situations like that, and you just were not getting the answers from Renegade or Yuli. Every time that they were, it was mostly just stopping the ball, not getting any progress forward.
Well, that is an absolute showcase of 2 teams just playing their heart out. There's no other way to put it. Yes, I will agree. Project 7 definitely had the momentum. It was Huntsman for the first minute. After that, Lucifer, he gave them the breathing room. They hammered home 3. Mythix was constantly an issue. But if we're being honest, the second half, the Huntsman never really looked that likely to score. There were a couple of issues. Yuli tried to make it happen. But Mythix and Lucifer went to work. I mean, we've spoken about Mythix being fantastic in many of the series we have seen. And I'll just touch on Lucifer again because we have been, since I think it's stage 2 or 3, a big fan of him in EMEA from what he's been doing in Challengers Elite. It hasn't always translated, but then was why we saw why he is so good. Nothing was getting past him. Nothing was slowing him down. And this could have been a 3-0 were it not for that clutch by Awakening in the S&D.
It could have been. I think that you even look back at that last highlight there and you see how good P7 are at just staying bottom P3 on exposure, not allowing Huntsmen out of their spawn. You go to this den of hard points and you need to make sure that you're a little bit more aware at trying to find clearance through those power positions on the map. And for Den, there is plenty of those in these hard point rotations. I mean, when you go to P1 alone, you need to make sure that somebody's sitting inside that mid cut with an AR in hands, trying to deny of any angles from the side on that player that's sitting inside the hill. You go to P2, you're playing for rooftop control. You go to P3, you're playing for dojo control. It's just like, it's full situations where I need to start seeing Huntsmen play for those power positions instead of just trying to bully their way back into the control of these maps, because you can get away with it in Search and Destroy for sure. We saw how good they are in those clutch scenarios. When it comes down to these ever-evolving respawn modes, you just cannot bank on yourself making the hero play every single time.
He said he cannot, and, well, Let's find out how this one gets down. Just a little bit of score update, of course. Telluride Bush Gaming did 3-0 Mindfreak. Mindfreak will be saying goodbye from the Challengers final. They had a good run, but unfortunately that's going to be all for them. On the other side of this, a little bit of a first flurry here for Project 7.
Henry's just going to get walked on. Renegade trying to fight forward. See what you can get inside that hill. Yuli, stun check onto F-Dot. You know that you got a player working over towards the gates, and F-Dot's still alive. Now going back into the zone. He helps for clearance. 3 go down, and it's only going to be Yuli here. Not really the gun of choice in this situation, and I like this call from Project 7. You just send F-Dot on a mission to try to flip these spawns. It doesn't work, but you are putting Huntsman on the back foot already.
Oh, here's the thing. This is very much now about this P2 rotation with Henry. He's been sitting here. He hasn't pushed it. He's looking for something that's massive. Oh, they've ripped P2 away. They've ripped the spawn away. And everything Huntsman were relying on has just disappeared into smoke.
Oof, it's gone. And Huntsman, again, fighting for control of these spots. But look at the mini-map. It's another flank from Harry this time. He's got the NPC. And he's just putting pressure onto those players, trying to hop from rooftop to rooftop. Still Huntsman gonna fight their way through. Mythic's dancing, finessing, but he won't be able to stay alive. Spawn to the back for P7. Gonna have another chance at this one, but it's a little disconnected at the moment.
Here comes the push again. Project 7, though. Both sides looking for it. Everybody going to be dancing in and around this point. Here goes the first slide. The sacrificial F-Dot goes through. Awakening finds it, and it's still pretty good here. Project 7, Lucifer fights too. He's still dancing. He's still alive. Surely. No! Oh, my God! Lucifer is him!
How does he get that done? He truly is the devil's child. 47 and 22 to 22 here, going into P3. You got players on both sides for Huntsman, a little bit of a pitch play, forming Renegades, able to remove the players from the hill. You got a Lucifer now just playing in through mid, see if he can keep toe on it to contest.
That's been good running in a ship here from Huntsman as they get back into position. There's going to be 3 down as well. Renegade, great push out. They're now all staggered. That's the issue with the spawns here. If you cannot get a concentration of force, you cannot push it, and they are soaking up the time. Huntsman still have the bodies. Again, Henry will sacrifice. F-Dot tries to get the trade. Renegade goes down, but it is a team kill. And that might be just good enough. It'll be Lucifer onto the heady, but he doesn't get anything else either. The Huntsmen have held P3 like a fortress.
This is the best I think we've seen Huntsman in a long while for the hard points. Still a little bit of a momentary lead for Project 7 going to P4. You got a battle out of F-Dot for those back spawns. Renegade, good to trade that. Locking down Throne Room, locking down those spawns. Huntsman will be the first ones to the hill. You got a split push here from Project 7, fighting through Dojo, mid, and rooftops.
They're trying to get into this one, but there is a lead change. And, well, a couple of kills coming down. This should be a reversal. Project 7 breakthrough. Lead now back in their favor again. They've cleaned house. 38 seconds left to go onto this point. Mythic's far pushed out, not allowing the roof push to really materialize, so it will come down to the inside.
A little bit more put together here for P7 in their defensive hold. Henry slides out. NPC as well. Good shots. Can't make it 2, though. Playing in through servers. Awakening. Shut down. F-Dot on the flank. Turns it into a double. The pop-up challenge from P7 holding onto this P4, moving the chains forward. 93 and counting. A 30-point lead heading into the second set of rotations as Huntsmen need to dial things back to the fundies to bring things back to try to force this map 5. Only down by 40. Stand hardpoint. Never truly out.
Both teams now watching those spawns coming through to work out where the other teams are. And Henry will be caught here, I think. They're looking for him. Renegade trying to just fight back onto this one, but a little bit of an advantage for Project 7. They don't have the spawn for P2 yet, but they will be able to get a bit of time.
So how do you get such an early rotation there from the Huntsman and you're broken within 10 seconds? P7 have been winning so many key gunfights in these breaks. You need to see a little bit of pep in the step to get back into it. Awakening, try to slide on through. 3 go down. This is where you want to see them sink their fangs into the hill.
Awakening still doing a great job here. And this time around, Project 7 cannot rely on the player already being through into P2. Efto will be here, and he stays alive for a few seconds, but this is a massive rush push coming through. Efto looking for something. He's going to find nothing. Everybody piling into it. Mythic's just throwing bullets, but doesn't have the bodies to back it up, and that's a good hole with a reversal of spawns.
Huntsmen have nearly flipped this lead there. I mean, you get the spawns in the back for P7, but Awakening is still fighting tooth and nail for this time alongside Renegade. He knows the player's going to spawn in the back, see if he can take the challenge head on. Unfortunately, won't be able to get his gun up in time. Stunned up with that gun up. Still 3 players here from Huntsmen looking to lock it down. You can turn this lead. You just need to find these kills, and Mythics will not let that happen. Mythics for 3, 4 go down, and it's another break from B7.
F-Dot is shooting. The key here is definitely going to be around this rotation. Huntsman got so much of it last time when they were there first. Project 7 just had to watch those points tick away. This time around, it's a bit more of an even fight on the rotation. Henry going to try and stay alive. There are 2 bodies here from Project 7. Right now, Project 7 have the better position.
Awakening just got blessed with the greatest spawn ever. As long as his teammates can win his fight on the hill, this is going to be Huntsman with the pure control of Dojo as well as hill time. And right away, the reaction from Project 7 is we need to send some players on routes, and that's what Mythics is going to try to do. See if he can slip in behind, see if he can draw some players away from the hill and allow for the team to have numbers.
Again, the Huntsmen are turning P3 into a fortress. Nothing Project 7 do is working. They are not getting the trade back to them. Lucifer is going to try and re-chow that, by the way. They're going for this one, but Brack is now on A7. The Huntsman cannot be touched on P3 for back-to-back hills. And it has really brought this game into contest.
If there's anything that deserves to be talked about, it is Brack is having such a good day for the Huntsmen across all game modes that we've had so far versus Project 7. You have a Hellstorm for Awakening, so yes, you'd like to win this rotation. Brack's gonna be here, and Brack might just do it all. Not able to take down Henry. Holding the back spawns for Project 7. Is this where Awakening calls in the Hellstorm?
Oh, he has stopped on that mini-map, so that means yes. Here it comes. The rest of Huntsman are now waiting. Henry has to push through, and that's the danger of it. You don't have to grab somebody, but you will move players out of their position. And they managed to slip in. They've got bodies now into this.
Can you hold on, though? That's the question. Brack again, another 2. And he's got himself a Hellstorm. So, yeah, Awakening's going to use this, but we're about to see a lead change. And, well, actually a tie game heading into the 3rd set of rotations. But with Brack holding on to this Hellstorm, this is going to come in handy, especially where you've been highlighting those P3s. This is certainly going to go to another P3. And if Huntsmen don't get the same setup that we've seen in the past, it's going to be a huge streak to hold on to.
Project 7 are probably starting to feel this pressure here. Over and over again, they've felt like they're in a dominant position, only for that lead to switch, and it does switch into Huntsman's hands. Players like Awakening and Brack are putting the hammer down. And this time, this P1 is becoming more of an issue here for Project 7.
This is the first time we've actually seen Huntsmen in control of the hard point throughout not just this den, but the Scar as well. So can they continue to keep this pressure on? Awakening is starting to turn up for the squad. He gets 2. Yuli and Renegade battle through the rest. 10 seconds left on the scrap time. You're going to have the rotation. It's split spawns for Project 7, so both of them have their own battles to take.
Here comes the initial push. Yuli's going to be in the corner. A little bit of a shoulder going through, and he finds it still. Does manage to get traded out here. F-Dot's going to have a fight in towards the hill. The spawn is good for Project 7, but it has been good before. This is still going to be a fight. Reinforcements coming through roofs, and everybody will have to rumble again into these corners. Brack will look for at least one. Doesn't find it. Mythics is in, but it's going to be good for the Huntsman. They find 3.
They hold it. 35 seconds. You don't win off this hill anymore. So this will be going to a P3 rotation. But Project 7, they don't want to give all this time up, so they are desperately looking for a break now through the back line. It's Brack again with the MPC now. 3 dead. Awakening inside the hill, finessing around the pillar, shattering the hopes of Project 7 on Den. and giving his team that shot at a map 5, Awakening another kill, 4 in a row, looking for 5. Takeover time for Giga. It's time to go to P3.
Awakening won them the S&D and now is absolutely going berserk here. Onto this next hard point. 4 seconds is all the Huntsmen need. And P3 has been their bread and butter. It has been their lock in. Mythics in a big fight with Yuli. Oh, it's still going. Somehow Project 7 are somehow in this game at the moment, but they are really just holding on.
As long as you can, but 2 seconds for the Huntsmen. And it was just a matter of time before those towers fell in the map. You get through tower, you get through dojo. And that is all it takes for the Huntsmen to send you to a map 5. What a moment we see here for this game. All the way the distance, all the way through. And this is their chance to stay alive in champs. Elimination for both of these two teams. P7, you thought they had them out the gates of this den hard point, but it's this guy who ignited the comeback, ignited the passion. And that's what they're playing with.
Kind of crazy how that one ended up playing out. I mean, we said how good Lucifer was on that P2 early on. He gets some damage down, but 17 and 27, he just did not have a good time the rest of that map. And you got to ask yourself, when we go into this next S&D, something that, by the way, Project 7 are normally very proud of, but weren't able to get that first one done. I'll be upset about this one. They had the lead multiple times. P3 was just too big of an issue for them. You can't really give away something like 110 points on P3 consistently and expect to have a good time.
Look at the difference, too, and you get such a good start out of Renegade through this game. I mean, over the P3s, he's looking for so much space on these hills. And as soon as a couple players start to slow down and you get this performance out of Brack, I mean, he buys enough time for Awakening to start to pick things up in the third rotation. And then as soon as Awakening is finding space, then you get Yuli to run routes. And it's just, you see the puzzle pieces come together on Huntsmen when everybody is doing their part, their 25%. You see what the vision is with this roster. And that's truly the height that they can take themselves across the champs. If they're playing like this, I feel like there's nobody that can shut them down. Everybody doing their part there for the Huntsmen to get to this map 5. And that leaves us with a Sake Search and Destroy. A map that we saw yesterday out of P7 in their matchup versus P7 Notorious. They won it 6-3 in a map 2 that kept the series going all the way to a map 4. But the only map that they took off of P7 Notorious. Huntsmen gonna have to be deep in their bag to see if they could take down P7 on a map like this.
Well, we knew this would be a good game. So far it has been. Of course, you know, it's been a bit of a nail biter. The first hard point was close. S&D was close. Exposure overload, it seems close, but you got to say that you thought that Project 7 probably had that more on their side. That last hard point, it could have gone either way, but truthfully, that was really just a turn from the Huntsmen. You got to give a good one for them. But map 5 is calling us, so we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action on Challengers Final right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We're going to the map 5, and this should be a showdown for the ages. One of these two teams will be leaving us, but will it be the Huntsmen or will it be Project 7? In the hard-fought battle so far. Still waiting though. Being careful. Henry takes a couple of bullets. Health back. Burning time here, Project 7. I think they're going over. This is going all day. Oh, it's big. It's big. Down to 2 versus 2. 1 versus 2 now. Yuli, though, could stop this. That bomb is still not going to be down. 16 seconds to go. The player will be off of the map here. And this is stress bomb going to be down. Advantage Project 7. Well, let's see.
Oh, I guess I was muted in VMix. I pulled an infinity.
And a ton. Don't worry. Ton does that all the time. You're just fitting right in here. Turning up late, muting your mic. I mean, honestly.
What?
Start talking about coffee in a really snobbish way. It'll be the same.
Just trying to fill some shoes here. Well, I was saying, I mean, Yuli makes the play and nearly has the timing onto both of them. Just cannot do the damage. Finish those kills. And P7 off the back of that first blood for F dot is Renegade. If it goes the other way, you have an opportunity there in the round to get lost. He's trying to be the initiator. Instead, it's going to be a trade from Yuli. Renegade over towards the A site. And the only thing you got to worry about is F dot through mid.
Trying to find him. Brack. He's like, where's he gone?
Houdini.
F dot is moving. He has got all the way through here and finds a kill on a Renegade. They're like, that's where he went. F dot is playing on an island, though. They will be looking for him, and he sees problems in every shadow. Eventually getting back into friendly territory.
This is such a good call from F dot. I mean, there's levels to search and destroy. This one in particular, F dot. Now putting pressure on a potential flank if you do go for the B site plant. This might have to be an A site. With 20 seconds, Yuli trying to bring things into a 2v2, but the timing just doesn't work out this time.
Second time in a row, he's not been able to find that kill, but he will be taken down now. And now, Brack in a 1 versus 3. Is this a miracle moment? Brack looking for it. Knows we're going to pay. He finds one, but it's only going to be one, and there's too many bodies and bullets against him. 2-0 now for Project 7.
Yuli might have 600 damage for 2 kills right now. He is putting in the shots, but he can't get that finisher. And P7 just continue to elude those deaths, stay alive, rotate around, and keep themselves ahead of the curve versus this Huntsman team. So game 5, everything on the line right now. Elimination if you lose this map. And P7, we saw them yesterday take on P7 Notorious on it. They looked fantastic. They are not skipping a beat back onto the attack. And they're just going to sit and wait to see if Huntsman will bite and give them any early kills like Renegade did before.
Slow and steady. F dot definitely wants that streak. Still waiting. Problem is, Project 7, while they're waiting here, don't have the information. They're worried they're going to get caught if they make a move. Bomb is going to go down, though. 4v4.
Renegade. Big first blood there. The retake kick starts with that. Can you get into the top window? F-Dot playing on an island yet again, leaving it up to his teammates to even things up and give him the time to make a play from this position.
Project 7 have given away complete control here. They just don't have anything, and they've lost all their players as well. It's only going to be F-Dot who can make a move, and he gets cut down. Not a single kill on the Project 7 side.
It was a weird one, too, because, I mean, F-Dot is playing so deep. I mean, he sees the players that are able to potentially hop into that top window. You would have thought that he would put a little bit into maybe assisting the player, watching for that hop-up as soon as you're not getting chowed out that alley. But, I mean, you're really banking that Huntsmen are going to draw you out to those last seconds and hit those flanks, and Huntsmen are giving nothing to those opportunities. I mean, you like the change-ups coming up from this Huntsmen team to continue to keep you on your toes. Opening 2 rounds go to Project 7, followed up by Huntsmen putting an end to that momentum. So Huntsmen onto the attack, looking to go back-to-back, and it looks like it's going to be being out up B.
Through pressure here, Mythics. I think he got the information he needed, but that bomb is going down. A 4v4 retake again. Pulling back the same as Project 7 did, but will they catch people this time?
And my big question is F-Dot going to be the one to initiate this one? Are they going to be playing through the bottom? Henry with everything on the timing, and now he just needs to stay alive for this position, draw out some more Huntsmen players, and they do. P7, though, losing the trade battles. It's Harry in a 1 versus 2, but not going to be expecting the player back P3. So another round for Huntsmen. They get it done, and they tie things up here on the Sake.
A lot of people watching, waiting to see how this one goes. It is definitely a tense game between them because heavily kind of fan favorites to go very far at the Challengers Finals, but one of them has to say goodbye.
And it would be a shocker for both sides. Project 7 really trying to step up to get back to some of their best placings all year on LAN. Huntsmen trying to represent one of the most iconic CDL brands that we've had. We have yet to see Huntsmen place top 3 on LAN this year. Is this the roster to get it done? Can they clutch up and make the lower bracket run?
Careful play, but there's first blood. Something Project 7 haven't managed to grab in the last 2 rounds. A lot of pressure on the outside. Players going up top as well here. Yuli has failed that a couple of times, so it's to go a different way.
Okay, you didn't even want to go up there. And Brack's just going to sit and wait. Everybody else playing from the other side. You're going to take contact here if the Huntsmen let Brack try to make something on the flank, but it has to be contact first from 8 and 5. Brack can't be the initiator.
All 1v1s. Still hunting. 28 seconds to go. Yuli dives in. Finds one. Stays alive. A second play goes with Brack and Awakening. And oh my goodness! They found every retake, and now Lucifer finds himself alone in 1 versus 3. The Huntsmen strike while outnumbered. Lucifer finds 1. Lucifer finds 2. But it's not going to be enough. He cannot get the 3rd. Huntsmen with a ridiculous retake while outnumbered.
It really just comes down to Brack waiting his turn. As soon as Yuli hits the green light, Brack flanks out, and all the attention towards barrels. They get it done. And that is a fantastic retake. Being a player down as well. Mr. Carson Newberry once again making the plays for the Huntsmen. He has just been lights out this entire series. And for P7 now, you're starting to fall behind in the S&D. That's a few rounds given up, 3 in a row. So you got to swap sides and start to discuss with yourselves. How do we bring things back? Henry's not really having the greatest game. Mythics isn't having a great game. It's been F-Dot and Lucifer the entire time, and this is stark difference from Gridlock, where it was nothing but Mythics.
Right now, the Huntsmen are just playing this patient as well. Bit of a push up here from Henry. Project 7 do have a bit more control this time around the B site. Henry has to check two directions. This could really come down to timing. Everybody just throwing the shoulders around. There's going to be the first blood as well. Uni, though, doesn't strike back. It will be Renegade who gets it. 3 versus 3.
Mythic's just to be watching to see if anybody goes out to P2. Hey, this is a great angle to be in. Oh, you check it if you're Brack. You don't fully clear it. And now you've seen Mythics might just want to full send it, but you don't know what's around the corner. He finally takes the chow numbers for P7. 30 seconds.
I think Mythics is calling this one. He knows there's somebody here. It's left alone. It's going to be Yuli. And he's looking for them. There's 2 players here. This is just going to be shoulders of clock. Everybody go for it. Nobody get it. 3-3 between them as this game tenses up. There is certainly some hate between these two. Every decision has to be made, and the pressure's mounting, and not just because Doug Sensor Martin is in the audience.
Well,
more and more bodies
up.
watching. Well, you know, there is a lot of people starting to watch this game, and it is a good one.
Hey, Huntsmen are starting to show some indecision like they had on Gridlock there. I mean, that is a round where that hiccup really costs you. I mean, Brack doesn't full clear that corner. He gets caught. Nobody in the follow-up. You didn't know what you wanted to do with that bomb, so whereas praising you back on that Gridlock for having a plan B and a plan C, as soon as you get hit with that roadblock, you need to start hitting stuff as a team, and you just cannot bank on isolated plays. So now for the Huntsmen on the retake, 4v4. Renegade's the only player not going to be together. He's playing out through P2. See if he can get a flank. Big kill from Yuli.
Through the smoke, absolute laser beam again. The Huntsmen just find the kills. Mythics finds one back, though. 2 versus 3. They're now going to have to hunt him down. Mythics might get caught here. He's dancing around. Renegade looking for a player. I don't think he's found it as well. Mythics will get caught. Lucifer finds it. Another attempt at a 1 versus 3 for Lucifer, and he goes down. Huntsmen retake again here. Project 7 might need to make some adjustments on that post plant.
I want to replay on that smoke kill from Yuli because no aim assist, by the way, with the MPC. That is gnarly stuff coming out from the new pickup on the Huntsmen. Lead back in for Huntsmen going into the back half of the Search and Destroy. Taking their lead, setting things up. And here it is. I mean, not an easy kill. I mean, he makes it look so clean onto F-Dot. I'm sure F-Dot didn't even see him there. That is a 1-way and a half.
Push, this is a different play. Huntsmen have gone all the way around. Mythics finds one with Henry, and there we go. Mythics gets his second. Huntsmen pulled a play out of the playbook, but it hasn't worked out very well. Awakening now coming under pressure. People trying to get forward onto him, and they don't find him. Brack left in a 1 versus 4.
This would be an all-timer. He is completely slipped in behind. I don't think anybody is watching this right away, but you do turn if you're Henry, and that is going to be the round for P7. A quick one for Huntsmen. I like the change-up of pacing. All 4 players just hitting out towards P3. See if you can catch some of the P7 players off guard, but a hard read from the defensive side. You match them 4v4 on the outside, and you stand tall, getting things done, taking things back to a tie game. I mean, it is truly a nice edge that these two are sitting on, and for Sake, there's only so many strats you can start throwing as these games get closer and closer. It's just going to be down to who is going to get more creative and how is the timing's going to pay off.
What he was going to be here is that Project 7, their post plant just hasn't worked. Looks like they're trying to get more aggressive here, but they've caught some nades and tacticals in the teeth. Trying to look over. Bragg is going to find something there. Goes down to a 3 versus 3. Bragg gets away with 16 health, but it will be Huntsmen who walk away with the better trades again. Over and over. This has been the kind of bread and butter of them.
Look at this information that Renegade's going to be. Did Harry spot him? I mean, it looks like he did. He doesn't truly know where Renegade's going to be going here, but Renegade doesn't have to do anything. All he has to do is sit put. And eventually Harry will go to him. 1 versus 3 for Henry. He's been spotted. And we're on the hunt now to see if we can take this one down. Huntsman's defense has been on point in in the second half of this sake. Another one goes their way. 5-4 match point for the Huntsmen. P7 facing elimination.
P7 have prided themselves in the S&D before, but it is not working for them. They cannot get an attacking round, and it is costing them. Here we go. We could be seeing the end of Project 7 here at Challengers Finals. Crowd is in attendance. This round matters.
A lot of Huntsman jerseys, too. The crowd's going to be going one way. Huntsman's going to be going right down mid. Nades thrown out. I'm not seeing any trophies. Mythic's tagged super low down in barrels. He needs to play his life. He's got F-Dot watching over him. You cannot give up a first blood right away.
Right now, Huntsman is trying to work out where people are as Yuli goes and stays alive with 3 health. The Huntsmen have had a little bit of luck in this S&D, and there's another case of it. Project 7 will be furious, but I mean, every time that you see Project 7 get first blood, they get out-traded by the Huntsmen.
And the commitment from P7 on these rotations is giving up B now. I mean, they are trying to hard read the Huntsmen, but because of that, they're going to have to retake 4-on-4, do what Huntsmen have been doing them time and time again.
First blood, but there's the trade again. Yuli, who got away with 3 health last time, keeps it 3 versus 3. Bomb down. Advantage technically to the Huntsmen in this scenario. They just have to keep an eye. They've got trophies out. They've got players deep. 25 seconds to go. This is really burning. They've got to try for it. Yuli has found another one. The player that stayed alive with 3 health is about to get an ace and pick AP7 out of this tournament. I cannot believe it. Unbelievable. Yuli finds 4. That's more kills than he had health earlier on. And P7 are out. Huntsmen continue.
You pick him up for a reason. Fist bumps coming out from Formal and Zinni, and the Huntsmen stay alive. That's going to be a feel-good moment for the org, and a moment for the fans in the crowd to get pumped to see them moving on in the elimination bracket. Sadly, we say goodbye to the EMEA representation of Project 7. It has been a turbulent year for these 4 players. They can hold their heads high in the performance that they put up against this Huntsman team. They'll be watching from the sidelines from here on out. What a round from Yuli at the end. 1,600 damage. And the big thing was, at the start of this game, Yuli couldn't buy himself a kill with all the damage he was doing. He was peppering players down to 1 HP. At the end, Tide's turn. He gets a little bit of that value, a little bit of that luck, and he does God's work with it.
I hope Project 7 don't go back and watch this VOD. If they'd seen that Yuli was on 3 health and then ended up killing all 4 of them. That is a bitter pill to swallow. Very, very bitter. But credit to Huntsmen. They just broke down Project 7 over and over again. Always in a position to get the trades going the way they wanted to. And they just looked the better team.
The end, yeah. I mean, P7, you highlighted it. They couldn't get a post plant in. A lot of the first bloods weren't really going their way towards the back half of this game. And as soon as we hit the later rounds, you started to see a lot of these individuals on the Huntsmen just get active, get creative, and start to just force some plays. Renegade, Yuli, it's what I said was missing back in the Overload. It's what was missing in the Hardpoint at times. It's just looking at these 2 players that we know they can hit that caliber to really turn the tide of a game and take over, and we didn't get that for the longest time. In this map 5, you were getting it from Renegade. Yuli as well was just doing a great job at playing his life, and as long as he can be resilient like this, the Huntsmen, I mean, they take you the distance, and they are happy to put you in the ground.
Well, that is how this one ends. This is how this one goes. Huntsmen continue. P7, they say goodbye. And we will take a look at how everybody's been getting on if you are just joining us. This is where it has been so far. You can see the Huntsmen, they did lose against Team War 3-0. Scored a 3-2 against Project 7. On the other side of it, though, in our winners semi-finals, Team War and P7 Notorious. And then OMiT Brooklyn versus OMiT will go on as well. We can see that the losers of these games will drop down into Elimination Round 2 to play either Huntsmen or Telluride Bush Gaming. I mean, either one of those games is going to be phenomenal, by the way. Telluride Bush, I think if it flips, it should be either Team War or P7 Notorious. Then Huntsmen will have to fight either OMiT Brooklyn or OMiT. So, in short, every game's a banger.
Yeah, I think this top 6 is exactly what I thought the top 6 would shape up to be. Maybe P7 Notorious because of their Paris and their Atlanta. I could have seen somebody sneak in and take them down, but P7 Notorious off of the roster change, bringing Johnny in, I mean, they have been really turning heads as well in that honeymoon phase. This is going to be a really exciting end to our Saturday action price. And already with the Game 5 right out the gates, Huntsmen deliver it. They put on some fantastic entertainment for the crowd in Vegas. And I'm excited to see what we get in the winner's bracket.
Oh, me too. I mean, this has been just game after game getting better and better. We knew it would do when we got this level of competition between the teams moving forward, but it's not just top 6 we have to stay at that, so we're gonna have to go through and find the teams that can make it all the way to Sunday to play on the main stage at Champs. But before we do that and go into our winners final, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're jumping straight back into this. This time it is the OMiT Brooklyn versus OMiT story. OMiT winning the hard point straight out of the gate here, but they have been on a bit of a tear recently.
They have been. A pretty comfortable win in map number 1 against OMiT Brooklyn, and the derby kicks off as I would have expected it. Ethan and DK just having their way so far. So 1 versus 3 right out the gates of round 1 in the Hacienda. 2 Real has the bomb in hand, but a lot of work to do before he can lay the rock.
There's something to be said about this OMiT team. Obviously, looks pretty good. And if anything, they've just been getting better. It's kind of scary. There was a lot of rumors about this team potentially breaking up. Not because they wanted to, but because teams were trying to steal their players.
Yeah.
But, yeah, this is an interesting one. OMiT will go home regardless, but another OMiT will continue. Brooklyn versus just OMiT. I don't know who gets to decide to be the original OMiT handle. That's something we'll have to ask the owners.
They get the same exact jerseys. This is going to be confusing to look at on both sides. I mean, luckily we know the players, know the faces. And on the right side, I mean, it is a true test of what this OMiT Brooklyn team can do against OMiT. Well, you got Diamond Con joining this roster, provide a little bit extra structure in terms of the practice, in terms of the mental warfare that we get in this game. And a little bit extra to be said that you've come this far in the winner's bracket. If you win this series, you have punched your ticket to Paris for EWC.
Here comes a potential push. Will they check the corner now because of those bullets that have gone down? I mean, there goes the smoke, and they're choosing to get out of here. The bullets are coming through the middle, but 2 Real gets gunned. Now they have control over towards B, potentially. Diamond Con up top will find Ethan before he can do any more damage.
That's such a big pick as well, because if Ethan gets lost, who knows what he could do. Really pivot, though, and that's bombed down. Unfortunately, Denza, aggressive into office, is not going to pay off, and Paul X just creating an issue for these players. DK doesn't know what to do on the ground, and Paul is completely through this round out the window for OMiT. GG. That is a hell of a play from Paul himself, just to play outside of office, catch the rotation, and make sure that you're staying head on a swivel against these players.
Not going to be easy at this stage of the tournament. It just can't be. We haven't actually seen much of either of these two squads in our broadcast, or at least for me and you, and it's kind of a catch-22. We try and get the games that we think will be the closest in competition. The OMiT European squad has been so dominant through so many of their games in recent memory, and this is just including Major 4 and in the Challenger Stage 4, that they just don't get as much screen time because they're just beating everybody right up until the final teams.
From Diamond Con out the gates there, and be able to turn into a round win. Yeah, DK has completely flipped the script. 2 Real in trouble. Won't get enough damage onto those players, and OMiT are going to be able to take care of business after losing those first 2 kills. They are so good at bringing these rounds back, and one thing's to say, a lot of focus is on Ethan as a player and what he has done to this EMEA roster, but alongside him, fellow rookie DK in that round, showing exactly his mettle.
It's big S&D as well for OMiT Brooklyn. I mean, we know that OMiT, the other one, this is going to get annoying as we go through.
You say Brooklyn, OMiT, you know, it's...
I think it will have to be Brooklyn and OMiT. Denza, though, with the nade straight off the back here. OMiT have the advantage against Brooklyn now. No real pressure coming from OMiT.
I think for Brooklyn, the one big thing is that all 4 of these players, essentially, like, this should be a search and destroy team. Like, you should be winning your map 2s, you should be winning your map 5s. Comes down to the respawns if you can take down OMiT, and that is a different beast in its own right, as they 100-point club 2 teams in their group to qualify for that bracket. So Brooklyn's just got to figure out a way through this map 2 to see if they can equalize the series, and then they'll have a chance.
Big fight coming down. 2 versus 3. Gwyn, 5 health in the dream, will eventually fall. Now Diamond Con finds himself in a clutch scenario. The first pick is the most important. If he can find one, he can have potential, but time is burning. They won't give him time now. This will be shoulders all day. Eventually, Diamond Con will get caught.
Every single round that OMiT's won so far in the Search and Destroy has been a 1v3 towards the end of it, and they are completely lighting up the feed for these initial kills. I mean, when we saw OMiT get stopped on that B take, forced to rotate through office, like that's what we need more out of this Brooklyn team. Facilitate OMiT where you want them and try to catch them on rotations out of position. You cannot take these head-on-head gunfights against this team that is just quite known for bullying teams in the slaying category. You can't expect yourself to win just on mechanics alone against OMiT and the way that they've been performing for the past 2 opens.
Does this continue to be a case of difference in skill level? Well, there's 2 kills going down again. OMiT Brooklyn find themselves in the back. Telluride throws everything. Oh, that player gets away with 14 health. Still running. Might get another one. Oh, gets caught before he can. And Gwyn in a 1 versus 3.
It's just another situation where before you know it, if you're Gwyn, you are 1v3 back against the wall, and there's still 50 seconds in the round. I mean, these rounds are over before you even can blink if you're OMiT Brooklyn. So, as you most likely will be going down 4-1 in this round, bomb in no man's land and no way to really grab it. You look ahead to this comeback that's going to have to be not just 3 rounds in a row to tie it up, but 5 if you want to take the map win and tie up this series. And it's got to be a little bit better off the initial breakoffs. They're giving up so much, this OMiT team, early. And for Brooklyn, we know these guys are quite knowledgeable in Search and Destroy, so it's just Hacienda. How do you get around a map like this one? I mean, I'd like to see some 4-player hits off of bomb sites into trying to get a plant down on defense. Try to play for some mistakes. See if you can win some battles through mid just off these initial duels as an AR. But just giving up so many opening duels so quickly is exactly what OMiT want you to do. You can't be playing into their hand every round like you have been.
Gone for it here. I mean, this might get some players caught. Realistically, Brooklyn have thrown caution to the wind, but DK gets the first blood, and Aspect gets the second. Gwyn gets one back, but is this going to be enough here? Aspect just throwing some bullets well, but Ethan will back him up, and 2 real, 10 health, and a dream. Still alive.
Again, 60 seconds to 1v3. This is unbelievable pacing from OMiT, just winning their battles. Quite literally bullying this map number 2. It's not even close. Like, this is a team that is undisputed best challengers team right now after what we saw in Major 4. You go to champs, you're hoping that a couple of these roster changes, a couple of these teams may have closed the gap, but they are making you look foolish.
I think the thing is, we've said this, like I was explaining earlier, we've not seen an awful lot of the OMiT squad this tournament because every time we watch them, we know they're good. Like, it's always going to be a bit of a mismatch. There are very few teams that can hang with them map after map. They have really exploded. These players have been hyped up left, right, and rhubarb, as it said, but do Brooklyn have anything in the tank? That's the question. Here goes Gwyn. There's one.
Snaps around for 2. And this is what you're looking for the MW2 Rookie of the Year. Win up top. It's all down to DK now. But OMiT Brooklyn looking to stay alive in this series. Can DK put the ice down in this round? See if he can clutch up. Give him a chance here. 46 seconds is going to flip over to 44 now against you. He nearly gets too real.
Unfortunately, by not getting too real, he's made this basically impossible. what you need to do is put pressure on the bomb here. Unfortunately, he can't do it until he can win this gunfight, and they will just shoulder him all day. Reinforcements in the area. Eventually, you'll get caught. Too many angles. And now that is a point back on this map here for OMiT Brooklyn. Can they get 4 more?
It's not as simple as you just saying, like, you got to win these opening duels. You got to win the map because we've seen even off these first bloods, OMiT turn the rounds back into their favor on just the flick of a switch. So OMiT Brooklyn, they are truly going to have to play some of the best search and destroy that they have ever played on a Hacienda. We got more to talk about on our Alpha stream as we swap over to the main look. It's Team War versus P7 Notorious. Another matchup where winner goes to EWC and punches their ticket into the winner's final of Challengers Champs. We go to Scar Hardpoint to open things up, Bryce. Let's get it on.
Well, let's see. Bit of a fight going down right now. Team War in control. Better angle for the attack as well. And Dimensions just holding, but Beans will cut him down before he can do any more damage. Out towards the P4 push. We'll cut this one through. That's a huge kill onto Snoopy.
These are two very different teams in terms of the way that their system works. With P7 Notorious at fundamentals, you got 3 NPC players between Johnny, Snoopy, and Eric Boom that are just going to be looking to set pace on this map alongside Beans, who will be flexing in and out of that NPC. And an M15. For Team War, Flames, he has been a staple to their hard point in terms of slaying, but right behind Vic, who yesterday when we got to see him, he dropped 40 and 32 on an Expo overload. He took 10 and 2 on a raid search and destroy. He has been everything this champs for the team. Team War have been really working off the back of this rookie.
This is just a fantastic hold again. Beans trying to get around the outside. That was Snoopy who made those 2. He drives through them. Well, Snoopy says, all right, I'll have 3 and 4. And well, a little bit of life in the signs of P7 Notorious as Snoopy has to do all of it to break.
Team War are going to be taking another shot at this one, so let's see if P7 Notorious can get a little bit of the scrap time. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case, and with clearance off of that P2, P7 just going to chalk it up and rotate. You got Eric on cutoff or mid-map, and a little bit of extra help from Johnny as well. Should be players gone from Team War on the setup to Noon. Dimensions in a cheeky angle. He's not going to have the read to this one, although Dimensions, it's not going to be as clean as you want, and that is beautiful from P7 Notorious. Just got to hop the hill.
Oh, no. 3 going down, and Eric Boom finds himself outnumbered massively. Can't hold them at bay for very long. Team War, though, looking to build up an even more commanding lead. 33 seconds left to go here. P7 Notorious will have to swing for it, but they are just not finding any kills. They're being outslayed so hard, it's causing issues.
That's exactly what Team War is known for in their hard points, just putting you in the ground. When we saw these two teams match up in Paris, Flames had like a 3.0 KD almost on the whole series. It was just a massacre in that end. This is a new look P7. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt here because they've been playing fantastic at champs. So on this Saturday, it's just which version of P7 Notorious are we going to get? Are we going to get Birmingham or are we going to get Atlanta?
A little bit of high flying there going on, but that is a full wipe. P7 Notorious, there is 48 seconds here for them to gain. That'll certainly make that scoreline look a little bit better. OMiT just trying to push this out a bit so they don't get so much pressure from the front, but does go down. Here comes a squeeze. Team War out towards the back. Icons goes down to Beans. Beans finds 2. That's going to be Snoopy again, though. That kill feed is really messing me up, but Snoopy on a 4 streak.
Snoopy's getting it done and soaking up a little bit of that much-needed time for P7 Notorious. And for Scar P4, this is definitely where you can start to dig yourself back into this game. You just need to win one more wave of kills, and so far, so good. Dimensions, no way in. Spawns in the back. P7 Notorious have flipped you out. It's going to be a 30-point game heading into the new rotation. And Beans will be the first one there while the rest of the team just tries to work their magic through mid.
Oh, big kills for Eric Boom as well. Doesn't look quite so bad now.
Spawn in the back. And a Hellstorm.
Incoming. Well, everybody's scrambling. Everybody's trying to get out of here as quickly as they can. Dimensions flying into the window. They do manage to get one with it. It's a bit chaotic as it goes through. You can see the player up top green just trying to stay alive with their teammates as everybody's flying around this point over and over again here. Flames holding out towards the back. But it will be Team War that get the better position. They have spawn. They have the hill. And that could put them 50 points ahead.
111 to 7 Hill. Team War still holding on to quite a lead. P7 battling with the idea of maybe looking to steal some of this time away. They are going to take Team War away from the hill. Couple seconds for Snoopy, keeping Team War pinned into the back. And going into the second set of rotations, not too bad out of P7 Notorious. I mean, they were down, what, almost 90 to about 20 heading into that P4. So, the fact that they're walking away, just a 40-point game. Eric has a Hellstorm. This is still very, very doable.
Big kill by Icons. That pushes that spawn for P7 Notorious all the way out towards the back. Well, you don't want to be out towards the back of P5, and that's worked out for them, but I mean, Snoopy managing to get out here is going to be huge. Eric Boom also bringing in the Hellstorm for this P1. A lot of kills. Snoopy will grab one there. This is pushing completely off as they look for the last bodies.
You still got Snoopy behind you. He's recovered an M15. Icon's doing good work at just keeping you away from the time. You cannot let Icons do that yet. Snoopy in such a good position. That Hellstorm was vying for positioning on the map, but it turns into really nothing for P7 Notorious, and maybe something you would have rather held on to for a P3 break if you needed it. But for P7 Notorious, you go to P2, and this is really where you want to get a solid setup. Team War making it very difficult to do that.
This game is getting closer and closer. Team War had that lead, that ever so dominating lead earlier on. But they're now pre-firing, expecting somebody to hit him so close, and they do manage to get him eventually. Team War back into this. Snoopy, this is a big kill if he can make it, but he gets cut down before he can do any more damage. The rest of P7 Notorious are going to be here. But it is just fight after fight, and with Team War being on the hill, it is going their way.
Good shots. I mean, Snoopy's having a map right now, 21 and 16. Matching Johnny and Eric with the time in the hill as well. With this only being a 20-point game, you gotta imagine that if P7 can just get one solid rotation, one solid setup, they'd be right back, not just in this, but in control of this Scar hardpoint. The only thing that has been keeping Team War in this game, at least in terms of the advantage, has been out of clutch slays. They're getting in and around the objective. They're denying P7 a lot of these setups.
Johnny holding firm. This is a good position for P7 Notorious to keep that line clean.
No trophies.
Team's fighting for this one. They've got to be a bit careful. 30 seconds to go. Team War might try and overextend here. Especially because running this gauntlet is a nightmare at the best of times. There goes the nades again. Massive hold from P7. This will really now depend on how they get the bounce going through, but they are going to lose a bit of scrap time potentially as the kills do start to flow towards Team War.
I mean, considering this is an advantage for Team War heading into this rotation, you're getting quite considerably outslayed by P7 Notorious right now. I mean, you still have plenty of time to start to work yourself back into this slaying category, so just looking to see if this rookie Vic can get going again alongside Dimensions. They've slowed down since the start of the game. At one point, it was 90 to 20, and P7 are moments away from flipping the lead.
Oh, Snoopy just ready to fire through that doorway as they do clean house once again. And that is the lead change. P7 Notorious will now be in the driving seat. They've fought for this over and over again as P4 is now having its walls thrown up. Icons finds one. Going to be super weak. Flames finds a second. And now they're coming around the back here. It's going to be Eric Boom who gets cut down. And they are just winning the gunfight. Snoopy to the rescue, but not enough. As this might be another lead change one more time.
One more time. Back into P5. And for P7 Notorious, this is exactly what we saw in their first set of rotations. Just pin Team War in the back of P4 as long as possible while the rest of your team sets up to this new hard point. Team War need to make some quick work of these exit kills and start working yourself across the map. Get into position for this early break. Nearly Icons makes the play, but you still got P7 dominating their way through mid, and they're blocking those back spawns.
Big kill over the top. That is outrageous as well. Somehow this one player has completely disrupted them. Eric Boom is fighting. Knows he needs the reinforcement to get there in time, but there we go. Eventually getting him at the top here. Vix does go down. Icons finds two. More players piling in. It's Snoopy who cannot find it. Spawn is going to change. An advantage now for Team War as Johnny tucks as hard as he can into that corner. But somehow P7 Notorious have won this from the wrong side. And the benefit being is the longer that they hold this, the more they can push Team War away from that P1.
She stuns, nades, destroying these trophies, and playing your life to perfection. Third rotation inbounds, and P7 now in the lead. 10-point game. Looks like these Team War players are going to try to hit a route through blue, see if they can get behind. It's being watched by Eric. He won't find that kill. Contest inside of the hard point. And 3 immediate ones. P7 spun around. They don't know what to pay attention to, and Team War are doing a great job just collapsing as a 4.
Beans finds one, just opens this up massively. Beans finds two. That is broken onto P1. Boom will try and hold this for as long as possible, but he is going to be outnumbered. Every single side. Very Boom, though, staying alive eventually will fall. I really don't know who's going to win this.
This is shades of P7 Huntsmen. This is going to be a P3 rotation photo finish like we saw before. You don't expect either one of these teams to get a good chunk of time off this P2. Aids be damned, but Team War, they clear out P1. You get the rotation in. All 4 players are up. If you're going to win this off a P2 hill, this is the best setup you can ask for.
Yeah, this is a nightmare for P7 Notorious. Absolutely the worst case scenario. Look how far away they are. No cohesive pushes. They cannot find anything. They are scrambling. It is a frustrating push as everybody in the kill feed goes to Team War. They now have the lead. It's 15 seconds for them to end this game, and they are in the driving seat completely. Icons on a 6 streak. Make it a 7 as they clean house for the ending of this one. And there's going to be the 8. Shouldn't be able to win that one. That might just be game. P7 Notorious will now have to headbutt. Icons says, I want more. There is 9. Icons, you've got no health. It doesn't matter. He flies. He dies. They win. And Team War walk away with map number 1.
Iconic map 1 coming out from Team War. What a play towards the end. And that P2 couldn't have been drawn up any better. As soon as you get 4 down, you set up nobody scams, and you just allow your Slayer to do his dirty work through mid. No timing was going against Icons there. And I gotta feel bad for P7 Notorious because that's gotta be so frustrating. You're in the blender at the moment when you needed to lock in the most. You fought so hard in that second set of rotations just to bring yourself back into a lead, and it all falls away in the blink of an eye. Big map 1 coming out from Team War yesterday for against the Huntsmen. They were sound in their respawns, 250 to 148 in that gridlock, and it was Icons again that kickstarted that 3-0. So against P7 Notorious, might be a different map. Quite similar story in putting it away, and he had 52, nearly 5,300 damage with a sub.
All of it's impressive. There's not a single stat line that he has that isn't impressive. That's the crazy thing. 34 non-traded kills. He's gone 45 and 26.
4 kills per hill.
Yeah, not a million miles away from almost being one of his, 2 of his teammates combined. A couple of kills would have been a difference, but that is an outrageous scoreline entirely. The game probably shouldn't have been that close.
I think that's a testament to P7 Notorious and how well this team fundamentally can bring things together. And one thing I was worried about P7 Notorious was their map set going into champs, because against Major 3, Major 4, it was a lot of Sake hardpoint, it was a lot of Colossus hardpoint. It was really easy to veto against this team, but in champs, we've seen them pull out Scars, some Dens, different overload maps as well, and the respawns, even with Johnny coming into this roster where I thought that was going to limit them, it has been blooming for this team. Hoping to see if they can bring things back in that search and destroy, but we swap back over to OMiT, up 2-0 against OMiT Brooklyn. newsflash, that map 2 didn't get any closer than when we left it. And going into map 3, this is the second half of Star Overload where they're already dominating.
Well, kind of what we expected. We have looked very, very good over the last couple of months. He's still going down here. Paul X is going to try and get this one through. I don't know if he's got the timing. He does, and that's at least a score on the clock there for Brooklyn. Game's not over. 4 minutes to go.
Too real. Trying his best to hold on to that plane wing. Diamond Con gonna hit this flank. Snaps over. What a shot from Diamond Con. And Paul's gonna hold off in the back end. So if Diamond Con can continue to find some kills on the lead blocking side, he misses out on Ethan. If he found that kill, that would have been a cap, but Ethan somehow miraculously gets away with it. Still gonna be a
This one
cap
should
though.
go home as well. Yeah, they're going to wait for the relay. Back and forth, these two teams. OMiT Brooklyn are determined not to fall to OMiT. DK drilling, looking for a little bit of a opportunity for them to go forward, and well, that game will continue on to Bravo. Our Alpha game is kicking back off as we go into the S&D of Team War and P7 Notorious. 2 versus 3.
And Icons gets away. How is he still alive? Flames to the rescue, gives him a time to buffer out that regen, and they have escaped like they were never there. 55 seconds. Both players of P7 Notorious sitting towards the back of their spawn. Playing for the 50-50. They're going to re-clear B, and that's going to give Team War plenty of time to not only lay this rock at A, but set up a post plant aggressively with these subs.
They're pushing all the way through. They might double wrap this. No, they are going back. They are going back. That's on to A. Timing is everything, but not just timing. Where Icons is sitting. Flames gets a little bit hit. Eric Boom gets him, but Icons, he's flanked himself. He has been sitting though. I think Johnny caught him. Johnny does, but he still goes for the chow. Johnny goes for a 1 versus 1. Oh, Icons are sitting Eric Boom. Eric Boom goes for the chow here. Icons not missing. Has the health advantage. It's Icons again. Hardpoint was devastating, and Icons clutches up in the S&D.
And look at the smile on Dimension's face there. I mean, that was as good as it gets between those two. That was such a clean comeback for Team War, especially the way that they handled that P4 pressure on the B side of the map. Just slipping in there. Icons finds the kill. He gets out, and as soon as somebody looks for the trade, there's Flames in your face, backing you down for his teammate to get that regen. So Team War off of a map 1 victory, follow up into map 2, leading by 1. An attacking round goes their way. We swap sides. P7, it's going to be a quad hit over towards A. There is a player matching this, but it is going to be a pinch quickly from mid.
Everybody getting into this as quickly as they can, but they're moving forward here. P7 Notorious not letting this one go, as Icons is on a 5 spree, by the way, in round 2.
It's unreal. Bomb's going down, and it looks like there's going to be a quick re-hit by Team War, so no chance to really get into a post plane. You got to stand your ground, and Eric's going to get his. Johnny on the other side fighting his way through. A 1v1 again. Vic versus Eric. Tries to go for the regen. The challenge, Vic the rookie. Ridiculous shots with the MPC. 3 in a row. Another clutch for Team War.
Gotta feel bad for Eric Boom. That's 2 1v1s he's lost. Thought he had the advantage there, as Vic did have very little health, but the regen hit. And nothing they're doing is going quite right. This P7 Notorious team obviously looking to try to get into that top 3 spot. Will it work?
Looks like this is going to be a fast B hit. Imagine that Team War has some trophies off of either Icons or Vic, but Icons, he's not going to be that trophy player, so he's going be here. Johnny in the corner, only good for one, but close by is the rest of P7 Notorious. They should be able to crunch this.
Do they move here or do they wait? They might wait thinking this bomb is going down, but Team War are unsure as well. Everybody stay still. Burn the clock a bit. Snoopy's going to go for the check. Doesn't see anything. Checks again. Check here, and with the pistol out, he's going to get caught.
Got a long flank coming out from Eric. But that's being watched as well. I mean, how frustrating is it that you don't know where Team War is and you're trying to get some space. They are waiting for you in the shadows. 1v3 for Snoopy. Can he get it done?
No, they cannot. Team War, so far so good. Surely this won't be a 3-0, Seymour. We were expecting a much tighter game between them.
Looks like OMiT have just 3-0 swept Brooklyn to be our first EWC qualifier from Challengers. Taking up that spot, we will see them in Paris in the conquest of these EMEA rookies. It's going to continue forward. Truly a journey that everybody has been loving to watch. Can anybody take them down is the question. Is it going to be Team War? Is it going to be P7 Notorious? It's going to be P7 Notorious. They're going to have to start to pick things up in the search and destroy on the offensive side. They're going to be moving over to A. Big nade coming out from Beans and should give them a free plant.
Advantage P7 Notorious in every way. Numbers, positioning, map control. Here comes Team War. The side across to begin with, looking for it as well, but there's going to be a couple found, and, well, that's cleaned up very, very quickly. A round on the board here for P7 Notorious.
It's about time. I mean, they have had some pretty unfortunate timings go their way for the past 3 rounds, and you can see Beans in the mic. He is just looking for an audible for this team. See if you can keep this momentum, keep building off of it. Because after you get that first blood, you get that bomb down at A, it is so hard to retake from a player deficit. Team War, they are no exceptions to that. So, see what they can get done. So he swaps sides here for P7 Notorious on the defense. Looks like this one's going to be a gamble through mid. See if they can catch some players, and they might actually get a timing.
Snoopy does. Down to 2 versus 3 though, as Beans has been lost. Not a ton of options now here for Team War though. Everybody's holding, and Team War are really just hoping for a pick. That is what this stall is about. They're hoping to find somebody to bring the numbers back to even.
Snoopy, wow, he is still alive back here. 5 in a row, 7-3. Tides are turning in terms of the momentum for P7 Notorious, and of course it's Snoopy of all players to make that happen. Johnny, he's going to spot out icons to the middle of the map. What a good start to this game it has been, but a 1v3, that is not on the table for Aiden. So 2 rounds back-to-back P7 Notorious. Great call for them to just quick hit through mid. It's a gamble, but it comes at just the right time where Team War trying to break things up. It's a default setup over towards 2 on A, 2 on B. See if that you're going to be met by pressure on the bomb sites, and everybody forgets and neglects that mid-map rush. Snoopy gets the timing of a lifetime to keep this one competitive.
Still fighting. Here comes P7 Notorious with a big push out towards B. Is this going to be quick, or will this be slowed down by Dimensions? They're going for this one pretty swiftly. They've got to check their angles first. Dimensions is wondering if anybody's going to slide across. Does he check this? He might try and catch this player on the out.
It's another good setup. Snoopy pops up. He's going to go around for a little bit more. How long can he hold this streak? 6 in a row. Looking for number 7. He is just doing so much damage. And he finds another kill. He finds everything. Snoopy. Look at him. He is chatting to, letting them know. You let the frog out. You do not want to hear that.
Even the coach came over. That was B Sport Josh, for those of you who are veterans, shall we say, of watching Call of Duty eSport, come over and said just how well he's done there. This is an ongoing battle. It is still very early to be talking trash into this one as it's just tied up, but intensity between these two teams is building.
Tie game, 3-3. Defense for P7 Notorious can keep this one going. Team War now on the struggle. And I saw it. Snoopy has a Hellstorm as well. So seems like B is off the menu. And so is mid-map. It's Eric this time. Nade from Icons is going to land. 2v3. 1 minute. Lots of time to figure this one out. So you put the pressure on Team War to start to think deep on how they can get around it.
Well, they are going all the way around here. The problem with this is always going to be timing. Because it takes so long to navigate this route, you're going to be worried about the corners. You're going to be worried about who's arriving here. And of course, we know that P7 Notorious have moved here as well. But I don't know if they've seen anybody, so they might even try and wrap back. Eric Boom is now making a move. Snoopy's going through as well. I think the player has slipped the net there. It's Icons as well. He's got one. Looking for the second. Did Snoopy just take his own life?
I think so.
1v1. A 1v1. Icons is going to get this plant down. Surely not another clutch. Eric Boom has gone all the way through. That is going to be down to Snoopy. Pick this correctly. Eric Boom does not win another 1v1 against Icons. Oh my goodness. Over and over again, they cannot get it done. Icons. Clutch is up again. Against Eric Boom.
Look, Bryce, it's the battle of who can clutch better in this search and destroy. You can't forget that opening 2 rounds for Team War were 1v2, 1v1. Like, it was as close as could be for these guys. P7 got a little bit of momentum under them, but you can never count out Icons in a 1v like that. So 4 in a row. He's 10-4 in this map. Truly deadlifting this squad into the lead. It's a good day to be a Spartan. Anybody went to the movies, it's a good day to be Team War.
It's not a great day to be Eric Boom. He'll be very upset that he's lost 3 1v1s. Snoopy tries to thread that. Hasn't worked. Pretty cool though. Oh, Bane's just cleaning up as another chow comes through, and this is huge now for P7 Notorious. Bringing it back to 4-4 with these.
That Hellstorm didn't find anything. I mean, you were basically rocks on the map when that Hellstorm was coming down. I would have been a little bit upset. You get the information that there's one player over towards the B site, and I would have liked to see a little bit more urgency to take him away, but you trust in your teammate to get it done, and P7 Notorious are slowly breaking down the barriers on the other side, and tensions got a little bit high, especially when Snoopy started to fire up. You could see that it was electric on the side of P7 Notorious, but with it being 4-4, anyone's game still. Never know what to expect in these next couple of rounds.
Oh, Snoopy under a bit of pressure here, but goes under a 3 versus 3. Everybody just flying into the point here. Beans will find 2, but I believe it's going to be all about Icons again. Oh, he's found 1. He's found 2. Terror must be coursing through the veins of P7 Notorious every time Icons is left alive.
He didn't even get first shot in that fight, Bryce. Like, that was insane stuff. He just headshots at the end. Nearly makes it happen, but 1v3 not on the cards for Icons in that moment. P7 Notorious are going to be the ones to take map point in this second one on Gridlock. See if they could tie up this series in our winner's semifinal. And that is some beautiful layering that went on for the defense. The fact that Snoopy was safe and sound because Beans was behind him, hugging him with that M15. There's nothing Team War could do to get through those two. And it is an incredible discrepancy when you look at the stat boards on both sides.
Bomb down, advantage, P7 Notorious. Because just trying to get through, but can't do it. Snoopy's still alive as well. It's still a 4 versus 4. Now it's not. Now it goes down to 3 versus 3. Everybody's starting to get into this one. It's Icons to fly forward. He's looking for the kills. He's trying to get through. There's a foot. He gets it. Icons going for the chow. Not going to get it. Beans finds 2. It's now another 1v1. Beans has 2 health and a dream. Flames is running for this fight. Does he find it in the right corner? He's in the corner. He's in the corner. He's the other side. He hasn't seen it. Beans has managed to slip through. That is unbelievable way to end. And Beans gets it done, but he doesn't know how close to death he actually was.
They basically bumped shoulders. That's going to be one that if you watch it back, that is going to sting a little bit. But for Beans, what a good play call at the end. As soon as things start getting a little bit close, you got time, you hit the instant flank, you just get the hell out of there. Buy some time, collect yourself, and the timing will do the rest. Big Ben Beans ties up this series 1-1 in the best of 5, still giving P7 Notorious a shot at taking down Team War in the winter semis.
And that could have gone so badly. I mean, Beans had 2 health. He did find a 2-piece under that point as well. But Snoopy, obviously, big plays at the same time going through for him. Icons, bit disappointing for him in the end. 13-7. He was the main man that kept them close. 1v1s won consistently.
12-5 from Snoopy. I just think back to the round where he just absolutely took over for that 8 spree. You clean up, whatever you want to call it, the damage numbers across the board for P7 Notorious. You could see how well they were supporting each other on the defensive rounds and their offensive takes. Everything looked good for P7 on the gridlock search and destroy. Team War, a little bit of a stinker coming out between Flames, Dimensions, and Vic, and it really shows in the damage that they were not really like aware of the plays that P7 were throwing at them, and constantly getting caught with your knife out, caught on rotation, trying to make a play, but you're a little too eager to get in the action. And you're walking right into P7, who have done their homework, they have watched your VODs, and they know exactly how to handle you on a map like Gridlock Search and Destroy. This is a map that Team War, they looked fantastic against Bush on this one yesterday. So for today to look as flat as you did, I wouldn't really chalk that up into an underperformance from Team War rather than P7 just really understanding the way that they work this map.
I mean, this has been huge for them. I mean, this, if you think about what we've seen, right? If you kind of run down the timeline and be honest with yourself, if it wasn't for Icons, this would have been a complete mess. If it wasn't for 3 1v1s, in fact, I think it was, 3 1v1s to P7 Notorious is 1, it would have been even more one-sided. Over and over again, P7 Notorious technically had the advantage there. They were down 3-0, and they lost. They won 6-4. So that was pretty dominant if you take all that context and stick it into this equation from P7 Notorious on that S&D. Even if you kind of split the 1v1s, it's like, they should have had another round realistically, but hey, what you can do against Icons?
You can't do it against Icons. This is best case scenario for P7 Notorious, Bryce, because yesterday versus P7, your sister org, you went to Den Overload, and Johnny went 32-21 for a 7-1 win against them. Like, it wasn't even close. Team War is a little bit of a different beast, I will say. In terms of Overload, this is one of the better game modes for Team War in terms of the respawn. Icons has made certain of that in the performances he's had on it, but I think that for both of these two teams, this is going to be a very competitive map 3, and for P7 Notorious, riding the momentum from that Gridlock Search and Destroy, I think I'd give a little bit of an edge to them now.
Well, only time will tell us. Everybody getting resettled in. Looking to make sure that they're hydrated and locked in. Looks like a bit of a conversation going on from the coaching staff. I have no idea what B-Sport is trying to tell him here. You know, if you go into this part of the map, and then have you considered flanking? Have you considered that? Maybe that's what he's telling him. I don't know. I can't read lips very well there, Seymour.
I'm not even going to attempt to try to read these lips. It is not my forefront at all in terms of skill. I just know that for Team War, you got one of the vibiest leaders ever in Challengers for Flames, and he's probably telling the boys, all right, let's mellow out. This is what we do. We win overloads. Search and Destroy might have gotten away with us. A little bit of a flip in the script of what to expect for this Team Wars mantra, but I mean, there should be nothing but confidence in this team that they could still go and steal away this overload from P7 Notorious, and they know that. I don't even think they look panicked. They don't look nervous. They just look confident going into this one, even with dropping that map too.
They certainly do. While waiting for this one to kick off, I think it's about to because of the way that the fist bumps are going through. We talked about OMiT earlier on, the team that have made their way to the grand final. Here's some stats from Challengers Intel. 4-0 in series so far, 12-0 in map count. The average hard point score they've had is 250 to 145. They're 24-5 in S&D round count, and they're 28-6 in overload score count. OMiT have ran to the grand finals and not looked back. Sorry, the winners finals and not looked back.
They've chalked themselves a spot in Paris too, so champs, EWC, who knows what they can do. Again, like I said yesterday, Bryce, imagine if we get another OMiT team to go upset one of the top teams in CDL at EWC. Like, that would be insane. They nearly did it against some of those teams at the Pro-Am, so we know what they do. They've only gotten better since Major 3, since that Pro-Am, so our team should be worried about these guys and what they're going to bring.
We'll find out. But it is all still to play for, and well, there is the first score going in from Team War. They have done a very big blitz moving forward. For the second here, got to find a couple more kills before you can make that one happen, but Eric Boom says no, shuts it down before the relay. Although I say that, that relay's going mid.
This is going to be a fast flip from Flames. They get out of this situation. Will put Snoopy down with that pistol, but it is going to be stopped from P7 Notorious. And one thing for a lot of people who don't really watch Challengers, this Team War squad, they are known for ending halves in record time. So P7 Notorious really need to be vigilant about a lot of these flanks, because that is what sets things apart on a map like Den. So if you let these NPCs behind you, you are going to have a really tough time.
So they're trying to get somebody through on the flank here. That's basically key to victory, and it's going to be Snoopy for 3. Johnny will clean it up for the 4th, and well, they were waiting for it, and Snoopy said, all right, I've got this. Don't worry. Game on my shoulders. I will run it.
Just because they say that's Team War's mantra, like, that's what to expect from the squad, doesn't mean that P7 Notorious can't do it either. We just saw Snoopy go absolutely nuclear on the gridlock search and destroy. And big plays there to tie things up. Dimensions trying to fight for lights control. You do have Icons putting pressure down mid. He's going to be caught up in a fight, so if he can get behind this, that'd be a job well done. But Icons gets caught. It's a flurry of kills from P7 Notorious. And maybe if you can get Flames down, it's going to be a shot at that A zone. But instead, just like Notorious, just going to be playing for the kills.
Oh, this is always a difficult one to really grab here for P7 Notorious. Pushing through this choke point is difficult at the best of times, and that's why they're going for the wrap. Mentions pops. Trying to hit the flank here if he can, but the rest of the Team War are moving into position as well, so this wrap isn't going to be the most successful at this point.
Chill. Johnny just can't lock down a shot if it goes for the knife, and Johnny's not going to let that one happen.
That one up, that resets and goes the other side.
Yeah, it does, but nobody's going to be there to get a fast rally. Just will be in this position to stop this. So for Vic, he's just got to bide his time, see what kills he can find. He doesn't get anything.
They're going to try and make this play. They've got 2 bodies going through it. It's Johnny who's punching a hole. Stu's trying to dive over and doesn't get any further. Stopped by Flames. Beans here as well. Eric Boone picks it up and scoops. But it's not going to be enough. This is a horrible choke point to run through if you do not have control. And now Team War will run it back.
Stalemate for the past 3 minutes. No real shot at a cap, except for that one that we saw for P7 Notorious, but a little over-eager. And the leap into action was Snoopy. Icons keeping things steady. He's just going to scoop it up and wrap over to team side. He's got a couple of lead blockers. You got Snoopy in a great position, too, to try to set up their broken. This could be exactly what we saw in the first half.
Problem is, again, it's such a defensive masterclass. This map has become notorious for this, and that's no pun on P7. It is easy to stop the EMP on this map from moving. There are choke points everywhere.
Snoopy, oh my god.
He's still alive. He's still alive. He's still moving.
All he's doing is just blocking those spawns. Mention's got to make the god play here. He's going to slide right into the lion's den, and no shots come in time, and P7 take a lead at the end of the first half. 26 seconds. Ball's going to spawn back over to mid. More don't really have the position to scoop this one. You are trying to get there if you're Flames, but you're losing all the battles to 10.
Who gave Snoopy 300 health? That doesn't seem particularly fair.
Real.
Alive and making the kills over and over again, and Team War must have just been frustrated. Could not get him down. EMP going to be scooped though. Snoopy still alive. He's going to eventually fall here. A little bit of overtime. A free play for P7 Notorious, but Beans doesn't have any friends.
Soon enough, he might if he waits long enough. 20 seconds. He's trying to make a play. Everybody from Team War turns around, deals with it. It's all eyes forward for this push that's going to happen. You got to do is stop the objective, and that's moving us to a second half on Den Overload. P7 Notorious struggling out the gates. It was a brilliant opening from Team War to get that first capture on the board, but for the tin spawn and the rooftop spawn, you could just see P7 Notorious with their speed on these 3 NPCs just whittling down the numbers, looking for that play, looking for somebody to just open up an opportunity. And Snoopy, he does it not just once, but he does it twice for his team.
Can they continue this pace, though? Snoopy is brilliant, but can he continue to be a catalyst that unlocks this map for them? It's only a 1-score game. Team War still very much in this fight. And, well, Vic managed to take down Snoopy quick.
Team War gotta collect themselves, Bryce. I'm saying this efforts seem a little bit scattered, but it's definitely not as composed as what we're looking to see from Team War, as what we're known to see from Team War. And a lot of it's comes down from the consistency of this guy right here. 11 and 10. It's not a bad stat line at all, but it's just what we're used to seeing for Flames. He's got the ball. He's waiting for his teammates. Vic is a little bit behind.
Here comes the push. Everybody's still trading, and Johnny finds the kills he needs too. Not good enough. Vic finds Johnny. Play's still alive technically, but they will get overwhelmed eventually, and they do. Here comes the wrap.
This wrap to rooftop's going to be brilliant. 2 players are going to be extremely late to it. It's essentially a 2v2 for the cap.
Problem is, one of them has a pistol. Trying to get through. Reinforcements have now got here. It's still stalled on the roof. Snoopy gets one, though. Johnny's going to be here with a nade. Trying to get through. Johnny finds one. Not going to be the second. More players piling in. That has gone in. More players are alive. And P7 Notorious are now in the lead 3-1.
I don't know how that happens, but Eric is happy to stroll his way in and just walk a 3-1 lead for his squad. Vic on the other side is just trying to put some pressure now into servers. Punches, and it's not going to get through. Eric, a double kill, shuts down the offensive attempt, grabs the ball. It's another wrap to the rooftops, and look at how deep the spawn is to throne room.
Johnny looking for that kill. Oh! Took a step too far. They're re-wrapping this. They're re-wrapping it. Because Beans is here. Does eventually fall. And Eric Boom is adrift at the moment in a sea of Team War. Eventually Snoopy comes to back him up. They are making this play long, but it is working because Snoopy's going to be here. Eventually falls to Flames. Team War cannot get a lid on this fire.
They can't even get possession of the ball. 7 P7 Notorious are maintaining. Out to rooftops. Beans trades it. Eric trying to make a play right through the center of the heart. You got a flank from Johnny. Nice shots from Flames. He's going to scoop it up and run. Snoopy will be trailing behind. Don't think anybody's going to be ready for it, but Dimensions, he will wait and he will watch. So that is your flank going to be dealt with. You need Fix to go big on the other side, though.
Already got one. Here comes the push, and that's a nade that's going to go down. This is going in for a score. Wait, one kill has stopped it. I don't think Beans can get there in time. And that will be another one for Team War. Game on. One score game. 2 minutes left.
Over to rooftop. This is where P7 Notorious have licked their best, but it just takes one moment here for Team War to start to ignite a comeback, and you can start to see the pieces fall together for this team. A rotation over to Tim. Again, you're going to get 2 lead blockers and a flank from Flames.
Beans will be holding. You see him all the way at the back there, just squeezed in. Eventually will fall. But he finds 2. Icons gets 1 back though. Gets his 2nd. And his 3rd. And this might even go home just off the back of Icons. We're going to have a tied game. Beans cannot do anything to slow it down. This overload is very much alive.
Oh, Icons. In his win yesterday versus Huntsmen, Icons on that exposure, he was 40 and 32. This might not be Scar hardpoint levels against the P7 Notorious, but that's a scary thing to see if you're P7 when Icons is making plays in your spawn. So trying to find some fundamental stability if you're P7 Notorious off of this swing that we've seen. And you got Eric so far deep into the spawns of Team War, but he has no traffic coming his way.
45 seconds, all that remains here. The Notorious have been, or were, leading for some time. That has disappeared. Dimensions has been a monster for Team War. Icons is now looking to join him. Here comes the move. EMP scooped. Icons looking for the player up top. Grabs him. Johnny finds 2. Oh, Icons runs out of the bullets. Eventually, the pistol works. EMP still live.
Little pistol whip there, and it's Flames' turn with the MPC. Can't get anything done. 10 seconds. Somebody's going to have to proc extra time soon. And you go for the touch. Eric's going to grab it. So 5 seconds left before we get it. Reset happens. Is anybody going to pick it up? They do. Snoopy has the ball in hand. He's got to be worried about Icons.
Oh, Icons is going to go down, though. Here comes the push. Already through now the service. Flames looking for it at the same time. They are dancing back and forth. He has 18 seconds. He might wrap this either way. It's all coming down to the fights. You can see both players looking for an advantage into this one. The Dimension's going to go down as well. It's a massive kill. Regulation draw. Oh, my goodness. I think that was a nade that got it.
It had to have been the nade that you throw off the wall just to give a little extra punch on that defensive step.
It is. It is. I just watched it back on the replay on my other monitor. Dimensions wall bounce nade took out the carrier after that site was clear. A clutch nade if you ever need it.
A second time, too.
Yeah, a P7, that's heart-wrenching. They got everybody. Dimensions threw it off the wall. And that saved them.
Regulation draw. We get extra innings here for Overload. E7 Notorious red hot at the end of that first half. Team War build themselves back up. Icon starting to make some good plays in the MPC. You got Dimensions having himself a game 30 and 22. Who's going to be the difference maker to see if they can open this one up? It was overtime versus Huntsmen yesterday. It took 2 minutes and 34 seconds for Team War to cap on that map. P7 Notorious looking to beat that.
Eric Bohm is trying to stay alive here on a 6 streak. They're still going to be out. Johnny also trying to stay alive. They've lost a bit of momentum, and Vic will take down Eric Bohm before he can do any more damage. Here comes the push out towards the front. Johnny finds 1. Still staying alive here. Beans will find a 2nd. Snoopy will try and back this one up, but he has the EMP. This is a wobbly one with a pistol. Snoopy goes down. That is still a stalled game.
Still stalled game. Flames is just going to grab it and run. This is going to be a late rotation, and if you could find a kill there for your Dimensions, then maybe you have a chance. Instead, it's just chasing shadows. You lose every single battle, and now you got P7 players in your spawn. This could be a counter cap immediately.
Oh, spawns haven't worked out for at the moment. Team War are going to be close. They've actually got by the side. Snoopy's like, oh, okay, everybody's lost every gunfight. Still staying alive with it, but not for long. Scooped again. This time, Team War fighting.
Oh, yeah, outside the rooftops. He's going to be taken down by big flanks from Eric Boom. Nobody's going to be watching it, but a couple kills coming through from Team War. You need Eric to be the difference maker. He's shut down. Flame's still alive, but he doesn't have the ball in his hand. Can he get there in time? He wraps back. It's on the other side of the window, and he's just playing for kills.
Oh, he isn't able to grab it. Pizza Notorious is now reinforced in depth. A couple of kills going down. Fiend's looking for them with the NPC. That's 3 more down. The reset is now going to be in. Team War are going to be at that B site. P7 Notorious should know it.
It gets a little bit easier with that kill onto Eric. This should completely be stalled out. Just cannot go down here. This is not where you want to break apart.
Everybody fighting. P7 Notorious hoping that they can just trade after trade, but this is a nightmare scenario. Here comes the push again. Team War trying to get through. Snoopy's going to stay alive with this pistol and this EMP. Reinforcements are trying to get here again. This is an absolute slog. They cannot push through, but they are sending an Eric Boom to the back. Eric Boom's gone. Hope's died.
Oh, yeah, Dimensions is quite literally radar on, watching for these flanks every single time. Eric can't catch a break. And you're just continuously slowed down. Johnny, Snoopy, they just bully their way through. Pop off for Snoopy. He's got the adjustment with Johnny alongside him, and eventually they pull trigger. Team War not ready for it. Lots of time for the answer back, but P7 strike first.
It took a while. It took a lot of bodies and a lot of bullets and a lot of effort to get that one over the line. Time's not as quick as they would like. Team War more than have the capability of returning the favor.
2 minutes and 50 seconds. This is not going to be comfortable for P7 Notorious at all, considering that this is the more preferred side for both teams. So you got to take some initiative here. And Snoopy, he's going to know that. Tries to make the play for the top window. Nobody's got tin control. So Team War behind you. Dimensions looking to work for some positioning.
Here comes Team War's first push. And just keeping played out of it. Eric Boom is getting through the middle here a little bit. Johnny's going to try and strike while the flame is hard, but it's a pinstripe kill feed. Dimensions finds Snoopy though. One player left. It's going to be Beans to hold, but down he falls, and that's going to be capped. Beans sold his life out of it. They're going to go home with it. Surely no.
What?
The reinforcements get here. I thought that was done. It is not to be. Team War had an almost clear shot.
There's no trophies. You see Flames. He tries to backstep to avoid the stuns just to get that slide across, but it just gives that slight edge to P7 Notorious to get there in time. And now for the counter. You got Flames through mid. He's being flanked out. Snoopy won't win that battle, but it's still 3-on-3 in Dojo.
Oh, Johnny's found two, though. This is going home. This is over. This is P7 Notorious taking the lead 2-1. And Beans is telling them that was a real tense map, guys. I can't believe it went down to the wire. Good job, though.
GG's. Nice game. What a way to play through that Den overload. I mean, wow. It's not the wrong call there from Flames to take a little bit of a backstep to avoid those stuns. You know how treacherous it can be if you're hit by those tacticals, but a moment you feel just leaves in such a quick fashion. And Team War, that's going to be a killer for you, especially with how much work you put into trying to take him down. Somehow P7 get it done. Take the map 3, take the swing map mode combo, leading this series in the winners final after how much scrutiny we gave this team through Major 3, Major 4 performances. They get to champs, new look with Johnny, and an opportunity to just fast track their way to EWC with one more map.
Kind of a wild scoreline actually coming in from P7 Notorious. Obviously, you're going to get Johnny with the most kills. Snoopy 37 and 34. But then Beans has the most damage. He's got 27 assists. That was a weird one. We saw Beans obviously just constantly probably throwing bullets down range.
I mean, that is just the den special right there. So many engagements, so many kills coming through from these SMGs. That moment right there, I think you run out of bullets when Eric's trying to slide past you and the pistols just don't hit their mark. Teamwork brings it back. They do a good job at that, but that first half for P7 Notorious, it was relentless pressure towards those rooftops, and for the most of it too, if we had a stat that showed percentage of possession, this should have been an easier game for P7 Notorious with the amount of time held they had with that EMP device. Team War were just so fast on those counter caps and the rallies that they kept you on your toes. You take the win here if you're P7 Notorious, Bryce, and I mean, you will take that all day long going into the next hard points, especially with how close that map 1 was.
Well, this is an interesting Colossus hardpoint that is dawning upon us.
And
but the P7
Colossus.
Notorious do this in 3-1.
You couldn't have written this one just in the map set alone. At Team War are going into probably their worst hardpoint map and P7 Notorious' best hardpoint map. If you wanted to go game 5 here, that search and destroy seems a lot more important when you're looking at it from this perspective. So this is the opportunity that you want here if you're P7 Notorious. If you go to game 5, that is letting Team War into an opportunity to steal this one away. This has to be where P7 puts it away.
Well, so far Team War get the advantage in that first couple of fights. But I genuinely don't know how it's going to go. I mean, yeah, if we've been on that map 1 was down to icons, right? Can he do it again? Vince is looking for the player. Threads the needle, gets it done. Worry about it going down, but both teams are sort of hurling themselves at that P1. Pretty normal. P7 Notorious will have the advantage in terms of this P2 spawn to begin with, but you can already see Team War are now posturing for that position themselves.
Yeah, nice for Icons to have a good start. 3-1. Looking for 4. Good stuns coming up from P7 Notorious to clear out those back spawns. Lock down P2. You lose 15 seconds on that first hill, but this is the ideal setup. You need somebody to hop that hill. You're going to put Eric in that position. Bean's trying to walk the batch spawns. He's got an NPC in his hand. And he's able to get it done.
He's looking for the player, but it is cleanup time. Not a lot for them to actually do. Johnny looking, trying to be a bit careful here. As you can see that the players are now coming. Team War is trying to get their way forward as quickly as they can. 30 seconds of scrap time remaining. Flames looking for a big kill, but they're just not winning enough of the trays to put themselves in a position to really tell this. I say that as they've done it, but Johnny comes flying in for the rescue and finds another one with Eric. Boom.
It's a big break for Team War. That could have been ugly if you don't get any time off this hill. P7 still not going to let you get this one for free, but Vic, beautiful shots around the pillar. At least you get something off of this. Early rotation from P7 Notorious. Snoopy looking to catch a couple of players through mid. Finds nothing. Inside the tunnel, though, it's Johnny. Pops up. Icons takes him down. See if Icons can get a little bit more off of it. Waits his turn. Pops out. Good damage. Can anybody help him, though? Nobody's coming to Icons' assistance.
It's a good hold now from P7 Notorious. They're sending Snoopy. Here he goes. Oh, a little bit of timing. Snoopy has now managed to find his way through. Snoopy will get these players on the flank. There's one. Looks for the second. It's Snoopy. Around the world, around the houses. On the other side of it, Dimension's doing the same thing. But all this time, all these points are going towards P7 Notorious.
3 down again. I mean, this is why this team is so scary to play on a Colossus hardpoint. I can't believe Team War chowed them on it. 6 in a row for Snoopy before he falls. He's 12 and 9, 93 to 28. This is the same scenario flipped from what we had at the start of that Scar hardpoint where Team War was leading on Scar in the same exact fashion. P7 Notorious were able to bring it back, so shoes on the foot now to see what Team War can do, and they just cannot keep up with these subs. It's a 3-speed now for Johnny.
There's 4 for Johnny. Not going to be 5. Doesn't actually get taken down, but a lot of damage has been done. I think he's trying to stay alive at the same time, but he gets taken down by Eric Boom. I mean, P7 Notorious are moving with speed on this map. An NPC dream. As Eric Boom flies in for another one. It's going to be another trade out towards the back here. It's going to be Icons versus Snoopy. Icons with 2. There is a little glimmer of hope just burst through the clouds there as they can get some scrap time on this map.
Scrap time's all they ever get off this map, right? That's not going to be good enough. Into the second set of rotations, Icons and Dimensions need a turnaround. They need a pick-me-up. They are getting outslayed by a mile at the moment. And P7 are not giving you any chance to breathe. They want to just get right back in your face. The hip fire from Snoopy snaps over. Johnny looking for the rest. He won't get through Dimensions. But if P7 now whittling down the numbers, you got the setup. Now trophies on P1. This could be a money hill.
Looking from Eric Boom is high, and he finds another one here. Eric Boom's 13 and 6. And they flip the spawn here. Now, they will work to get this one back here as P2 is very, very important. And that's why you're going to see Beans go all the way around the outside. He's actually coming back towards Statue. He's going to be caught before he can do too much damage, unfortunately. But this is still very much the game here for P7 Notorious.
Just take your time. No need to give up silly lives. And wait for everybody else to hit this alongside you. You've been winning these trades again and again, so you give Team War an opportunity to hold this hill, and they're not going to waste it. 3 go down for P7 Notorious. Clearance gives them scrap time yet again. Not just that, they will have the spawns for P2. This needs to turn into good time.
This is everything now for Team War. This P2 hold could very much define this. Here comes the pressure. P7 Notorious moving into position. They've got nothing on the outside now. It's all through the middle here. Dimensions finds one. It's easy pickings. Johnny has found one, but that's all it's going to be. A reset now as a hold comes in for Team War.
Suddenly, this game becomes a little bit more interesting, as you can see. They're really turning things up. 3 down, Icons pops off. He gets full 4 down for the team. 30 seconds still off this hill, and now Icons with a Hellstorm in his pocket. You could have asked for the kid to turn up at a better time.
Oh, looking for it. There's going to be clearance. Bit of scrap time. I know they're still out towards the back. A bit of a split spawn actually coming in. Vic will manage to take down somebody surely, as he is going to be on it. It's going to be Beans who falls to that player. Johnny finds that player, but this is going to be back towards P3, and P3 was held so well by P7 Notorious. There was very little else they could do.
This time you got the Hellstorm. And 2 opening kills. I mean, you're just going to look for these players on the outside. You actually catch Johnny through Statue. You win this fight versus Eric. This is a good setup. The only thing that you wish you had is God-heady control, and that's where P7 are spawning.
Snoopy for a big chow around it. Can I get it done? Eric Boom though flies in. Eric Boom for another chow is not going to get it. And that's 30 seconds of scrap time that Team War can now find. And that will put them almost in a tied game scenario as we look towards P4.
Got a pinch around the back. Big fight for Flames to take. He's not going to win it. With Snoopy damage, he's going to back on down. Dimension somehow still alive. Trying to steal this time away from P7 Notorious. If he can win this fight, that'd be huge for the team. But P7 looking to maintain this lead heading into P4. However, Bryce, I mean, considering the last rotation, Team War have battled their way back. This is certainly a battle that Team War are not going to give up easy.
You see Team War trying to get a position there. Snoopy going down as well. So he'll get one back here. Flames trying to get into that. It's huge fight to find. Still going to be a spawn here for P7 Notorious, but they've already been battered. There's not going to be a split spawn yet. They didn't manage to get into a blocking position. Snoopy still fighting for his life out towards the front here as Team War desperately trying to get back into this point. Eric Boom shuts it down a little bit. Johnny gets a second one here. They are now staggering the spawns of Team War, and that might be enough to put them in lethal range.
It might be, and that is a devastating missed opportunity for Team War after Flames has such a good pop-up shell on that hill, looking to see if he can steal away that extra scrap time. Flames gets the spawn in the back, and it looks like you will. Question is, who's going to get to P1 first, and will Team War get the trophies down in time?
Still, anyone's game. Advantage to P7 Notorious, but Dimensions just doesn't get the corner before he can get it done. P7 Notorious will now try to get this above 200 points as easily as they can. And the more they hold it, the harder it will be for Team War to really set up shop, because they will have to chow this. They cannot afford to let these points go.
You have to get in here, but again, P7 Notorious are just falling into their winning ways of winning every single fight. Across the map, 35 seconds. You don't win off this hill, but you can make it certainly impossible for Team War to take this one away from you, as every second just feels like another nail in the coffin for this squad. P7 Notorious are just moments away from a spot at EWC and the winner's final.
A couple of kills. Team War still able to do this. It is not impossible. They're going for the P2. Notorious will be above 225 points. Now they get out of the hill. The 223. Here comes the fight. It's massive now for Team War to hold this, and hold it they do. For Notorious, they have the option of slow rolling this. Not only the entirety of this hill, but the next one as well.
Icon's down low. It's got to be the cutoff man. Good for one. Mentions clears out blue. Slow and steady now for Team War. Pick up your routes. Hold these lanes. And don't overchow. That's the thing for Team War right now, because as soon as you do, you know P7 Notorious are just going to rip you off these headies. Team stun onto Snoopy, but Eric follows it up. 20 seconds, you're in. You can win off this.
Team War out towards the back. Here comes Flames, looking to try and thread the needle, but Eric, boom, grabs him. They're still holding on to this point here as well. I think that is going to be enough to not allow them to win onto this one. But damage might have been done. It is going to be Team War who take some of this scrap time as we go towards P3. Both teams can now win it onto this one. For Team War, it's a little bit more of a difficult prospect, but still more than plausible.
Flames has to do it all. Eric on the inside of green. Looking for 3. Not going to happen. Spawns on blue. P7 won't take their time. They're going to hit this one right away. Johnny over the top. The break is in, and there's going to settle it down.
It's still going though. Eric Boom looking for that player on the inside. Looking for a massive kill if he can make it. He knows now they have the advantage. They're looking for it. They need 7 seconds. Icons dancing around trying to get it. Now it's going to be Vic who flies in. Eric Boom finds a second. That might be enough. The rest of the reinforcements are here. Bean finds his own too. And P7 Notorious are in the driving seat. 5 seconds to go. Team War need a miracle out of this one. And Snoopy and everybody flies into the point, and it's done. It was close, but it was not close enough. And P7 Notorious will march on. And they will go to the winners final against OMiT. Team War will get another chance in the lower bracket. But they didn't want to be there to begin with.
They did not. And EWC has found another challenger in Project 7, Notorious, having their way to Paris in a couple of weeks. That is not what these players are worried about right now. It has been a dreadful past few months for these four players, and one small roster change with Johnny, a little bit of a change in the mentality going into this tournament. And it looks like that has been exactly what the doctor ordered for the conquest back to the top of P7. Notorious, Beans, Johnny, Eric, Snoopy, everybody having their way on Colossus Hardpoint. This is why you don't play them on Colossus, Bryce. I'm telling you, you do not want to match them on this map.
Oh, they just seemed happy to continually mix it up. Obviously, got a little bit shaky there with that P2 hold that from Team War that could have gone very, very well, but the headbutt worked, and it's one of those ones where sometimes the rotations favor you, and if you can get it locked in and rebuff a couple, you almost guarantee yourself just a lion's share of time. P7 Notorious, though, kept that pace going the entire time, over and over again. And never allowed Team War to really breathe, even when they had a hold potential. And that's allowed them to move into the top 3.
I mean, so many times where Team War put up a valiant fight to claw their way back into this hard point. At one point, it was 90-30. And Team War bring it to about 10-point difference into the P4 rotation. Second set of hills. And it's as soon as things got close again. I mean, you go to those P1s, you just look at how good P7 Notorious are at allowing these NPCs to free roam through stat steal, just play off of each other's contact on that first hill, and just layer pressure over pressure onto where these power positions are for a map like Colossus. It's a fast map. It's really hard to dictate that pace. But for a team that's core structure is built around 3 submachine gun players, it is the perfect map for them to go to.
Well. Things have been written and things have been said. But we will find out how it actually goes down, because we have more games here at the Challengers Final. It never stops as we see the elimination rounds are about to kick off. We found our winners final. We need to find the rest. OMiT, Brooklyn, and Huntsmen, that's already fighting. Team War and Telluride Bush Gaming will also continue. That'll be the next game I think we'll probably end up seeing. But, well, OMiT Brooklyn already won up over the Huntsmen, so maybe we'll jump into that in a very short period.
And another rematch between Team War and Telluride Bush. Bryce, how many times are we going to see these two go head-to-head? Bush looking for the revenge. Day 1 wasn't so good for this team. Day 2 looking to be the complete turnaround. They made the losers bracket run in Atlanta. Why can't they do it again at Champs?
Well, we'll find out. I mean, everything's still to play for. One loss does not make a tournament. It's the second one that really hurts. But these two teams will have the opportunity to move forward. Who goes into our top 3 as well? We do not know. We do know, though, that everybody left in this competition is very talented. Let's find out how much after this break. Don't go anywhere. More action here at Challenger Finals.
Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers Finals, day number 2. Little swap here of the casters, so Bryce and Seymour can take a breather after some of those electric games that we kickstarted our day with, but the action doesn't stop here. Dandro here back on the mic alongside Enigma. And Enigma, I would love to kind of get your thoughts and do a nice little top of show rundown, but we don't have time because we have games ripping already. Huntsmen and OMiT Brooklyn currently battling here in a search and destroy. This is, of course, happening on our Bravo stream, hopping in to round number 2. It's been a great day of Call of Duty so far, my friend.
Oh, it certainly has been a blast to watch in the back alongside yourself. We've been oohing and ahhing a couple of the superstar moments. We've thrown a couple of questions out there to what some of our players are doing. Johnny, there is a ledge, by the way, on the outside of the map that you decided to straight wander off. But also, of course, we're starting to dot the I's and cross the T's on plenty of our storylines, including the fact that 2 of our EWC places have been solidified. 1 more remains, and for that, the teams must run the juggernaut of the lower bracket and get themselves to losers finals. Both of these teams will be able to do just so. OMiT Brooklyn, well, to put it simply, absolutely stomped Huntsmen in the hard point. For now, 1 round and 1 player down inside the second D.
Let's see what he can make happen. Turiel tries to go for that bomb plant pretty quickly, but that's the heads up. We'll play his life, and that's until you run right into 3 members of the Huntsmen. Talk about getting hunted. So it's not going to be in a 4v2. Paul X and DC trying to stay alive. Some initial shots from Paul there. Your teammate gets taken out on the other side. You find one, but it's all for not Huntsmen. We'll put another round on the board there. Feels like for probably OMiT Brooklyn, you know, just a little bit of an opportunity there where you'll lose some early players. You're trying to maybe regain a little bit, but good to see that Huntsmen have not let that hard point truly shake them yet, right? Coming to the search and destroy, still going to play on top of it, still going to make those plays and just say, hey, all right, we're going to take it 1 map at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the way you have to be at this level. Experience has to start to kick in at some point. You are going to have maps where you simply get run over. Just got to focus on with the game plan that comes next. And currently up 8-2 in kills over the 2 rounds. Brooklyn looking to find some firepower early here, and they're going to send a couple plays either side of this map. Huntsmen, they've bully balled through the middle, just looking to play the trade situation.
Again, fast plants coming out. Back-to-back rounds. But this time, looks like Renegade will actually be able to get that rock down. 45 seconds on the clock here, and he actually even finds one on the exit. DC for a nice little trade, though, to even up the tides. 3v3, though, as the routes finally starting to come on through, but a heads-up play. Huntsmen, they'll go back-to-back rounds to go up 3-0 already in the search and destroy.
Yeah, I love it. I feel like Brooklyn were looking... We've seen it a couple of times. You let the opposing team take that bomb site, you look for a little bit of a pick off the site, or just a couple of exits, or the other option, which is what Brooklyn seemed more interested in, was trying to set themselves up for a collapse around the site. Huntsmen, though, they don't stand still while that bomb's going down. They've got other thoughts in mind. Johnny on the spot and get themselves pushed out to play the gunfights and do enough to cut Brooklyn down. So great stuff. Talked about it. Very much a wind taken out of their sails after map 1, the suffering they went through. Finding their footing early. Clean so far, 3-0 up.
If you are OMiT Brooklyn, find some momentum here in this search and destroy, and opening up onto Renegade. It's a first blood for Turiel. Unfortunately, Brack answers right back, drops a nade on the head. Yuli through the smoke. Finds Turiel there. Some more kills on that outer side, and just the teamwork from the Huntsmen. It's looking a little too good right now. Turiel not able to deal with it.
Yeah, super smooth from this squad, and you see the excitement popping up on the left side of your screen there as Major Maniac leads the troops and tries very much so to just continue to lift their spirits in this one. We talked about the changes that came in at the start of this event. Johnny out, Yuli in. A large part of that was to lift team morale.
Yeah.
Having now watched Johnny walk his way into an EWC spot. A couple of questions, no doubt, internally in that team. And, well, for Huntsmen, just continue to focus at the task at hand, not all the noise that's going on elsewhere. And it's serving them well. Up 4-0. It's back to the same old strat. Get aggressive through B, drop the smoke. Actually, Renegade's going to go down low with the bomb. Maybe a change up at hand here.
Well, you have to make sure that you know how to play this, though, because it's all 3 members of OMiT Brooklyn kind of swarming and hovering around this A site. Tack gets thrown underneath thanks to that nice little upper doorway wall hop. You'll get the confirmation and say, there's somebody up top here. Got to be careful about how we want to try and push this. Renegade's sensing there's got to be somebody coming from a different angle, but a slide out from Yuli Cuts down Paul X. First blood going to the side of the Huntsman here. And he might have just found the timing. Pops up, cuts down DC. It's now just Gwyn and Two Real. And are you going to read this? Snake in the grass. Two Real behind the bar. He'll get dealt with very handedly. And in the elevator shaft, Gwyn is there. I like the play from Two Real. Unfortunately, it kind of doesn't matter overall in the round. But right now, Huntsman about to just maybe deliver a swift return in this series here in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I love the idea out of Two Real. The problem is right now Huntsmen operating in pairs. Essentially, a full pack, of course, when they're getting pushed out in that initial. They seem to be splitting off in 2 sets of 2s. In that moment, you've got the 2 players around the bomb site just covering over one another. As soon as that kill comes out of Two Real, ingenious, yes, but instantly traded. So impactful, no. And Huntsman making this incredibly quick and clean. The opposite side, Gwyn yet to find a kill in this one. Everybody negative. It has to be the moment where Brooklyn come alive. Otherwise, all that effort from that one, we're tied straight back up.
All 4 members from OMiT Brooklyn, they'll try and take this round aggressively. Unfortunately, you're just not ready for Renegade to be in the position. Gwyn will deal with him handedly. Make sure this stays in the even numbers in the 3v3. Huntsmen have to make sure that they know how to play around this bomb, but you have 2 over at A, and it's just Brack kind of by himself in Narnia. Finally, he'll start to make his way on over with the teammates. Bomb will get planted.
With all the noises going on elsewhere, he might be able to get in through the backside. Does find the all-important kill. 1v2 for Gwyn.
Yeah, Gwyn, 1 and 5. If you make it 3 and 5, this is a way to keep it going. Okay. I don't know. Maybe Gwyn kind of finally wiped the crusties out of the eyes in this one. OMiT Brooklyn, they'll stay alive for one more round.
How the hell Gwyn gets away with that, I don't know. I think it becomes a bit more brain spray, to be completely honest with you. I don't think the Huntsman will end up caring overall. You're likely closing this map out, but a little bit of an eyebrow raiser for pretty much everybody sat at that table. So, yeah, lovely stuff out of Gwyn. Honestly thought Brack had made the play. He does very well. Let's all the fight go on elsewhere. The 2 teammates stay alive for a longer time. Probably got that call. Look, I'm collapsing it through the back. Just stay up for me. Seemingly it settled this one, but Brooklyn with 1 back on the board. Long ways to go. It's that big hit from the mid. Oh, Renegade gets his jump all wrong, so the nade's going to be late to the party.
They hear any of the pops hopping around here, but down low. Renegade tries to take that chow against Gwyn. Unfortunately for him, Gwyn's going to be able to win that fight this time here. And Gwyn might be able to find a hot second. Another bomb carrier? Yep, you sure can. You snap to the back stairs. But it's a quick little hop. Puts him up here. A little 1v2 for the round win. It's having Gwyn feeling a little good. OMiT Brooklyn looking to take it 1 round at a time. Fight their way back into this Search and Destroy.
Remember all of about 60 seconds ago when I said that Gwyn needs to get off the mark? I'm pretty sure he's now like 6 and 5. Guy is suddenly very turned. It's a tough one for Huntsman to really read into. You get that push out through the bottom. Gwyn gets there incredibly aggressively. And it's just Renegade misses his jump. He goes up. He wants to launch that nade, drop back down low and cover off that doorway. When you miss the jump, nade goes out late. The drop comes through late, and Gwyn's already waiting for you. Renegade's caught with his gun up. And that suddenly means you got a player in behind, just splinters everything that the Huntsman would have set up for that round. So Brooklyn now drop a strategy again. Pop the smoke in the doorway. Aims to get the bomb down, but Two Real takes a hell of a lot of damage. Slow this down.
Tries to bounce a nade, and he's got the bomb, and he's going to be tipping the spear in this play already. But it's a team nade from DC onto Gwyn as he takes down Renegade. So you're even not going to be able to feel the presence of that first blood going your way. Yuli on the outside will handedly deal with DC. Brack cuts down another, and just like that, OMiT Brooklyn, we're starting to feel the surge of momentum on their side, but it will all get cut down by a team nade. It's now just Paul X in a 1v3. Can you isolate these into the fights that go your way? He has to get lost. A couple of shots, though, but the Huntsmen, these are vets. They know exactly how to play this. They're not going to give Paul X the opportunity, and bomb is down on the outside. 20 seconds on the clock. We basically got to see a miracle happen here. Throwing shoulders, just trying to stay alive here. You did it. You did okay, Paul. You elongated the round, just not enough. Huntsman will take home this Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and they certainly needed it. Again, the opening map, 250 to 133 in the end on Colossus in favor of Brooklyn. So very much so a statement made early, but consider an answer to the questions if you are the Huntsmen. Could have been a 6-0, to be completely straight with you. It's then 2 weird rounds that go the way of Brooklyn, largely off the back of some superstar performances out of Gwyn. But overall, very much so sat in the Huntsman's hands. So we square up then level. Take a look at our scoreboard. Julie 10-4. That's a lovely little statistic. Brack 8-3. And I go back to some of the plays he was making on the flank, just collapsing him from behind, doing a lot of the Lord's work out there. For Brooklyn, the one player that you can talk about is Gwyn. For everybody else, it's a slow showing.
Yeah, definitely need to kind of, I think, turn it up here when we get ready to head on into this overload. But already we're seeing some back and forth, and this is the fun part of the bracket, Enigma. This is where we start to see these juggernaut teams really battling it out. This is where we start to see these sort of, going against each other that has happened all year long finally come to fruition. And it's funny because really for Huntsmen and Brooklyn, they actually through this year haven't faced each other a ton. You and I were talking about it. Last time these two teams matched up, it was a matchup in Atlanta and a matchup in Paris, but they were completely different teams in both of those events. So this is the first time that obviously since a couple of those roster changes have come through that these teams are meeting up with each other. Tied up the series 1-1 as they get ready to head on into an overload. But man, this bracket as it's continuing to brew on through, Enigma, we kind of were looking at it. We're like, man, every single match, no matter where you look on this bracket, it's a banger. It is top teams trying to battle it out. For some of them to go deeper into the bracket, for others to literally just keep their tournament life alive.
Yeah, I know a lot of you are going to be obviously keeping an eye on Call of Duty League champs at the minute, and understandably so. If you get any breaks in the play, you're not going to be missing much by jumping over here and catching some of the classics that are about to line up. We got obviously Bush v War waiting in the wings, Huntsman against Brooklyn next. Later on, you're going to have OMiT against P7 Notorious in winners finals. Of course, both of those have already booked their EWC spots. The winner of the Brooklyn Huntsman and War Bush series then play one another to elimination round 3 to decide who gets the final EWC spot. So a hell of a lot of things on the line. And yeah, this is a absolutely glorious bracket. It's weird because if you look at the balance of all these teams, you feel like they deserve a spot at EWC just on the talent and stories of this year alone on all these rosters. But well, that is the fine nature of the game. The stakes at play here. Only one more will find their way into Paris. Very much so fighting for glory.
Well, that matchup that we just take a look at, OMiT Brooklyn and Huntsman, that's happening on our Bravo channel. But what's coming up on Alpha? We got to talk about this one, Enigma. It is a Telluride Bush seeking revenge against Team War. We saw Team War. They went up against that P7 Notorious team, and they did not look like the Team War that we saw yesterday. Telluride Bush, a lot of talk on the timeline, some words from ownership, not happy with the performance of yesterday. The boys, they hop in VOD review in the living room of the Airbnb. They're locked in. They are feeling good today. A quick 3-0 to start their day against Mindfreak. But let's talk about the maps and modes that we have here. Hacienda, Den, Scar, Colo, Gridlock. How do you feel just overall looking at this map set?
If you're a Bush fan, then you're looking a lot at that map 4 in Colossus Hardpoint. You're a big fan of that, and you showed that out last time around. The thing is, for me, it all comes down to the S&Ds. We've seen how good War have been in Search, and in my honest opinion, Bush threw that last one on Raid. They had 3 different rounds where they should have closed the series out. No doubt, walking away from that quite wounded. And the words from Jerry are understandable. It's frustration boiling over because he knows how good this team can be. If you're a Team War fan, you are, again, probably leaning on the S&Ds. You're good at pretty much all of those. The one key factor is to walk away with that map 1 right there, because the Hacienda Hardpoint has been somewhere this team has liked traditionally. Some of that data does include when it was Rispy in there instead of Icons, but with Icons bringing that extra firepower to this team, I don't see them being any weaker here. If anything, they're only going to grow stronger.
I'm looking at basically sort of 2 players to watch, and we were able to do kind of a head-to-head here. On the side of Telluride Bush, I'm looking at Trakes, right? Trakes has been sort of the upgrade it feels like this team has needed. Oftentimes when the games don't look like they're going great, he's the only player who's absolutely, kind of going huge in the moments that you need it. You see him on screen right there, dapping up Coach Donnie Temp. But on the other side, I'm looking at Vic. Vic had some world star performances yesterday, right? Was a big reason why Team War was able to stay in and eventually take that series against the Telluride Bush. What I saw earlier against that P7 Notorious game, Vic maybe coming out a little bit flat, has had a break, mentally reset. Maybe you can get back in form here, but you mentioned how important this Hacienda Hardpoint is. Let's get it started.
scoring will begin. As pretty much every player gets a shot off at somebody. Will be Team War with the early footprint in P1. But again, so much of this is irrelevant. It's all that setup for P2.
Yep.
Trent is actually pushed through. Needs to be wary about flipping out in the moment. It's actually going to force crawl it with a spawn out. It splits in the end for Flames. But Drake says, all right, you know what? I don't give a damn about no spawn situation. I'm just going to drop forward to kick things off, feeling himself in this one.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about flipping out when the entire enemy team is just dead, right? I mean, it is just insane. And he's still going as well. The shots are landing. I mean, getting an early Hellstorm here for this inevitable rock hill that we're about to have could be huge. But obviously P2 will come online. Bush will hold the spawns as well. Trying to just get any amount of info. Trake's 1 kill away from being able to grab that Hellstorm. As he is just spinning right now. You find one more. Shots at the arches. Vic will stop the Argentinian from getting that streak. And now it's a full hit from the back. And you actually even get some of those rock spawns coming on in. Team War, they're trying to get these reinforcements here. Enigma, Bush, they have to hold the line.
I feel like Drake should just step on the point there and make sure that he gets that Hellstorm. Don't get me wrong, it might not matter in the long scheme of things, but if we get to a situation where War just hunkered down in like a rock hill or something, probably looking back at that at the moment where a bit of friendly artillery would have gone a very long way. And up Team War walks straight in through the front door, trades a foot. Dimension's going to play here for a lovely little two-piece, clean things up. Scrap time goes their way, so that explosion out of the gates from the Telluride Bush, while absolutely stunning from a certain Argentinian in particular, will mean absolutely nothing because Team War take the lead on the rotation to 3, but Bush do have the setup in place, and you might miss Flames if you're not careful here.
Guns are hot, but you also have to just still play the fundamentals. Capsule. You're on this top office side. You're getting some idea of where these other Team War players are. Unfortunately for you, the rest of your team is getting cut down across the map. Bush will be able to get into the hard point for now, but all 4 members of Team War starting to circle around. Icon's going to bring down Cammy, but it's a team kill that inevitably will leave Bush in the positive numbers. They're going to hold on to this point for the time being, but it's still back and forth, Enigma. Good time. You hold the lead if you are Telluride Bush, but by far are we not even close to this map being done.
Not a very long way to go just yet. One thing right now is Bush have been rotated in for 2 and 3. To be fair, 2 was more of a decimation than a rotation. But War have had answers on both occasions, breaking in. So you're a little bit concerned if you're Bush early on what your defensive setups look like. War have all the answers. As soon as they figure out a rotation, you might start to see a gap appear. Doesn't matter for now, Bush, they're in for 4.
Woo! Big Byron here at the Rock. He's going to be able to find the kills that he needs to. It's going to help Telluride Bush just maintain control of this rock hill. Not often that we see Byron with an NPC in hand, but on this hill, he's going to be the one to try and make it happen. Pushing from that Lambo side, War will get cut down, and look where Trax is. He's just trying to hold this outer water side, make sure nobody's trying to make some type of cheeky play here. Some solid defense, and especially when you then have somebody holding that rock heady, it is just not going to be good. Dimensions will get caught, as will Flames, as Trax, and again, popping up at just the right time here. Telluride Bush starting to run away with this one at this point.
Yeah, it's all about War finding some rotations in, and obviously P1 that will pop up next. Doesn't really matter there. It's like you're going to be an open trade fest. This isn't one of those P1s that you see on so many other maps where you can get sleeper amount of points. It is what about that P2, P3 chain following onward, but Trax is back on another 4 spree. Feels like he's either hot or very not. 13 and 8. He's pretty much only had kills out of streaks at this point. Either way, War will get themselves back into the point to strip away whatever they can, reduce the deficit for now. Victor needs coverage, does get some from Flames, and does enough to keep himself alive. A little wave. But Victor now stays up a little bit too long, and that'll push him out the point.
Second set of rotations. Come on through P1 this time. Will be an opportunity to continue. Rack up some of this score. Nick not going to be able to hang on and push to where he needs to. And Telluride Bush doing such a great job here on this second set. Just still holding on. And yet again, it's thinking about P2. They get a lot of time on the P1, but you can see they maybe are learning from that first set. Already trying to have a good sort of setup here for this second set of rotations.
Yeah, Bush just so on these rotations. This is something that Jerry would very much have wanted to see. It's one thing for War to find a way through the front door and win the fight. it's just ensuring that you're not lackadaisical on your fundamentals. And, well, you certainly haven't been if you're Bush. Every rotation has been theirs thus far, and they swat away the first wave from Team War. Trakes will try and get active around the rock. That at least hands out the intel. Big fight on the outskirts for Prolute and Icon should they meet. Icons might actually be able to sail past. Kami's got company at the front. Needs support. And won't get much of it in time. And no, does get there if you are Prolute Capsule. Just Vikram on his own. Well, you're far too late to the party. Spawn's now going to flip as well. Largely a weird spawn out actually for Flames in the moment. But you rotation on hand for Bush to chain 2 and 3 together yet again.
Flames will get found out from that spawn, and this is going to be great info. You have Trakes on ult, and he doesn't matter because you're like, all right, I got the info. You have one. Cammy's actually also going to have this back spawn. This is a very weird sort of time in the map right now. You're getting all kinds of split spawns for the time being. For the Bush, they unfortunately just are going to be victim to that. Team War, they will be able to secure solid time here as Vic will trigger discipline. We'll let him find Trakes on that top side. So Team War, opportunity to get themselves right back into this map.
What does the Bush break look like? We already have answers about Team War early on in this map. Caps on Prolute sniffed out early, 3 clean kills, and Vikram should read the 4. Doesn't need to get antsy, not overly aggressive. I don't know if the comm comes through to Dimensions or what, because he's caught looking the wrong way. Means that Kami can get closer than Team War would probably have liked, but either way you deal with the follow-up gunfights. And while Trakes at least turns the hill neutral for a moment, Team War have taken a big chunk out of the lead that the Bush once had. It is a long way from close just yet, but just yesterday we watched Bush give up massive lead, so looking to lock it down with this rotation over towards the rock, but Dimensions will make that a little bit more difficult with the kill through mid.
Still an 80-point lead. Here we have Trakes. Continue to hold in, and Prolute, he's got himself a Hellstorm. Drops it in on the front of that Lambo side where Team War is trying to make any type of progress. He's at least good for one. You start to see, you can now just kind of start to play the bump game, but Flames on this outside, he's kind of cutting down the Bush one by one. The problem is they still have the close spawns. Dimensions, he's got to be one of these players to go huge. That's a great 2-piece. As your teammates will also flood in from the back. So the last couple 20 or so seconds will go the way of Team War, but all right, Bush, they only need about 30 seconds if they want to try and close out this map 1.
Yeah, Dimensions does a great job as well getting pushed out through wine, and Bush prioritized him correctly to then give themselves the numbers on the point. Problem is they're sliding into waiting SMGs, and that's 2v3 in favor of War right now. Kami would have had to go massive in the end. So a lovely second half of that hill for War, but still a long way. That early lead from the Bush, how hot they were straight out of the gate, means that they still hold a commanding lead into our third set of rotations. If anything, it grew between the second. So Flames now just trying to hold down these corridors, begging Bush to round the corner. They do, and set him and Dimensions up for a little 2-piece. So Bush gotta just slow it down, it feels. Take a breath and get a hold of this game again.
100-point lead right now from Bush means they have a very solid buffer, right? It's like as long as we don't completely bottle this hard point, we can fight our way to a map win. And even if we maybe lose one of those rotations, it's not the end of the world. We can definitely stay aggressive into this map. But I like this. They're hopping on the P1. They are going to force Team War to try and take some fights here onto this hill when maybe they necessarily wouldn't want to. They want to fight for some of these spawns, but it's just going to be guns hot on top of the P1 that's here. Inevitably, it will come out to Team War. And the spawns actually do flip. So the Bush now, you have to kind of push on forward and maybe get into position that as this P2 pops, you don't let Team War set up.
No, Trakes does incredibly well. For not only to flush out the first, but to back down the player in the back. That actually opens up a hell of a lot of kills. Icons now to stand the test on his lonesome, but he falls under the wave of pressure. The Bush push forward with Flames now to try and contest this from the front. The Bush, they're in for 2 and could finish it all off here.
Prolute, he's just gonna stay here. Trakes hops up over the wall, brings down Dimensions. And of course, with Cammy in the back there, it's all the information you need of where Team War is spawning. 3 more seconds needed for Bush to take map number 1 here in this losers finals game. Trakes in the back, he tries to be the man to make it happen, but no, Team War, they keep it alive for the time being.
Cammy goes for a swing, thought his teammates were in position to help him. Captain pops a nade up, just a little bit too late. His drive still in favor of War. That's until Trakes calls game, it seems. No, Dimensions had a little bit more to offer, but Cammy will close things out here. Map 1 goes the way of the Telluride Bush. A little bit more interesting than you probably would have liked towards the latter stages, but considering how hot they were initially, that first set of hills, never really looked like War were going to steal it from under them. So great stuff from Bush. Jerry asked for more passion, more intensity, more aggression out of the side. I'd say that Argentinian on your screen right there most certainly hand-delivered it. And the Bush, map 1.
Setting the tone early. You can see Jerry's in the back alongside Swaggy, Jace, just everybody from the Bush trying to give some energy to their boys. Team War, they kind of started to get back into it, Enigma. I liked what I saw, right? We saw some great fights go their way. They had some good setups, but it just felt like it was a little bit too little too late. Bush had already built up that lead that it was just too much. Bush is able just to win some of those fights. They're happy to take 15, 20 seconds on some of these hills, right? And just say, all right, cool. We're going to beat you in the next one. We're going to contest the hill time a little bit. We're not letting you get full 60s. When you take a look at some of the numbers on your screen, you're starting to see why. You shout out Trakes for good reason. We also got a shout out none other than Big Byron himself, 28 and 17. 8 objective kills as well. He was trying to take over and just maybe make this happen himself.
Yeah, a minute 54 as well in the hill. We saw Byron yesterday. He looked a little bit out of sorts. He's been absolutely glorious pretty much through the back half of this season, especially in Paris, in particular the Elite Four. It felt like all MVP level performances on an individual basis. You then, I don't know, yesterday we didn't see that same Byron, that pro loot that we've been all nudging, saying, hey, look, this man deserves probably another shot in the league, but you certainly get it here. Great stuff to seal off map 1. And I talked about it when it comes to the general map set. Team War really want to steal this one away. They typically like Hacienda, Bush, although they are great generally across the hard points. It's much more that Colossus map 4 that they're eyeing up to really seal out the deal should they have to get to that map 4. So Team War will be licking their wounds a little bit inside of Vegas because Bush not only took that map 1, one of your preferred places, walked away with it in some style. Yeah, great stuff from them across the board. Felt like all 4 players had a great map. A little quieter maybe from Capsule, but still a part of the success.
If you're the Telluride Bush, though, you got to be kind of thinking, hey, deja vu from yesterday. Guess what? You won map 1 and 2 yesterday as well, and it was still a reverse sweep. So job's not finished until that has 3 map wins on their screen. But coming out in that Hacienda, you look great. I'm right there alongside you. You know, it feels like when you have a day in between these matches, you can go back, you can kind of shake off some of the rust, and you come up with a new mindset here today. Den Search and Destroy coming up next here between the Telluride Bush and Team War. As opposed to what we saw yesterday, I kind of think Den might be good for both teams. Honestly, I'm very excited to see how both of these teams are going to square up in these Search and Destroys. We see the play calls coming out of them. They look flawless. For the Bush, Den is a map that you can go a little bit wide on. You can stretch it, and when you have some of those players who can get a little bit slippery in the back, you can find those timings. Route can get paid, and you can see them take some very fast rounds that way.
It's a weird one because we try and look at yesterday's Search and Destroys between these two teams. A download series, right? An opportunity for teams to learn a couple of things about one another, VOD review, and set themselves up should you meet each other again. No doubt both of them expected to be at this position. Maybe War thought they would already be through, but either way, you kind of had this as an inkling. And it will be a case of both S&Ds were relatively thrown. Grid S&D, for example, Bush walk away round 11 victors. They were down 5-2. It was a complete collapse out of War. You look at the raid S&D, it was almost the flip of the opposite. It is around 11. You don't necessarily have a massive lead if you're Bush, but 3 or 4 rounds that they should have won. So both teams a little bit more to show us, I think, today in terms of the strategy. Let's figure out exactly what that looks like here on Den.
Not be getting 1v3'd by icons because of a smoke, right? So hopefully that's in your back pocket. Can't let that happen. Here we go, round 1. Already seeing some aggression. First at the east side. Hang out a cobble here. 2x2 goes Bush. Vic at least makes a trade onto Trakes thanks to that nade. And, well, unfortunately for you, Prolu also dropped into the back. Comes down into a 2v2. We're seeing some info here from Cammy. Doesn't necessarily want to go super on the hunt just yet. Gonna try and go top broken. Flames in the back. Shots are there as Dimensions teams on up, and it's just Cammy, unfortunately. He's able to run through Broken, and I think they think, oh, they're not in this back spawn. But unfortunately, guess what? Both members of Team War are.
Look what's that timings there. Feel one of those moments where you just want to play together a little bit. Flames and Dimensions, so good at Search and Destroy. Run those fundamentals very cleanly, and Bush will get the end of that one all wrong. Comms between the players here. You can see some frustration coming through. Not sure who that was in the back. Maybe it was Jerry himself, but either way, Trakes, it was a little bit disjointed. I was trying to figure out who that is in the backside, but Yeah, Drake's frustrated about something. Maybe a play call came through, or a miscommunication came through. Either way, Bush will feel that early round got away from them. When it should not have done. Team 1, on the other hand, this is feeling a little bit like yesterday. They just come out, get business done, push themselves into that early lead.
Yeah, Bush, they'll probably maybe just think back on that one. It's listen, COD timing at its best, right? It's Cammy runs down on through, goes through broken, says, okay, I think they maybe wrapped back through P2. Maybe they went to that side. Very interesting to see there. And the next thing you know, you have obviously your teammate kind of follow up in behind, and you're getting shot in the back, and all of a sudden that becomes a 2v1. Got some stuff going on in the venue here, folks. We are apparently there's just some admin things going on, so we'll get back into the game the second that we can here. Appreciate you guys dealing alongside with us. But Enigma already here. Let's go ahead. Let's check on in what's going on with Bravo. I see some people in the chat. They're asking about the Huntsmen match going against OMiT Brooklyn. And we are going into overtime, I am being told.
Well, we tune in just as Brooklyn score. They will set up a timer then of 2 minutes 50. Stick it on that board. Like the Huntsmen to beat it. Or, as we saw earlier on with the Project Notorious series, you can simply just score yourself if you are Brooklyn. Avoid any question about whether you can defend your own goal. We're jumping into this one relatively late, of course. Overtime round and one. Take a look at the scoreboard very quickly as we jump in. Honestly, on the slaying side, it's great for Huntsmen. It's the efficiency in terms of the caps. We've seen this from them at points not only through this event, but elsewhere. Sometimes much more focused on the front foot of dropping their enemy. Need to be more efficient on the tactical side, but Brooklyn now looking to slow everything down, take as long as they physically can. Wake won't give them that luxury, though. 2 quick kills to open things up.
And a reminder, folks, the series is tied up 1-1 for the time being here. So no series-ending game already, but here you start to see some of the battles happening on it. We're actually being told before he came into overtime, it was 5-5. Both teams feeling good at a little exposure overload. We're already starting to see the kills go their way. OMiT Brooklyn, they find them in the back. Can you pick up the EMP device and slide it in? Paul X, this would be a huge kill to go your way, but the Huntsmen are close by. You find Renegade, and just like that, you get so close. You are inches from scoring the EMP device and ending this map just like that, but guess what? Not going to be the case. Great defense coming out of the Huntsmen.
Stand tall just about. These lead blockers will drop, and it gets worse than that. Pretty much everyone falls around, and Renegade will just about step up. Cut Gwyn apart, but Yuli hoping, praying, begging, surrounded, swarmed, and dead. Brooklyn trying to figure out their next move. Renegade's done well to stay up. Buys time for Awakening to arrive through the middle. It's he and Paul X to do a little bit of a do-si-do around the tank. Wait, caught by the stun. Doesn't matter if Braxnade lands on a dime. Diamond Con's opportunity now to be a bit of a thorn, but he'll be scooped by the Huntsman. Try and reposition this device through the middle. But again, lead blockers dying en masse. Brooklyn on top of the gunfight.
Have to be very careful with the Huntsman here. Thankfully, trades are enabled. Awakening will be able to find 2 real. Otherwise, you might have all 4 members of OMiT Brooklyn in the mid with the EMP device. So a little bit of a bang out. We saw it earlier. This exposure overload where Bryce even said himself, it's about 5-minute tug of war between 2 teams before you saw something happen, and we're kind of starting to see the same here. Movement from the Huntsman, though. Huge kill. Pistol in hand. Has Awakening done it? 2 real's got to be the guy, and no, he won't get the line of sight there. Huntsman in overtime. Take the overload and now go up 2-1 in the series. A hard point is what stands between them and moving deeper in the bracket and sending OMiT Brooklyn home.
Yeah, this becomes incredibly awkward now for Brooklyn and a beautiful situation for Huntsmen, because the last 2 times, the only 2 times that these 2 teams have met so far through this year, it was Paris and it was Atlanta, and both times Brooklyn beat Huntsmen 3-1. So this is the first time with these 2 matching up that Huntsmen have managed to put a second map on the series. Of course, both squads bringing changes into this tournament. It was Johnny out, Yuli in. That's a drop in firepower, many feel, but it is an upgrade in team cohesiveness and execution around objective play.
Sure.
You see it right there. Incredibly aggressive and efficient on driving that device forward just when they needed it most. Quick look at the scoreboard. Honestly, relatively even efforts for many across the board. Wake probably leads the line in terms of kills. We've said that about 1,000 times in our casting careers. Two Real, probably a little bit underwhelming. But otherwise, it's pretty balanced. I think for Brooklyn, you're probably asking maybe a little bit more out of DC. He doesn't necessarily have a bad map. The reason he's been brought into this team is for two reasons. One, faster than Dylan Rex, even though Dylan Rex technically is that kind of player that's putting up a lot of the firepower for that roster. The pace of this new meta, that's where DC was expected to thrive. But also, he's a leader element in this team, and we just see there that Brooklyn capitulate under the pressure. So Huntsmen won't care about any of that, though. Great stuff from them. 4,700 damage for Awakening. Brad goes 25 and 32, but 4,300 damage for him. Very much so a part of the team getting themselves onto series point.
Also, 17 assists from the man as well. So you're
Not
like,
bad.
Oh, Brack's going negative, and he's like, yeah, I'm the one dealing all the damage. I'm giving layups to my teams. That way they can hopefully get that EMP device in. But Huntsman being able to take that overload. This is great that we love being able to see all kinds of action happening across our series, all right? So while we, of course, get that Bravo stream, that hard point loaded on up, we're getting some games set up on the Alpha stream. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be diving back into the action here as part of Challengers Finals. Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers Finals. Sorry, just had a little bit of a technical issue in the venue that we had to get solved, but we're back in action here into the Search and Destroy between the Telluride Bush and Team War. Was indeed a full reset on this den, Search and Destroy. And as we come on through, it's already one pick going the way of the Telluride Bush as Cammy finds dimensions.
Interesting from Bush. They clearly read something in the playbook, isolating dimensions, and then just wrap immediately back, play the numbers together, and look to just bang out this bomb site.
Dig. Some return fire. As Cammy does get dropped, so it's now a 3v3. As all three members of Bush are just hovering around this bomb site. But the kills are going to the way of Team War. It's just Proloot. He has a pistol in hand, a little bit of a backwards wall bounce. Will not manage to find the kill that was there. So Team War, even though you are the victim of that first blood, still able, ice on up, bring it back.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea from Bush. They're just going to push out one flank, find any straggler, get the information they need, and then rotate back together as a unit. You have the numbers advantage for the fight. The thing is, War just too damn good when it comes to defending bomb plans. In many occasions, once that rock's down, they're just going to set themselves up nice and wide and force Bush to run at them. Gives them a couple of free kills that, I mean, they were never really dropping that round, not without a miracle. And I'm seeing headsets taken off on one side, so I'm going to assume that there might be something else going on here as we slow things down. Well, I will say, if you are War...
All right.
If you are War, yeah, it does look like they're taking a step away. So, okay, all right, we are going to then come back on and just give everybody a moment to kind of figure out what's going on over there in Vegas. Obviously, got to ensure that competitive integrity is at its highest.
Yes.
At the end of the day, this is obviously for a spot not only to place incredibly well and move further along this bracket Challengers Finals, but top 3 makes EWC. So on the line, we got to ensure that players are fighting fair.
Yes, absolutely. Like we said, just a couple little technical issues, and like Enigma alluded to, we want to make sure everybody is on the same playing field. So we're going to go ahead, going to go back to a quick break, make sure we got all those gremlins out of the cables, so that way our players can get back into the lobby, get back into the game, and keep fighting, because this is do or die for a lot of our matches that are still going. Reminder, folks, winner of this moves on in the bracket. Loser gets sent home. That's why it's so important. We're gonna go to that quick break. When we come back, we're gonna be hopping right back in the game. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers Finals. Appreciate you sticking with us here as we figured out some technical issues in the venue. Back for a third time. Third time's a charm. There we go. We let one round just sort of get through to make sure this lobby was sticking, and well, we were able to make that happen. So here in round number 2 of Team War, going against Telluride Bush. Already here in this round number 2. It's gonna be Pro Looting Capsule. Trying to close this one out. Pro Loot, he's in a 1v1, and it's a nice little rip through that top side. And he's going to close it out. No ice found here. As a Telluride Bush will even it on up 1-1.
Certainly shall. Wonder as well. Obviously, we missed round 1, but coming into round 2 there, it felt, I was a little bit curious. Are we about to come out, see a little bit of rust on the players, a little bit, slowed from the break? No, all 8 players decided to square up essentially over one bomb site. We settle things pretty quickly. So Trade Fest ends in Bush's favor after finding the initial pick and playing around the numbers from there. Team War moving this bomb offensively again. On every reset that we've basically done, War won on all offensive rounds, including here. So, really know what they're doing on the front foot in the moment. Icons isolates one for first blood here in round 3.
To at least be able to claim that first blood. Now, what can you do with that man advantage? It's only 2 players on that B bomb site. You have Cammy, he's looking over Platt, but Trakes, he has to be able to calm this. And can you wait for your teammate to get over here? Cammy, he's lined on up for a good little trade as Trakes does get taken on out. It's gonna have to be Pro Loop. Sliding on in from Dojo, and Cammy yet again able to play his life and still be on that Platt side, just making sure nobody is making this wrap, this pinch here. Pro Loop able to play his life, but bomb will go down as Bush are in a 2v3. Bomb not going down, actually, just yet. Okay, there we go.
Delay
Now
for
bomb
half
goes
second. It's the intel. You haven't seen Cammy in so long if you are Team War. At least you're just a little bit nervous. Prolute's going to get the up and over. Doesn't see anybody cross. Gotta weigh up this hit. It's got to be done together, though. You got to time it. Take this 1v1, and you are falling pretty quickly, and yep, that's how that goes. So, Telluride Bush never really... Prolute wants that one really badly. When he's at Dojo, opposing players sliding in through tin there, you gotta pull that one away. As soon as that doesn't come through, numbers disadvantage, horrible bomb site to attempt to retake. All comes crumbling down. Yeah, so far, offense on top, not only for both sides, but again, on both resets that we saw for War, taking that first round. So, know what they're doing when they want to dictate the play. Take a second here as Icons coughs up a lung on the front right side of our screen. And off to the races. Telluride Bush going to put 2 players towards this B side, 2 in through middle, leaving that rooftop side open where War actually have quite a few numbers. Fake count, blind counter, my apologies, coming through in the moment. War decides to double back through their spawns counter.
Cammy, he's going to get some good info here. You got somebody over in Dojo, and you might be able to find the timing of UR Capsule. They run out green, and Vic does such a great job to find the kill. Trades come on in, though. Now it's just down to Prolu. Wow! The retake, the defensive hold from Team War in that moment. It was a 3v1 on that bomb site from Bush, and it's the right idea, but it's just the timing. It's a little bit off.
Yeah, it is. The thing is, they don't have the information that they are as free as they would like to be. They thinking, okay, we got a couple of players here. Maybe a stun gets a tag, and so you're thinking, okay, there's got to be a couple of bodies there. Whatever it was, slowed you down just long enough for Team 1 to get back into position. You get back down in mid, which means you completely give up that angle as well in order to support that bomb site. But I got to give huge credit over to Vic. He gets not only the first, that felt a little bit like he was dead to right, but snaps on for the second as well. Buys the time of the wall hop. So, very much so, a turning point in the round. More, they're getting aggressive with that bomb through the rooftops. Keep an eye on Vic. He's stayed way back, trying to bait Bush into a long flank. See if he can catch him out. And as it stands, it's passive from the Bush, taking their time, welcoming War in.
Yeah, if Prolute Capsule can find one of these early engagements, this will be huge. With the benches, he's going to start getting aggressive through the front. He rips one off the bomb heady. And now just like that, it's Prolute and Cammy. Vic, can you find this kill on bottom servers? A little bit of a do-si-do. Prolute's here, but they're just 2-by-1. They are full sending Byron together. They got 45 seconds on the clock. They say, we don't have to immediately plant this. We can kind of go on the hunt. Maybe play a little bit of mind games here. It's a full wrap back to B. We'll go on into the A bomb site. Plant the bomb. Now it's up to Byron to play a 1v2 in the retake.
Pretty insane timing there. Just as Byron checks out one way and Dimensions glides around the corner. I don't think either player sees one another. Dimensions guesses right. Byron does it wrong, and unfortunately, just sticking a 1v2 with bomb down. Difficult retake, needs an opening pick very quickly to change this fight.
If you can maybe swing a little bit wide here, just given the setup, you might be able to. Can you find icons on that outside? Unfortunately, the shots do not land in the way you need to. Slides on in onto the bomb. And it's going to be the other player from Team War to take down Prolu. I know it's been a little bit of a time to get us back into this game, but unfortunately, guess what? Both teams having to have to deal with that. You got to lock in here. Team War executing the teamwork.
Certainly are. Again, come back to that little timing moment there. If Byron's able to just pick up on anything Dimensions is doing, he's able to stall that timer just a little bit, completely flips the script. His movement initially to stay alive was fantastic. As such, Team War execute on their post plan. Big mid hit coming through from Bush. Look at this.
Ooh, and here we go. Dimensions finally bringing out the boomstick. Both teams, you got great snipers on your squad. We were waiting for it to come into the map here, but Dimensions here on this top window side is getting a lot of info, and you don't have to jump out. You don't have to be aggressive here, as you are just losing numbers if you are the Telluride Bush, and yet again, it's just another player in a 1v3. Just feels like they're not winning these crucial opening gunfights that they need to, Enigma. Bush constantly in the man down, kind of situation.
We've talked about War and how good they are at S&D for multiple reasons, and it comes down so often to playing your life. Feels like War never give one up for free. Very rarely do they seem to be caught in a situation where there isn't at least a trade on, some sort of support on, maybe an exit route. You see moments like that there. You've got the Bush flooding into an area packed with bodies. Feels like playing their life almost like it's hard point, almost like it's a respawn that they're going to be brought back in 10 seconds. Whereas War, they're played off on all these off angles. Just makes life very easy for them in the end. Look over the other side of the screen. Drake's currently 1 and 6. Needs to get him into the action. We're going to get pop here with the Echo unit, so quieter through the rooftops. You haven't given him much intel over towards B, so there will be one body. Prolu gets the look, calls for the help. It might be a little play forthcoming. That being said, Prolu actually catches Vic from wide. How that turns the tide.
Bomb will start to go down at A, but the Telluride Bush, you got 3 members here, and Trakes is going to be the one that's just a step behind. You're able to bring open Dimensions here. Icons gets the shots firing. The slide on in from Bush, and now it's on the hunt for Flames. Well, it'll be a trade. And finally, we see the Telluride Bush get that teamwork. They work together. Byron gets the kill that he needs to, and they get one on the board.
Yeah, insane opening pick from Byron there. Was huge in the map one to steal away the hard point. I say steal. They damn well absolutely smashed it. But it is a case of, yeah, if you don't get that opening pick and you get all 4 bodies around that site, if you're War, that's a very difficult retake. Once you have the numbers advantage, you talked about it, the teamwork comes through. Bush play buddy-buddy system, hand in hand. All right, well, we have the bodies here. You're going to have to 2-piece us if you want to walk away with this site. We know one of the players is also probably going to be watching the flank. This is essentially a 4v2 around the bomb. And they play that forward. They call any attempted bluff out of War. Make it simple in the end. But it's a long way back just yet, 5-2. We saw this score in the last series these guys played. Bush got it back to round 11. But still, got a ways to go just yet.
I already like the way you're playing this round already here, but it's sort of a similar play we saw in an earlier round. It's Vic just playing in this dojo side, gets all the confirmation. Hey, there's movement on this bomb site, and you see those red arrows start to move. You have Prolu in that mid side, and well, he's not going to extend his face out in there, so he'll give up some of that space to Dimensions, who is starting to lurk on up. Bomb still hasn't gone down yet, so Bush don't know if they want to fully commit to this bomb site or maybe make a wrap back to A, try and play for a pick, but it's gonna be the one. We saw this again, and he always slides on out. He finds tricks, and he gets that for free.
Yeah. What I'm talking about is just that valuation of your life. That also, that feels like the second or third time we've watched Vic do that, making massive impact on the round. You've got one that's going to try and pay attention to the flank here. Huge moment, middle of the map. Prolu might catch Dimensions out. Otherwise, it's on the 2v3 at the site.
Nice. Vic finally dealt with there, so that man advantage all of a sudden does not mean anything anymore. Bomb has been planted. Dimensions on the push here in the back, and NPC shotguns, not 1 but 2. Telluride Bush. It was looking great for them in this round, but it has to be a heroic moment right now. It's going to be Prolu through the smoke. He tries to find the diffuser, is not going to be able to. It's a heroic, it's a Herculean effort to try and maybe sneak out that round, but it's just not going to be it. It took us a long time to get into that Search and Destroy in Team War, maybe thinking that we had to go to a triple reset, as they are going to take that one in a 6-2.
Yeah, light work. In the end, that final round as well comes down to some insane timing. Prolux checked out through mid, through the cutout in order to all right, I'm going to start play out, push out, give us some space here, protect our flank. The problem is, in the split second before he jumps out, Dimension's actually gone past him and gets himself into Broken. Those two are basically stood back to back with almost like a wall separating them for a long time. Pro's probably made the call. Don't worry about your flank, boys. We're going to protect it. And Dimension says, no, you haven't, sir. Gets in around the back. Blinds two. Opens everything up. So, comfortable in the end. If your team more, scoreboard will tell you a hell of a lot of it. I think Cammy could feel a little bit aggrieved at 1,100 damage and just the 4 kills. But yeah, otherwise, it is straight work, unfortunately. Just couldn't get Trakes into the fight. And moments like that last round there where he gets isolated by Vic, little peek, little shoulder throw, drops him dead. Saw a lot of that coming through. So, yeah, that's not the way to get your superstar involved in the fight. It's a very difficult matchup against this war side in SD anyway, especially when you're missing one of your key pieces.
Well, we get this game continuing to rock. We're going to head to a Scar Overload, but while this is happening, we got to check what's going on over in Bravo, because this game also was a little bit delayed. So let's hop on in to the hard point between OMiT Brooklyn and the Huntsmen. Huntsmen, 1 game away from making it further into the bracket and sending their NA brethren home. And as we come on through, though, OMiT Brooklyn here on this P2 on Gridlock, they find the kills. They're going to hold this time, and they have a nice little spread defense here. A lot of info that they will be able to find. A couple of waves of kills will need to go to the way of the Huntsmen. I want to try and flip this HP back to their side.
Try to ensure that Brooklyn get a hold of this site, and that was the wildest POV change I've seen in my life. But I'm back in the room. Gwyn, 4 in a row. We'll just scoop up what's left of the scrap, ensure there's not a flank coming through out of the Huntsmen, who have instead rotated over. It's a trade fest in the middle of the map as Renegade and Paulex square up for mid-map control. That will isolate DC for a moment, slow him down, hand the early rotation over. Huntsmen to look to play setup, but you've actually flipped the spawns here, weirdly enough. Paulex gets one for free.
Fights happening on this outer side. It's going to be a Renegade who's trying to come and help on out, but it's just basically Trade City that will result in 3 members of OMiT Brooklyn. Make it 4 with that spawn coming in, still holding this site. Yes, so their map spawn there, and unfortunately Awakening, he's caught mid-sprint, will get cut on down, and you're starting to encircle this hard point, but OMiT Brooklyn doing such a great job playing your corners. Everybody mostly positive for the time being, and Gwyn is 7-2, most hill time here as he finds a 3, reminding everybody what he was doing in the league just a few months ago. Well, hey, he's going to still be able to do it here in Challengers as well. 8-2 for the star. A great start for OMiT Brooklyn into that game, but we got to tune back on into our alpha match, Enigma, because we are heading into this Scar Overload. A map and mode combo that, well, Bush have looked good on in certain matchups, but also have looked a little bit dreadful on this map recently. Can they fix their mistakes? Can they make this map go their way? As Team War, first 30 seconds of the game, we'll get their first score on the board.
Yeah, early evidence is absolutely not a reminder to those who potentially missed it or need that reminder, but the way in which the last series went down, we played this very map and mode combo. And it was a 5-3 victory to Team War. However, anyone who watched that also got to watch this Vikram drop an absolute nuke. Guy went incredible for this Team War side to get them over the line in the end. Can't expect to see that again. Right now, I don't think they need it. That's 4 clean dead, and Team War all guns up right now, looking fresh after the break.
Got one more wave of kills, though, that you need to get through, so Capsule did a great job of kind of moving that EMP. You see, you got those kills plain side and wanted to just make a quick wrap back to B, maybe even this one on up. A little the way to Telluride Bush. They pick it up. They can have a clean path to get this score. It's going to be up to Flames to try and play some defense, and it's not going to get there in time. Telluride Bush, answer back in kind, tie us up 1-1.
Yeah, great movement by Cap there. Just playing the wall bounce means that he's not a simple sitting target, not a straight line for his opponents to shoot at, and gives him just about enough to get to the goal. Otherwise, you drop it straight at the feet of your opponent. Might have had that in anyway, but you never know. And it's south side control for Telluride Bush. They'll pick her up towards hotel side. Cammy here looking to find a route. Just keep these Team War players' heads on a swivel. Capsule will attract the initial ire, but Cammy's now got an active elsewhere. The trade comes through, but all the numbers, the way of Bush, if Drake can find the last, and he does, that should now punch a hole for Bush to flood through.
Drake's not happy with that search and destroy performance. He had to lock back on in, and that's a great series of kills to help them take the lead on the quote-unquote bad side of this map. Capsule still in the back. If you can keep these spawns pushed into this back corner here with this mid EMP spawn, Bush, they might be able to find another opening with Trakes getting another kill into that mid side. He's in top broken. He's about to start getting a little bit lost here. Bush could set themselves up, maybe slide on into another score.
A good lot on Trakes here. Trying to move this back line around, and well, the dimensions of you're going to drop a teammate at the same time. Flames will absolutely drill Capsule on the cross too. Cammy attempts the reinforcement, but this all falls the way of Team War in the end. 2 minutes 10 left on this, halfway through the first half, or just beyond. And oh, Proloop, Byron. Wow. He's had himself a series. May well just handed a third score to Bush as well. Does get in and over, and my lord, they're supposed to be on the weaker side right now. I'd tell you right, Bush, but they're up 3-1. A minute 50 still to go, and Cammy playing this off angle, going to be a problem for any war player crossing.
Listen, Cat may be big enough to play in the NFL, but he's bringing some of those skills here into the overload. 3 scores for Kenyon. As he is just absolutely finding the openings, and he's putting that EMP device into the scores. This is supposed to be bad side, remember here, folks, and Bush are making it look like good side. Finding the kills that they need to, fully converting on the kills. And yet again, get that plain side EMP spawn. All you need is the kills to go your way, and Trakes does it again. We end the first half 4-1 for the Telluride. Bush, we're flipping sides here, Enigma, and I think if you're Team War, you have to go back to the drawing board, because that half where you hypothetically should be coming out on top did not look good for you.
No, it didn't. And you can see Jerry getting active in the back. They're very excited with the boys' performance. And honestly, all 4 of them deserve that fist bump. Each player individually had their moments. Cammy very much so playing the off angles, the routes, something that we've not seen him do a lot over the years of his presence with an AR, but very much so flexing right here, just giving Bush different looks, getting them squeezed out of the map. Learned a lot from last time. If we remember the first half of the last matchup these two had in this map mode, you basically didn't get out of spawn if you're Bush.
Yeah.
Cammy's giving you that freedom to get out right now, but Trakes as well, driving, being that tip of the spear, the blocker for multiple scores. Cap and Proloop, well, they're not to be outdone just yet either. Cap 11 and 7, Proloop had himself a 4-piece that got you one of those scores. So great stuff. 3 more straight kills. Unfortunately, you won't get through on the cross. The Team War absolutely shaking in their boots right now. Deep back blue spawn, trying to squeeze out.
Hey, Flames is doing a great job, though, to kind of answer back in this round. It's the patience to sit top blue there and just cut down any of those pushes coming on in, right? Does not let Capsule slide across with that EMP device. So Team War trying to shake it off. They are only down 3 scores, and we saw how quickly Bush was able to score on that last round. Team War gonna look to do the same here.
Oh, God.
Cammy is dropping a 3-piece. He's going to put Team War into those bottom right spawns, and you're starting to see the Bush flying forward, and it's unfortunately a team nade that's there, but you're still finding the kills. And Proloop, he might just have a bit of a read here. He goes up over the top. He almost makes it. I thought he was going to wrap back to B, but Team War, they will stop the bleeding for the time being. Still 3:40 on the clock.
Cammy's flexing so well here. We see him with an AR through that initial path when he's trying to scoop the device from mid. He knows all the long lanes, the angles he's got to cut off. As soon as that device sets itself up around blue, he's on the NPC, trying to be up in the face of the opponent. Apply pressure to Ward, not let them out. You will have the device for a moment, but Capsule is swinging wide, challenging everything. Will drop the opponent. Square up 3v3 over this device. Close side spawns if you are Ward. That will favor Bush spawns in the opposite corner of the map.
Ooh.
But gunfights are still good, so you're still hemmed in. War going absolutely nowhere, all on Vikram to defend.
I like this. You got 2 players from the Bush. They're going to fly forward, find the kill that they need, and that's another score for the Bush. And they know that this EMP is spawning on this plain side, and they're going to clean out all of the kills, putting themselves in this back spawn. You're trying to force Team War to spawn over towards this wood side. Up over the top, Proloop. He is cutting them down left and right, and it is just a nice and easy score for the Bush. What a story. They started this year, and I'm going to say it. This team sucked at Overload. Not the case here. Seems like they have figured out this Scar Overload for sure.
They're having no problems right now. Strakes walks in the 7th. Polu's on a 6th streak. I think it's the 2nd of the map. Cap's on a 6 as well. They're all doubling up, looping over one another. If they somehow don't close out here, they've got artillery for about the next 2 minutes. Rain in from the skies. Cap's looking to bury this right now. Will get dropped to the goal line. Trakes tries to do a little bit of magic. You hang on if you're Team War. But it is truly just sticking your chest out and playing for pride at the moment. The Bush have been superb thus far. And likely have their eyes on the prize of that next map, that hard point, to see if they can get themselves through this gauntlet.
Well, at least Team War, they'll be able to get one more on the board. Could be the start of a little bit of a comeback, but Capsule calls in the Hellstorm and at least going to reset some of these spawns here. Do not want to let any of these Team War players to do exactly what they're trying to do here, and that's get lost in their top broken side. Won't be the case. At least clear out your backside, but this is where you have to be a little bit careful if you are the Bush. You know exactly how to put people into this spawn trap, and you cannot let that happen to you. Another Hellstorm comes on in from Trakes. It's another 2 kills. Cleared on out the back. And just while all this has been happening, if you're the Bush, you're so glad about this. You've been running down the clock. And hey, why not a 3rd? It's enough Hellstorms.
I feel like
Here you
Vikram
go.
has caught every single rocket to the teeth through that map. That is insane. I mean, just compare the stats of Vikram here compared to last time. Last time out, what? Puts up something like a 42 and 28 or something. It absolutely went crazy on the map. Talked about it. Can't do that again. No, but you can go even much further the other way and drops about 12 and 20. So it very much so slowed down one of their star players. All 4 of the boys on your screen there, you could celebrate, you can talk about. I honestly think it's got to be Cammy. Although you do get the pop-off moments from Byron, from Capsule. Drake's doing his thing is that lead blocker, just being that tip of the spear. Such a difficult job to do. Is basically playing front man, essentially putting your life on the line for everybody else for the greater cause. Cam was flexing so beautifully well there and giving you that outlet, relieving the pressure when War looked to suffocate. It's clearly something that they've worked on since yesterday. Download series in the truest sense.
We started with a map 1, Bush looking a very convincingly hard point. We have a little bit of a break there just as we deal with some issues. We come back on in Team War. It's a haymaker right into the face of the Bush and a very convincing search and destroy. But the Bush do not let it phase them as they come back in an 8-2 in this overload. This is a rematch, ladies and gentlemen, and we are just seeing punch for punch right now between these 2 teams. Man, all I know is that we are cooking up a great series here, my friend. We're getting ready to move into that hard point, and you called it when we first looked at the maps and modes, okay? You said if we get to that map 4, the Bush are going to be very happy. It's a Colossus hard point. It's a map they've looked great on, they've played great on, and I think just coming off the back of this overload, they're going to have a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence to try and close this out in a 3-1.
No, most certainly so. I mean, even when they played last time out, where War were the eventual victors over the series, first map was that Colossus hard point. It was 250-213 in favor of the Bush. The pacing, especially with Trakes in the mix, is terrifying. Once you get Trakes, Cap, and Cammy all running those SMGs, Pro's just going to play around over the top. It's a glorious setup for this squad. It's no wonder that they've set themselves up on it as kindly as they have. And for War as well, although your respawns have improved with icons in the mix, I gotta say, unfortunately, the stats aren't going to read kindly for Icons or Vic when it comes to the respawns in this series. Fantastic S&D from them, but yeah, respawns, I'm pretty sure they're both pushing double negative right now. So if you are a Team War fan, you're hoping to find a way to get them into this series, or it's curtains for your EWC and Challengers Finals push.
Yeah, they obviously looked really good in that search and destroy, so they're looking at this Colossus hardpoint saying, boys, all we need to do is clutch this up, and we know how good we can be on Gridlock, and especially their S&D is on their point right now. So do or die moment reminder, folks. This is an elimination match. If Team War do not close it out here, they unfortunately will be heading home, and the Telluride Bush will move on into the bracket to face the winner of OMiT Brooklyn and the Huntsmen. Okay, a lot of just action still yet to be played here. And reminder, folks, we even still have our winners bracket waiting to happen as well, which is going to be a banger happening later on today between Project 7 Notorious and OMiT EU. I think if we were to talk about top challengers teams over the years, It's all of these teams that are still in this bracket in Challengers, Finals, Enigma, every single match, delivering on the energy that we were hoping.
Certainly is. We use the term gauntlet a lot nowadays, but in the truest sense right here, I think the only thing that might be it is Torn's fairy tale run in Paris. There is quality riddling all of these sides, but that's what it comes down to. When you're looking to make yourself that third and final team at the Esports World Cup, you're going to have to cut a couple of big heads off. And right now, Bush looking to take a massive scalp in Team War. They will head to Colossus Hardpoint shortly in order to try and close out this series after what has been a stunning set of respawns. But we got more action elsewhere, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, of course, we still got a couple things to settle over on Bravo as Huntsmen and OMiT Brooklyn look to be the other team to match up against the winner of Bush and War. Huntsmen, they put themselves up 2-1 in the series, and well, this was a position new to them. Brooklyn beat Huntsmen both 3-1 in Atlanta and in Paris, so 2 maps on the board for Huntsmen. A great place to be initially, but you tie it back up if you're Brooklyn, so it's all on the Game 5.
Search and destroy. Game 5s to stay alive in the bracket. This is where the boys become men. Though everybody in this lobby, a veteran of Call of Duty. I think almost everyone here played in the league at some point in the last couple of years. All mainstays of the challenger scene as well. So we're going to see here in this gridlock round number 1. A lot of nades, a lot of just spot checking, but Brack is going to be the one to open us up. First blood on to 2Real.
Tries to get the trade as well for Wake, and actually Yuli's just going to bait in on the bomb site. Catches Gwyn out. Polex does well for 1. Actually, initially goes to engage the second. Renegade's done incredibly well there to not only send Polex for a hot dog, but then tracking through the smoke as well. All on DC in the 1v2. Yuli and Renegade, they would be wise to put their hands in each other's pockets right now and simply sit around this bomb.
Yeah. All they have to do not get isolated. Diamondcon from the top here, and I like where Renegade's looking. You see the bomb does get scooped. He almost tries to go for a plant there, but time is ticking. He's just looking. He's trying to find these players, but it's just the ice from the Huntsmen. They are not going to allow that to happen. They will not get 2v1'd here as they are able to close out that round. Huntsmen looked so good in this S&D earlier on in this series. I'm sure they're coming into this game number 5 saying, yo, hey, we might have just given away a hard point. We know how we love our S&D. We know how to play against these guys. Let's go ahead. Let's lock this one on up.
No, for sure. I mean, Huntsman, again, you probably lose a little firepower with Johnny moving on out, but Yuli coming in, he is that guy. He's going to execute on play strategy incredibly well. But we'll tune back in. We'll let you guys know who's marching through in that matchup. We got a score to settle potentially right here. Telluride Bush Gaming up 2-1 in the series. We're going to go to Colossus Hardpoint. Typically, the stomping ground, the backyard for the Bush. But War, they've not gone quietly ever since this roster was formed. Don't expect to do so now.
Absolutely not. We actually got started with a kill feed that was mainly War dominated, but off the spawn, Bush looks like they have an answer. It's a huge amount of kills going on out. Trakes being the one to be the tip of the spear for that. All 3 players from Team War looking to hold on this P2 side. Last couple of seconds from P1. You get caught sprinting, though, if you are. Flames and, well, Prolu. He's going to just basically be a little bit of a slippery, a little bit of a slidey player as he comes on down, cuts one P2, wraps back to P1. Now it's just banging out the front of the hill.
Maybe around the track early. Trakes does get the trade in the end, but unfortunately it's a little bit 1-by-1 afterwards. If you are the Bush, Vic beats Cammy through the middle. And that will be Team War holding on through the first wave. But it's Colossus. Spawns are relatively close unless you have perfect map control, so War going to have to deal with this hit from the front again.
P2. Always a battle. You're going to see it go back and forth, back and forth. Usually because of those spawns. That's exactly what happens. Dimensions, he's hot off the spawn, flies towards the point. 2 kills go the way. All of a sudden, Bush have to look. Do we try and send one more wave of players at this P2? I think that's going to be the play. Because this Prolu, he's on the point, but it's a nade up over the top. Unfortunately for you, that will cut him down. So as this final points remain here on the P2, you got to think about P3. And Drake's off the spawn. He's already there. He's moving on forward. He's going to try and take some space.
Prolu goes huge here, by the way. Also softens up the third. Had you won that, it's handed the MVP. Salute the guy. Knight him. Dear God. Drake's up, tucked in this near side. Gonna let Flames show himself. Repositions himself around the blue crate. It's all about this flank coming in for war. Flames is a distraction, if anything. He's just trying to set up his boys for something else where doesn't matter. Cap, Cammy, Tricks, they find the first three. So they can slow everything down, force war to rethink their push.
I love where Cammy is playing in this backside here as Trakes is pushed up on one side. Cammy is just holding these spawns, making sure that they don't flip them out. Vic, he's going to have to go huge here. He slides on out. Is good for one, is good for two. You got the teammates now flooding in from that backside. So you find the kills that go your way as Trakes was just trying to maybe play up front. Bush get a little bit too aggressive here. As Dimensions is just kind of ducking and diving on this bottom tunnel side. Go your way though. Bush getting some of these close spawns. Icons, can you throw a wrench into the plan here with one last spawn? No, you cannot. Still a very close game here as we get down to the end of P3. P4 looking to come online, and well, it's already 3 hours for Team War and a full sprint over to new.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about sometimes with Cammy as well. His ability to control weapons is terrifying. Sometimes they push so many options. The pace is high and the rotation was pretty great. Team War, though, win every single gunfight. Feels like every now and again there is just that moment where they chain several together, push Bush back. They got a ways to go to cross this map to get themselves. Keep an eye on Cammy. He wants to play him for all those back spawns, but these boys in the front to alleviate the attention that will come his way.
Yeah, you got to find the good timing here. Thought maybe a nade would be a part of the opening, but a trophy system will stop that in its place. This outside will not be able to win a key gunfight, so it's just Pro Loop. He's last alive from Bush. He realizes I don't need to push this by myself. Wait for my boys to come off spawn. Let's play this together as a team. They start to look to go up over P1 here, and Trakes on that middle statue side will not be able to find the kills. Team War, I think this is almost a full 60 from them here on this P4. Because they're going to do a great job holding it on down, but we got to get ready to head into the second set of rotations here. Team War up 30.
Can be a bit of a sleeper of a hill this second P1 because you're forcing everybody into bottlenecks. That being said, Trakes does something that no one saw coming. Runs in through the hill and out the other side. Team War didn't know which damn way to look, and that just causes all the arrows to turn the wrong way, and Bush pop off the back of it. Look about you putting your body on the line for the cause. Bush break early and try to get themselves back on level kill.
I like this Pro Loot. He's actually going to jump off the hill. Comes down to the statue side. Just wants to be able to help out the teammates. And now finally we're starting to see some of these crossfires get set up between the Bush players. Pro Loot, he's getting a little bit hot. He's starting to rip here that we've seen from Byron time and time again. And with a series of kills, you get back on in and Telluride Bush have evened up the score.
Guarding. This will not going to do enough work in the end. It's one of those awkward moments. Feel like if you pop your gun for a reload, you're going to get swung. So you just wait. Trust in your Bruce-esque reflexes. But in the end, rotation in for two. Clean enough for the Bush. Cammy's going to press forward here. Buy you space. Try and provide a buffer. Doesn't get very far before Flames deals with him. Probably now taking near side. Trying to play the wall bounce.
Cut down one on the front. Flips come on through the back here, and the Busher will realize that. Can the gunfights fall your way to give you control of this hill? Trakes does find a kill. Tries to clear out that backside. Will slink his way on. Let the teammates flood through the front. Done a great job to stay alive here. Will get cut down inevitably in the back, but you did what you needed to do. You forced those P4 spawns in from Team War, as there's still 30 seconds here on this hill. War, I think they want to hold this side, just kind of thinking about that P3 and it coming on up. But it's still going to be a back and forth game here between these two juggernauts.
And Cammy and Cap do incredibly well during that hill, just continually squeezing out through P1 up towards the statue here and just constantly buying space and time for Bush. Should you lose, that's that gunfight. You got enough time to spawn back in with a close hill here on Colossus. On Pro Loop, you know what he wants to do, get in through yellow, try and set up a pinch for Trakes on the other side. That being said, the tunnel push is going nowhere. Flames will deal with it. Does the right thing just to slow it down. The big pick there, that should now hand you the numbers for the swing. That's until Dimensions finds two. Oh,
on the point, make it 3 for Nemi. Team War will continue to hold on, but look at these close spawns coming in from the Telluride Bush. It's Cap, Pro Loot, Trakes. They're going to all work together, clear out this hill. And now we're starting to see a little bit of a lead start building for the Bush. Nemi still just trying to back down these members of Team War. Icons looking to find an opening here in the back, but the rest of your team is going to get taken on out before you can find the timing. And you might even be read by Pro Loot himself. So the last final few seconds on this P3, you start looking at P4 and Pro Loot. will cut down one more to give Bush control.
Softens up Vic through the middle. Vic may have applied enough pressure though to force a flip out. The Pro's going to prioritize his back spawns. Does enough to get Cammy straight back into the mix. Unfortunately, he's had to shift his attention. War can drop a bit of a firing line and squeeze out through yellow. All of a sudden, under a hell of a lot of pressure, and War will break early. Did this last time and held out for almost a full 60. Team kill won't make that much easier, but War respawning Bush respawning the other side of the map will have a lot of work to do from here.
Yeah, I mean, if War can just get a lot of this time here on this P4, I mean, this is a great way to kind of set yourself up to get back into this game on the third set of rotations. But Bush gonna be the victors on this second set, and they can just stick to the game plan, execute the exact same thing on this third go around. They should be feeling good about this map. But Team War, they're gonna live up to their name. They're making this a war, making these gunfights hot, making you have to play perfect. P1 will come online, and just like that, Bush have flipped the map on its head, and they're putting themselves in position.
Oh, big win for Cammy. It's weird because he's 2022, but I feel like he's having a fantastic map in terms of impact. Pro caught out by the statue. Flames 2-piece. Icons with another one. Now hand you P1. Only a stone's throw away if you are the Bush. It's all about those tacks, those nades. Get them into that point. Break it open. Flood with the bodies. Hitting this one by one, though, is just feeding Team War the way that they wish to be. So you got to slow it down. Work this together. Don't panic. You're still up by 30 points. Just want a bit of scrap time off this hill. Push out those P2 spawns, and Cammy's already on the move.
Yeah, the lead is definitely not nearly as comfortable as it once was for the Telluride Bush. They will cross the 200-point threshold here. So as long as they can come out net positive on this go-around, they will be feeling okay. But War is starting to heat up. Flames Dimensions leading the pack for Team War. And yet again, they're going to control these sort of P2 spawns here. And Dimensions on that outside. He gets the information. You have some movement starting to come on through, and it's a stun. You drop Cammy. Can you find one more towards the top? You can. Capsule dropped as well. And Team War only 10 points away from evening this one on up.
Incredibly clinical from War when they needed it most. They can't win this here. But it shall be close should Bush not break. So they got to put something together. It feels like all of a sudden a little bit individualistic from the Bush. Not playing for those spaces, not playing for the spawns correctly. Too late on the timings. And as such, War will suddenly surge into the lead. A little bit of a trade fest. Big wrap coming in from Capsule. That could be the moment that breaks things open here in blue. And it does. As Trade gets himself in. Just Namash to try and stand up. And we'll get the spawns in as well.
Oh my god, these close spawns for War are a blessing. 15 seconds on this hill as War will take the lead back in this hard point. And more seconds here on this P2. You got to think about P3. This is where Bush has been so good, but with Dimensions finding the kills like that, can you find one more in mid? You can. You force these deep spawns from the Telluride Bush and Team War. They are set up. Only 10 more seconds needed for them to take this hard point and send us to a game 5 search and destroy. It's one last push from the Bush. Can they find the kills? Can they make it happen? You've stemmed the tide. Team War, they will not go quietly into the night. They send us to a game 5.
Feels like we saw Team War go on about an 80 and 10 point exchange there in the last 2 and a bit hills. Ridiculous. Dimensions Pop's takeover, quite frankly. I think he finishes something like 35 and 22. Scary numbers from the man, but even more so when you think about how slow this team were out the gate. Even through the second set of rotations, felt like they were out of it. Almost felt like Bush had to just trip their way home. I talked about it midway through the map. It was a very much a team game up until a certain point. And as soon as Bush felt that pressure, seemed a little bit like individuals wanted to try and correct the ship, steer it in the direction that they wanted, instead of having that team game plan. So War will force us then game 5. And it all becomes a little bit nervous for pretty much everybody involved. War, typically the better team when it comes to search and destroy. But Bush did take one last time. So place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, at this point, just throw a dart at the board and see where it lands.
Really good stuff. I mean, like I said, in the middle of that, you take a look at that. Dimensions, 35 and 23, by the way. Almost 4,000 damage in the map. From the Bush side, Proloot, he was trying to go huge. 28 and 23. He had over 4K damage. A minute and a half into the hill. Okay? I mean, it's just when you're looking at the battle between these two teams, it is a battle, right? I mean, we got to talk about the search and destroy. Game 5. It was a Den search and destroy before. Team War came out and they were looking hot. I wonder if it will be the same here, but we got to talk about the other map that's still going on, Enigma. Game 5, S&D, OMiT Brooklyn, Huntsmen. And the Huntsmen are up 4-3 here on Gridlock.
It did have the numbers advantage when we initially tuned in, but the drag dive by DC. A little bit of a trade fest, dear Lord. Julian Renegade stand up against DC, who spotted, dropped. Huntsman then in a commanding position. You can see what it means to those fellas on the left. A little nibble of the nails if you are too real. Nervy looks for the boys in blue. All comes down to potentially one round to see out your season. If you are Brooklyn, for the Huntsmen, it's about pushing on and taking another team marching towards that final EWC spot.
I think just the emotions that I see from either side of the aisle here after that round is all I need to see, man. Huntsmen, electric right now. They understand they are one round away from making it one more round deeper into this bracket for OMiT Brooklyn. This is not how they want their Challenger season to end. Formidable team all year long. They will not go easily. A little bit of a defensive setup here from the Huntsmen as two players from Brooklyn. They make their way over towards B. Brack might find a little bit of a timing here. Does answer on back. Unfortunately for you, Renegade gets dropped across the map, but that will at least even you up into a 3v3, and it's a full wrap back to A.
Big steps to trade out. That was very much so needed. Julie was caught a little bit with his pants down. Too real aggressive to cut off the cross. Both Brooklyn bodies at the showers. DC's going to try and play forward here. Gain the intel to let his teammate know if the bomb's going to be dropped, if they're going to rotate. Get overextensive, though. Wake's just on the other side of that doorway.
You see, he's actually slides on out. Bomb will go down. And now it's a 1v1. Brack. He's been the stable veteran of this team since joining the Huntsmen, running through, but DC... That's just a classic L1R1, ladies and gentlemen. They'll keep this map alive. One more round.
Yeah, DC does well. It would be very easy, considering the circumstances and the stakes, to get a little twitchy, second guess yourself. Reads where Brack will try and reinforce from, just plays the off angle, catches him, wins the gunfight. I also give credit to Too Real. There was that moment where Yuli's trying to backpedal. He's just trying to get out of showers to his teammates. And Too Real doesn't give him the chance, cuts it off. It's traded eventually, but should Yuli have managed to get out there, would have given Huntsman the bodies for a retake. So, but still, just the one round needed for Huntsman. And Brooklyn forced that round 11. Are we all done here?
Well, looks like some type of showers hit here. But some of those bullets ripping through the shades, and you're getting wall tags. If you are Yuli, he understands there's got to be a player low HP. Nade up over the top. Does it connect? Doesn't look like it does, but with some of that altercations happening, you see the Huntsmen have already repositioned back towards the mid. Yuli, great shots. Backs down Too Real, but still no real heavy commit to a bomb site. We're going to re-wrap back to A, except this time we have the reinforcements. We have the bodies that we need. Just all about clearing out this bomb site. Unfortunately for you, Gwyn is here, and he is finding two. Not able to find the shots. Brack there for the trade. Will not be able to find any more. Gwyn keeping it alive.
Truly, Gwyn being him. He's isolated essentially 1v4 in that site for a moment. Teammates do pick up the intel, start to reinforce, but they're not close enough to help him. So I don't need anything, puts the whole round on his damn back. Picks up the two-piece. And how the emotions in the room have shifted. The air on that left side considerably more nervy than they were moments ago. The Brooklyn boys just locking in a little readjustment. One last set check, one last lean forward. Off we go. Game 5, round 11. Is your season done? Or is your gauntlet run still just begun?
Both teams, nobody wants to engage in some type of round 11. All four players just bang out of sight. It's going to be fundamental. It's going to be play for info. It's tacks and nades up over the top. Got 3 players, though, on that B side. Gwyn will be found out. He's been the X factor that you've needed in some of these rounds. But with that death, you see all 3 arrows from OMiT Brooklyn. They make their way over to A. Going to get this bomb planted.
Huntsman have played for this. Just take over one bomb site. Find an isolated kill, get the numbers, and then rotate over once that bomb's down. Once it forces the gunfights, 30 seconds to defuse. Huntsman got to go. Brooklyn is setting up a play through the mid.
All four players from the Huntsmen are here. If you're not careful, DC could find himself at the end of so many guns, and it could just be a quick defuse before you even have the opportunity to get back into the guns fight. But DC does a great job to find Yuli. Trades are there from Renegade. Have you read Paul X, though? On the bomb. Doesn't even need to make it happen. Huntsmen, they let the kills go their way. They actually do get the defuse that's there as well. And OMiT Brooklyn. You can see the defeat on their eyes. This is not how they wanted their series, their season to end. But it's going to have to. And on the Huntsman side, you can see it's a sigh of relief. They stay alive one more round. Whew.
Let's see what it is that Brooklyn intending to do there. Down on numbers. They're hoping to bait a couple of Huntsman players out. They get the initial Renegade. Does very well to just hold his irons, not get baited into that trade. Because he would have fallen eventually. So, but it's the Huntsman holding out there. Not faking the bomb defusal. They go straight for it. Look, their ticket to the next round. On to War. Bush then. Bush with that typical 2-2 split. Leave mid open. Just reinforce it out the window if you are pro loot. Otherwise, it's a 2-2 split of a different kind if you are War. Just oscillating a little bit between mid and north if you are one pairing. The bottom, iron pressure to the B-bomb site.
Well, Huntsman, guess what? You're not going to really have that much time to relax because you got to play the winner of this game. The winner of this map. Seems fitting that we're still back here on a game 5. Gridlock, search and destroy. See this fast hit. Cammy easily dealt with. Bush now in a 2v4. Drake's on this outside. Probably waiting for just a timing with Proloot if possible. Icons, though, will get that bomb down. Looking at every corner. If you are Team War, Proloot dealt with. It's now just Trakes in a 1v4. Throws out the tactical. Will not land. But hey, it's a round 1. You can see Bush still locked in. But a great performance from Team War in that round.
Yeah, lovely and smooth to kick things off. We know how deep this team's playbook can be. So check back in, see if we get that one later on, too. Two players basically push out through the B-bomb site. Once they're stalled, the two who are playing more through that mid and north connector, they just flick back and forth. Can we pick up anyone on the rotation who thinks they're playing in for our stalled players over towards B? And it doesn't even need to be that complicated. Just simply win the gunfights. Put themselves up by 1. Push now. Your opportunity to move the device and dictate where we'll be.
Nice little spread defense here from Team War. Members of Bush, though, will try and move their way up towards this B site. You do have icons, though. Looking to just control the hole, we like to say. Trying to wait for any type of player to move forward in it. Capsule throws a bit of a shoulder, and now Team War, they get an inkling. This is going to be some type of B hit, potentially, but Bush has specifically not planted the bomb here. Probably for this reason, and that's exactly what it is. Bush play on the exit. Team War will continue to readjust.
It's never felt comfortable. If you are Bush, you lacked intel, numbers. Vic, though, somehow picks up Trakes through the middle of the map, and Trakes is supposed to be there for intel, if anything. Isolated there, but Cammy does well. Gets aggressive not only on icons, but Vic as well. Dimensions will trade. Makes that situation much more manageable. 2v2 at the showers.
Double kill is huge, and Proloot throwing shoulders, knife in hand, lets him know you got at least one player over on that bomb site. He's going to go ahead, back up. Got to find in timing with Capsule, who he's just jumping all around. You're gaining so much attention from this Team War duo, but you're letting the time just tick on down. You don't even have to make a play here. You find the kill that you need to, though. Flames finds one. He might just try and fly at this bomb, go for the defuse. Does he know where Capsule is? No, he does not. Cap pops open at the right time, gets the kill. Great plays from Bush there to bounce back in this map.
Yeah, the opening of that round tells me everything I need to know about their mental. It would be easy to come off the back of that map 4 where you wavered big time through the back stages. But no, they take their pause, pick up their information. The comms are through. Look, what do we know about this B plan? Do we feel comfortable with it yet, gentlemen? And clearly the answer was no. So they invest in the rotation. Force War to shift their sights. It's clean in the end. But I will say, great play from Cammy. When Trace gets isolated there, you're in a horrible spot. He decides to get aggressive, chase those retreating War players. And that makes that situation manageable. Gives him the round.
Well, you are Team War. You're going to answer back that round with just an aggression of your own. You don't need all the mind gamey straps when you're just kind of kickstarting a round with a nade on top of Capsule and you're ripping pro loot. So you're going to put Bush immediately into the 2v4. Cammy, top window. He gets eyes on one, but unfortunately for you, Vic is laying in wait, and you're going to clean up the last final member. No opportunity to let Bush find some momentum in this map.
No, most certainly not. Offense is on top. War so clean with it sometimes. So it feels like that way a lot. Like War, sometimes they do have to grit their teeth and get through a round. But a lot of the times you also see these clean ones where they just walk away 4 up. Meanwhile, for the Bush, feels like they're having to claw tooth and nail every single time to get something off of their opposition. Simple. S&D, when you make it so. Play your life. Win your gunfights. Bush, going for that big hit today. You will not meet much in the way of reinforcements unless Flames can do something special.
I think Flames is trying to play for info here, but you will hear and see that smoke go down. So Bush looking to get a fast plant here. Now it's just all about playing defensive position here as you were force War to be in the retake. You'll invest the trophy Capsule. He sees one slide across. He's still just waiting. Unfortunately for you, Vic has managed to find pro loot. You're trying to have some trigger discipline, but you don't find the kills that's there. Thankfully for you, Trakes has managed to slide out. He finds one, but Icons has brought down Cammy. It's now just Trakes. Field upgrade. It's activated, but it's not going to be worth it. Team War, a fantastic retake here to find their 3rd round in the map.
Yeah, it looks like Trakes had the timing as well. When he pops out around the one side of that showers, if he just wraps back around the corner, he's going to kill 2 of them at least. And you also don't see your teammate clear it out. So that would have been an entirely manageable situation. Invest instead in the Echo unit. And, well, that just half second of decision making. Or don't allow you to buy it. Will now be 3-1 up. The first gap that we've seen so far, the first defensive round we've seen thus far is a clean retake. More again, very happy to play that kind of ball. Just give up one site, surround it, hit it all at the same time. Bush had very little answer.
Huge round here. This is where Bush, I think, need to just prove that they're still in this map. You do have 2 players on this A site. It's all 4 members from Team War. They made their way on in. You'll invest the trophies. Pull back. Some of the attacks and nades from the Bush. With the Bush, they've invested all the players over here. You can see ProLoot making sure nobody's hitting some type of wrap here. But oh my god, the kills immediately just go the way of the Bush. Cap finds 2. Cammy lines up for a 3rd. And well, the dimensions at least will find Capsule, but it doesn't matter because while you're dealing with the last player, ProLoot, he's pulling that vet move. He says, I'm hopping the rock, man. I'm not letting this one go away.
The round the Bush desperately needed for sure. It's been back-to-back offensive rounds through the opening 3. As soon as that defense comes online, you're then looking at War to walk away with the next offense. That would have been a tall task, a very solid mountain to climb. But no, Bush are decisive in those moments where they need the aggression. Again, Cammy flexing in on the SMG. These players flooding forward in numbers, trading around one another. Back within 1. Again, offense. Very wide line here if you are the Bush. Non-committal. Trying to get some information. Let War play forward. See if you can pick up a free gunfight.
Yeah. Dimension 7-1 right now on that 4 streak. So a huge round from them. Could give you that streak and maybe give you what you need to help close out this map. But already here, Bush. Still back to the mind games. Gonna wrap over towards this B site. Can you deal with any of these Team War players is the real issue. Capsule might have just been able to slip the net, though. See, you have Icons trying to line on up, and well, you've taken control of the gunfight until Vic just slides on out at the right time to take down the bomb planter. Dimensions, he slides out. That's number 5 on the board. And the Bush seemingly had taken control of the B bomb site, but Team War, they find the timing. You don't find the gunfights. I mean, Bush, you had the right idea, but it just kind of gets sloppy.
I'm also questioning if you did. It felt like they had the only information that they had was that there was definitely bodies around that bomb site. For everything else, you saw zero contact. There was absolutely nothing. So I wonder if they should have gone back to that play that we saw in the earlier round. Okay, we're not entirely comfortable here at B. Let's just rotate it to A. Drop the rock.
Sure.
Maybe a little bit concerned about the way that their last A plant went around, but I don't know, man. That seemed like a desperation play. And Vic, well, he was never covered over. The bomb plant coming through from Trakes. You're hoping that your teammate on that outside is just going to cover your corridor. In the end, they're watching too many spots all at the same time, and as they pivot to the different location, you get isolated. So up 4-2 if you're War.
Feels like maybe a little bit of overthought coming in from Bush on those offensive rounds. Defensive, though, they have looked good. This is still a way to keep into this map. All 4 members from War continuing to try and work this A site. Trakes has done such a good job on this site before. But it's just a full rapid pro loot. He's going to be able to go guns up. M15. You cut down dimensions, you cut down flames. And it's a split now from Team War. But you find the 2 kills that go your way. Somehow, you even this up into a 2v2.
Bush just start chasing dots. Bush get themselves 2 kills on the board thanks to pro loot. Ironed up with the AR. Doesn't miss a damn beat. But then you see 2 players start to just push out when you could have just buddied up as a 4 here. Use your numbers, and regardless of the situation, let War plant. That's fine. You're in 4v2. They are going to be aggressively close here as the bomb goes down.
You might find a timing. No, you might find a timing. Vic finds himself in between 2 guns. However, it's a shimmy. He slides out. He finds Capsule. It's pro loot now in a 1v2. Can Byron do it? No, he cannot. Team War clutch the round. You see the head go back from Trakes there. He understands we just threw that round away. And War gets another one on the board. Feels like they are playing some clinical search and destroy.
There's no side in S&D quite like Team War right now. Talk about some of the squads that probably stand above them on the totem pole overall. Your Notorious is your OMiT. But even they recognize how brilliant this War side are. When it comes to search, we've been here before. 5-2. Bush clawed it back once. And then 1 in the round 11. Gotta do it again, and it all begins with 1.
Players from War will fly at A. You have a couple of Bush members here, though. You cannot get caught. Trakes with bomb here. Just throwing the shoulders. Smokes will go down, get invested. Block some of those line of sights immediately onto the bomb site. Could be just trying to be forced this Team War. Or the other side, Trakes through the mid, slides out. Icons, first blood, immediately. Bomb starts going down. Bush will take control of the bomb site here as Team War look to retake. Vic, he slides on out. Thankfully, the trades are there. Dimensions engages from the back. It's a 2v2. Dimensions laying down in wait, trying to make it happen. It's Trakes, the Argentinian. It's a 2v1 to keep it alive. All he has is a pistol. Slides out, finds the first one. You just need to play the time, but no, it's Flames clutching up for Team War. And Bush will unfortunately get pushed out of the bracket, out of Challengers Finals.
And out, of course, of contention for the Esports World Cup. So the season will come to a bitter end. If you are the Telluride Bush Gaming, they've been brilliant all the way through this year. Whether it be Opens, Cups, Elites, all the storylines and drama that have come with it. But Team War, too much on the day.
Wow.
As soon as we got to the back portion of that map, you could feel it coming. If you're not winning a Colossus hard point, then the Bush are in trouble. If you're forcing a game 5 against Team War, anyone is in trouble. And we get to see exactly why. Vikram, 10-4. And Dimensions, 10-3. Both over 1,000 damage. 10 non-traded kills from Dimension. Nobody literally had his trade. So many moments dancing in and around those showers where he unlocks a timing, just finds the cutaway kills. A little 2-piece here and there. Stopped all the Bush plans in their track. They will march on through this bracket.
Listen, we all had our eyes on this Team War roster when they made that run in Paris. We all had questions. was that a fluke, right? Sometimes you can hit these moments on land. So could they do it again? Making it back here to the Challengers Finals. And we have our answer. For the Telluride Bush, though, I feel like I saw a little bit too much overthinking, right? In some of those rounds, it was, we're going to try and fake here and then wrap back to this bomb site, but then re-wrap back on through. Whereas Team War, I think they just understood the right time, the right place to be, and they punished Bush on some of those wraps a lot. A lot of rounds that I think should have gone the Bush's way that maybe didn't. But Team War, they do what they do, and they prove that they're a phenomenal search and destroy team. Any of these other rosters still in this bracket looking to go up against this Team War team has to be on point when it comes to search and destroy, because they are just looking lights out right now.
That's the thing. You don't want to square up against Team War in an S&D. You want to beat them 3-1 in every series, and that comes with the respawn. That comes with Bush beating them out in their own backyard, which is Colossus, and look good to do so. I just wonder, you talk about overthinking there. I do wonder, were you seeing the lights too early? Is it the pressure overwhelming you? Whatever it is, in a moment on Colossus, you suddenly flip from this cohesive unit that was playing for the pressure, applying for space, looking for those back spawns, into a side that all of a sudden was all about individuals. And, well, that will be us rounding out the series, the Game 5, where Team War come out on top. 2 S&Ds, 1 hard point. Of course, that gives us a beautiful little bracket, my friend. The Challengers Finals is far from done. Winners Finals, that'll be P7, Notorious, and OMiT. Both of those, of course, now through to the EWC. We'll see them in Paris. The elimination round 3 down there. That sets ourselves up. That will decide the final spot. Sorry, no. Elimination round 3? Yeah, we good?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
elimination round 3. We just got the wrong team in there. Should be Team War against the Huntsmen. Elimination round 3 will then be that play for the final spot at the Esports World Cup.
I mean, Huntsmen go to a Game 5 against OMiT Brooklyn. Team War go to a Game 5 against the Telluride Bush. Now to meet up here, winner will take on the loser of that winners finals. But the winner, like you mentioned, more importantly, will grab that last final Esports World Cup. And if you're wondering what these teams are fighting for, it's not just glory, it's not just pride, it's not even pro points anymore or a trip to EWC. We got cash on the line, and you can see how that gets distributed here. Unfortunately, with Telluride Bush and OMiT Brooklyn making this exit in top 6, it will be $6,000 for them. For both OMiT Brooklyn and Huntsmen, well, they actually managed to snag themselves a nice little payday, at least with 12, but $60,000 for the victors of our Challengers Finals. 2 back-to-back Electric Series Enigma, but we are gearing up for a fantastic losers matchup that we have here between OMiT Brooklyn and Huntsman, Team War and Huntsman. It is going to be wild. Do not go anywhere. We're taking a very short break. Players are getting set up, and we are diving right into the action here as part of Challengers Finals. Welcome back, everybody, to the Challengers Finals. If you just missed it, you watched a nail-biter between the Team War and Telluride Bush in Game 5. And, well, Team War clutch it on up to get to our next series, where they need to take on the Huntsmen for not only keeping their bracket alive here in Challengers Finals, but also for one last spot at the Esports World Cup in that first week of August. Dandro here on the mic. Of course, we got Enigma as well. Let's tee up this next little game here, man, because it has just been a roller coaster ride for both of these teams.
Certainly has. I mean, if you were the Huntsmen, you fell initially to Team War in a swift 3-0. We'll touch on that in a moment. You then made your way through the lower bracket, beating Project 7 and Brooklyn out in Game 5. So if you got the ice, and Team War, who themselves have just seen off a Game 5, we're not great in the S&D. Should we see another Game 5 in this series? I really don't know who comes out on top. Team War, after seeing off Huntsmen early on, they then dropped to P7 Notorious in a 3-1 fashion. And as we just talked about, scraped past the bush in their own Game 5. To clarify, it is Huntsmen, Team War against one another here in Elimination Round 3. Winner makes EWC. Loser ends their season here and hopes and prays they make it to the LCQ.
Going to be a fantastic matchup. Let's talk about our maps and modes that we got for this game coming up. We're starting off with a Den Hardpoint, a Gridlock, Search and Destroy, Scar Overload, another Game 4 Colossus Hardpoint, and when we get to that Game 5, it will be a Sake Search and Destroy. Game 4 Colossus coming back out to play, Enigma. I wonder, is that a war pick? Baby feeling good after that Bush series.
Yeah, I wonder, because you did just beat the Bush in their own backyard when the stakes mattered most. The interesting thing here is that there's not a single map from the previous series that these two teams had. And in fact, you are banning out the Gridlock Hardpoint you got slotted on last time if you are the Huntsman. You're banning out the Raid S&D you got slotted on last time if you're the Huntsman. The only thing that never gets touched in this series was the Expo Overload. So Huntsman did their homework. They kind of went, all right, well, last time we played, if we want to take that as a download series, the answer to our problems is get those maps the hell out of the pool. So yeah, fair enough. That is going to suit them nicely. It basically resets the stakes here. Don't get me wrong, I think overall we're probably still looking at War as the better S&D side. The thing for me with the Huntsmen is, what do you look like when it comes to your respawns? They've been inconsistent so far through today, and in particular last time you let icons drop 30 and 16 on your forehead, so can't have that happen here again.
Nope, you cannot. I think if the Huntsmen want to feel good about this series, they need to feel rock solid in these, kind of respawns that we're able to have here. I think Huntsmen, if they come out here, have a nice swift map 1, they'll feel okay if they let this map 2 slip on by. But for Team War, we've seen them. They've reverse swept some of the top teams. They've come out swinging against top teams. You cannot overlook them. So let's get it started here on this Den Hardpoint. War going to be spawning on that quote-unquote good side here as this P1 comes on up, and well, Huntsmen, they're going to try and rip their way through, flip these spawns out, but War will deny them the pleasure of doing so.
Clean initially from Team War. Take 4 for the first 5 kills. Now Huntsman going to try and press out through the dojo side with Wake raining shots in from the window, and AR's Haven, if ever you wanted one. Oh, Brack there nearly reads the pinch from Dimensions. Turns on him and won't get there quickly enough. Wake himself eventually back down. So all good if you are Team War right now, but I like what Huntsmen are doing here. Hot off the presses, rotating quickly. The problem for you is you get isolated by flames, so the backbones will belong to the team in red.
Yeah, it's all 3 from Team War. They work as a unit to find themselves here. You get some close spawns if you are the Huntsman, and now you got Brack kind of working this side area. Wake, he finds 2. Flames almost does the same in kind, but will not get there. You still have these close back spawns if you are Team War, so you can stay aggressive on this P2. Make sure you do not get flipped out. Unfortunately, that is what happens. The kills go the way of Team War, but Awakening uses the gun to find Vic. Knife to bring down Icons. They'll keep this one mixy, as it's still a close score here on the P2.
I'm better than we had any right to, really. If you're the Huntsman, trying to hit this hill from the front could be a suicide mission sometimes. Do just enough here. We have a nice set of points that ties this game up relatively, maybe even give you a lead. Should give you a head start on the foot race to P4. Eventually, body starts to fall. Brack makes the right choice, backs it up, aims to just slow everything down in terms of rotation for War. And actually, just going to join bodies on the front line because that's where the hit from War's coming.
What's up? You find these early engagements, you can. The Huntsmen will come out on top. You got 2 remaining players from War, 1 last player in Flames, and well, you'll cut one down in the corner. You're not going to be able to snap on a Renegade though, but the rest of your team is going to try and fly through this dojo's side, so you might have just pulled the attention long enough as Vic pulls open a huge 3, cracks open the HP, continues to fly forward. Unfortunately, will get stopped by Renegade.
Pretty impressive that he was sat at 1-7 before that was back off play, and yet Team War have the lead. Show the officials in their play right now. Yuli just up close, manages to clear the point. Brack's trying to back him up. Neutral for a moment, but pretty much as she wrote for Team War on this one. A little bit of cleanup here towards the end as Wade gets involved on 2-piece and immediately flooding through Dojo. Team War trying to read where the pressure's coming from initially. Do you also pick up Yuli through blue here? Might have the spring in his step. Nah, shots were going to give him away. So square up in the backside for the spawns and control of the hill.
Doesn't realize you got player from Team War in his servers as Dimensions does a good job to find 2 other teammates, find the other 2, all 4 dead in the feed for the Huntsmen. That puts them on that P2 spawn, so now Team War can focus their eyes towards the front. Some great slides on out here. You'll get the trades needed. Only 2 players from Team War still remaining on this hill, and you're starting to push forward. Renegade, PC in hand, wants to be that tip of the spear. Get them the points on the board. It's only a 20-point deficit. You're still in this game. It's a full swing out from Team War, but it's a pinstripe kill feed. Call it Christmas, as it's just all red and green. And, well, you're still getting these close spawns. Nobody's been able to hold this HP.
I gotta say, Huntsmen are making far more meal out of what they're getting than they deserve. The rotations just have been incredibly late to the punch, somehow keeping this game within arm's length. Wait, just trying to slow things down on the Dojo side. There will be a split hill for now. Icon's decide, I don't want to share this with you. Get the hell off my point. Floods forward. Dimensions tries to back the bubble. Go back to a white contested hill. And with that one from Dimensions, the 3rd in a row. And coverage over the top should allow War to soak just a few points. Adds until a couple of kills. Go the way of the Huntsman.
Yeah, like Brack, he hesitates there coming off the spawn. They want to make sure they keep holding the side, but he was the only player alive. So if he flies forward, you have a chance that you might flip this one on out. So a little bit of patience there will net you more time. You do not let this get away from you. Look who's pushed on up. Yuli is here, trying to find some of these entry kills. Slide out. Still doing a great job playing your life. He's actually going to jump up to the window, bring Dimensions into the eye line of Brack. That's 2 more for Brack, but look at this. Icons, he's made the wrap. He slipped in through the back somehow. He's got these spawns, and all he has to do is just stay alive and make sure that no other Huntsman player is going to be able to be back here.
Yeah, War gifted that one. I will be straight with you. It was incredible work initially from Renegade. Great patience just to lock down the rooftops. Maybe you're overstraying a touch, but that was a harsh one. Either way, Huntsman won't care. They've cleared it out, but their front line will not be as far pushed out as they would have liked. That defensive system not truly in place. Renegade will gain the information, though, that Icons and Co are on the way, but with that one from Flames in the back, you should have a pinch, and you're clear if you are War fighting in now for those final 30 seconds.
Yeah, team kill in that fight, but it's not going to really matter as much because you get 4 dead in the feed anyway. It's going to allow Vic to still be aggressive on this rooftop side. They're causing the Huntsmen just to look left, to look right. They just have no path forward into the front of this hill. You are soaking right now if you are Team War. Split spawns will come on through with Flames. He will read that. So you're starting to look over towards this plateau hill. What do you do to get on over here for Icons? It's fight your way through Dojo and just use every gun in the arsenal to cut your way there. And you find the last one you need? You sure can. And you can keep it going as well. Enigma, he is ripping right now. He might be 12 and 19, but he's not going to stay negative for that much longer if you're hitting like that.
It's a weird one. Like, Vic and Icons right now just haven't come online. These are the 2 that took over the last series against the Huntsmen. Icons in particular in the hard points. You see little moments like that where their impact is truly felt. You can get them online just a little bit more. Continue the current formula. If you are the War, then you'll do enough, but Huntsmen scrapping for every second they can get. Wake now for himself. Let's play out back patio. Will be held at the doorway, but slows it down long enough to allow Brack to support. Now you got those back spawns. If you are War Yuli with the kill dojo side, it means you've picked up most of the cell. Timing will go against him, but the shot's light onto Moek.
Awakening and Brack having a hell of a game here. Really going to work in this map number 1. We come back around. Where's this P4? We saw how back and forth this was in the first go around, but on the second set of rotations, is it going to be as aggressive? Team War, they control for now, but Huntsmen will be hitting from this side room, trying to manage to just keep this contested. But Team War, they stem the tides.
Renegade there. There's 3 guns. Catches War by surprise. Splinters to the defensive hold. Boys back in. 20 seconds on the clock. Still to go for this one. Scrap time. And with how tight this match is, every second worth fighting for. Trades will go the way of guys in green again. Wake back in his perch. Back in his little overlook spot. As we back down these players on the opposite side, but Vikram does get through. Renegade caught by surprise. The stun now. Just going to slow Wake up, but my lord, you need someone to snap in the right moments. He will be your man, and Brack will rain in hellfire just to push War back for a moment, keep the hill neutral.
Brack may call him the Hellstorm, but Flames, he's going to find more purchase with his M15. Warf done a great job here on this third set of rotations to just set up in the way that they need to. On the second set, Huntsmen had the spawns that they needed. War learning from that, not going to let that happen here again. As long as you can push forward, keep them off this hill, you'll be able to soak the time, take the lead, but also set yourself up for a great P2.
Big kill on the south side there as Flames newly meet. Allow Flames to ensure this cutout is protected. His boys can focus on the other task at hand, such as fighting over the rooftops where Huntsmen are committed to a rotation. Icon's 18-27 right now, M15 in hand will have a lot of company. Gets the first.
Just holding the spawns. Only player that's here. The rest of the team needs to come help. Trades all on the outside. Awakening is going to try and be the man on him, but Flames and Dimensions line him up, knock him down. That's 3 dead into the feed. Huntsman's still getting these close spawns, though, and there's plenty of time on this hard point. You can throw some lives at this as long as you do keep these close spawns, but trophies are in from Team War. It's going to make breaking this hill open difficult. Not unless you find Dimensions, you find Vic. It's a 2-for-2 trade here. Trying to play that stairs side. Brack goes huge. He finds 2 for himself as you'll control the final few ticks of this P2 and keep this one even.
Indeed, an important thing to note, Flames tucks himself into the hill and picks up a trade kill, which will hand him a Hellstorm later on, should we see another P4. Of course, we shall, but if Huntsmen get rotated in early, expect to look to the skies on that one. That's why push out for more. Looking for all the intel very early. They will get first point of contact at Dojo. They'll also get more as Renegade wrapped wide and plays up against Vikram.
And Yuli trying to throw some shots down there, waiting for the reinforcements. Yuli and Awakening, they'll line up for another 2, and you make the read. You got one pushing from behind on that Dojo side. It's a huge gunfight that you have to win, and they'll be able to make it happen. Eyes to the front of the hill as Brack continues to try and reap, but Icons will pop a 2-piece. Not allow it to happen. Look at Flames just holding this backside. Calling in the Hellstorm actually is what he's doing, and well, he's gonna get his reward. A nice little 2-piece for him is Team War. They'll push up into Dojo, and they'll look to soak up the rest of this hill. It's just back and forth here, Andy.
I wonder if Flames feels that was premature. His teammates have done enough damage on the front line realistically. He calls it in a split-second decision. Might have needed it for this later hill, so as such, War is just going to press through back patio and swarm out the throne room. Get in amongst these pillars, and you are finding the kills. You cut the Huntsmen down where they stand. They'll bleed out. And if you're War, you'll lock yourself in for the backside. Huntsmen must break through the front.
This push has to be clean. Unfortunately, Flames playing on the top of this side. Into guns. He'll use his M15 to find 2, stem the tide of the Huntsmen. 10 more seconds needed for War to take this map number 1. You have 3 members of the Huntsmen here encircling around the hard point, but Vic and Icons will do it themselves as a duo. They find the kills. They cut down the Huntsmen and maybe turn them into prey just a little bit here in map number 1 on a Den hardpoint.
It's great stuff from the Huntsmen early, but I spoke about it. Team War basically kept the game incredibly close, despite the fact that 2 of their best shooters through this tournament, in Vic and Icons, were running, basically double negative. It seems like they were early on the rotations. They were far better at efficiency, playing for those spawns, taking away chunks of time off the back of their kills, chaining those moments essentially, so that they were walking away with pretty much the majority of the early part of the hill and leaving Huntsmen with the scrap. As soon as you saw those boys come online late on, unfortunately, Huntsmen just couldn't keep pace. I gotta say, when we look at the scoreboard in a minute, everybody cast your eyes to Brack. 31 and 23 with 2 minutes and 17 in the hill.
Wow.
For the loss. He's asking a couple of questions that side of his desk, and I can understand why, but credit where it is due for Team War. The Mentions has himself a map. Icons is putting damage out pretty much everywhere. Flames will drop 31 and 20, but to not be outdone, Vic, it looks ugly initially, 19 and 31, but still 3,600 damage out there.
Yeah.
Every bit a part of the turnaround.
Also, just look at Team War. Everybody getting into the hill, soaking up some of that time, right? Really understanding how to push their members forward and backfill there to secure that. Pretty even across the assists as well. It just kind of shows real team effort from War there in order to get that one done. And if you are War, you're coming off that Bush series, you already were feeling good. You take this map number 1, you know your search and destroy is lights out. You gotta be having some high spirits there. But I gotta also say, Enigma, though, as much as we say that, this was still a very close game. Very back and forth, neck and neck, all the way there.
Well, it was considerably closer than the last time these 2 teams matched up. Again, it was a 251-48, and it was a takeover from the like of Icons. So, Huntsmen, it was better from them. It's just in certain moments, again, those early hills, you're up probably 15, 20 kills as a team, but you're basically within 10 points. That's because you're not on that early rotation. You're having to break on through, playing for those spawns. That saps time away. And even when you do get all the kills at the end, you're walking away with, what, 20 seconds? You then invest into old time, which means you, again, are behind in the race for the new hill. Little moments like that where you need a leader to just kind of wrap their arm around the team and go, guys, why don't we just give this one up and set ourselves up for a new hill? We're out shooting these boys. But what I will say, if you are out shooting the opposition and you're still feeling pretty good despite coming off the back of a hard point loss if you're the Huntsman, you won't be too concerned. The only thing is, next up is what? It's a search and destroy Team War grade those.
Yeah, the Gridlock S&D coming on up. We've seen both of these teams perform in a game 5 just 1 round ago on this very map and mode combo. Both of them, I gotta say, looked lights out. Both of them had strats. They had counter strats. They understand how to play this game. This is going to be a real battle of the brains, I think, when you have 2 top teams who understand how to play this search and destroy on Gridlock so well. You might have to kind of see where you think 3 steps ahead and maybe try and outwit your opponents. For Team War, if they go up 2-0 in this series, I know they are going to be feeling electric here, but we've seen it from the Huntsmen. They've shaken off sort of map 1 hard points before, not let it affected them, come on into a map 2 search and destroy and really run up the numbers quickly. So as much as we want to, praise and sing the likes of Team War and their search and destroy, we also have to give some credit to the Huntsmen because we've seen them in this type of scenario before.
Oh, we certainly do. I think when we're looking at what they've got to do better than last time, you lose 6-2 in the raid S&D. Of course, we're now going to be playing out on Gridlock. Is the first blood column. They were 6-2 in favor of Team War. Vic in particular not only drops 10 and 5 across the whole series, but 4 first blood. So that's the man you got to isolate. What did you read from last time? Was he overextensive in areas? Was he the man ironed up in various positions? I'd assume that Vic, of all people, would have been one of the ones flying in through the front door and finding plenty of trades in early. And the thing is, I look at Gridlock, I think of him getting active in places like showers. We've already seen him being very active from connector over towards that B site through mid, a huge part of the victory against the Bush. So he will be a difficult player to slow down, but every game of chess has a queen on the board, the most powerful piece. And for me, it's him that the Huntsmen have to manage to find a way to knock over.
I'm glad you defined that queen metaphor you just used, because I thought you were about to just they were throwing shots.
Most powerful piece on the board, man. Like, I don't know.
I agree with you. I'm glad you finished. I thought you were just calling somebody a name here on broadcast. I was like, that's aggressive. But here we go. Team War, Huntsman, round 1 of Gridlock. And it's just Team War. I think maybe you're just going to see. What's your read on this, Huntsman? Because it's all 4 members of War. full fly into showers. Maybe to see if you can brute force a first round to go up in this map.
On tip of the spear meets 0 contact. Huntsman back this off. And we've seen this situation many a time on gridlock. Simply bide your time. Flood this once you have the numbers. All 4 through the same door, and that nade, though, will slow the push as Renegade takes pretty much all the flak in the face.
Nick is going to be the one to claim first blood onto Yuli there, but it's a pinstripe kill feed. Trades are in, gets us down into a 2v1 with Wake, and they know where he is. It's just a double slide out. They get the shots in. Team War, aggressive round number 1. They get the bomb down. They play forward a little bit, and they just let the gunfights go their way.
That's the Queen getting active right there. That first blood column. Great stuff from him. And again, dancing around the showers. Looks great with the NPC. It's weird because OMiT talked about him at the start of the year, and he was nowhere near this level. The growth we've seen from him through 2026 has been insane. The first round, you're right, it's the aggression out of war. Huntsman do the right thing, back it off. I just don't know if the counterplay should be all through the same door. I think what they're hoping to do is kind of bait war into looking at different angles, but as soon as that nade catches Renegade, you've given up the ghost.
Yeah, could have maybe seen like just a little bit of a delayed wrap, but... And it looks like Huntsman, they're going to try and maybe just go for the same type of execute here. And, well, the trades are going to go their way. Yuli, Brack, drop flames and icons is Renegade. He's going to be the one to actually be the player to surge forward. He drops 2. They get the bomb down. Huntsman, just like that, answer back 1-1.
I'm a fan not only of how clean that round is from the Huntsman, but how decisive and aggressive it is. You've just come off the back of the map 1 loss. You get absolutely run over in the first round of this S&D. It would have been understandable to almost be a little bit timid, a little bit tainted by those moments, but instead you're like, no, we're going to take the game to you. You want to exchange haymakers here. We'll meet you in the showers. And they don't lose a single gunfight. So Huntsman making that early claim. We are as much in this matchup as we wish to be at this point. So 1 apiece. Offense is on top. So often the case here on grid. Different look, though, for Team War. A split push. Huntsman will meet them every step of the way.
A little bit different look here. Round number 3. Feels like both teams said, all right, let's go ahead. Let's show this aggressive A hit. Maybe what happens when we slow it down just for a minute here. Looks like for Team War, could still be an A hit. Just slightly delayed. Huntsman, I think they make this read, though. So we don't really see anything anywhere else. We do have Awakening down there on B, and just like that, you've already been able to bring down Dimensions. So even though it was a 3v3 onto this site, you find one more onto Vic. Icons tries to find the gunfight. Unfortunately, just the bullets will not be able to connect. Now it's just Flames. 1v4. Bomb down. Shots go out. Huntsman know that he's here. Really nothing you can make happen. A miracle will be what you have to make happen. Unfortunately for us, no miracle today.
Well, certainly unfortunately for Team War, but Huntsman, they'll be delighted about that. Very efficient. Again, clean in the early engagements. You gotta be like that when it comes against Team War. How many times have we witnessed Team War go down in numbers, lose those first bloods, and yet still come out on top in the round just because they've been able to reposition themselves, shift the fight to where they wish it to be. So good at Surge. Huntsman give them no such luxury. Hot on their heels. And it wasn't just one player pushing out, chasing red dots. There is a pack. Since they set up that pinch situation, talks about a miracle. I think they needed a new word for whatever they required there. Either way, the Huntsman. First B look on offense. We'll have 3 players to meet.
That's just a little dirty. That's what we like to see, though. Already. Vic getting dropped into the map, and you're just seeing this fast wrap back to A. You see a lot of teams do this. Show a little bit face B, fast wrap back to A. Trying to keep defense on their toes. The top side, though. Brack tries to find one, but thankfully the trades are there, and can Yuli find one more on the exit? Won't need to. Decides to stick with the team, but it's 2v3.
Love the decision from the Huntsman there. Go back and clear out base. Reestablish that numbers lead. That's done. Less convinced by. That's unfortunate. You will now probably have to re-wrap this if you are the Huntsman. The call comes in. Let's get on our bikes, boys. Because whatever we thought we had set up there didn't come to pass. I think he just got spotted, actually, on the cross.
I think War have an inkling what's happening here, but the clock is not on your side, so the setup has to be pristine. Renegade, he's going to drop the bomb with his back to the area that Team War is coming from. Thankfully, teammates have your over. They're gonna hold this lane. They cut down the members of Team War. A little bit of back and forth there.
It was interesting. I mean, look, I go back to the play to once Icons gets up through mid, that could have caused you a real problem. That was setting up essentially a pinch play. If you'd have gone for that B-bomb site, feels like you were setting yourself up to be swarmed. So what they do is back off. We'll clean you out, reestablish the numbers, so that when our bomb starts to go down, we have enough players to match up evenly in the gunfights. You then obviously have to change strategy a little bit when Renegade stuns the back of his teammate's head. But either way, you keep your composure. You get yourself on the move, so... all this stuff established. Two-round lead. They're leading in those first blood columns the same way.
Gotta make something happen here. If you are Team War, give yourself a little bit of juice. Get back into this S&D. You were so flawless, really all day, in the search and destroys. And now to be on the back foot, not where you would like to be. First blood, going your way. Great way to get started. Renegade gets caught in the mid. You can see this fast wrap back to A.
This is where Team War have been so efficient through this tournament. Incredibly rare that they lose a round in which they gain the first blood. Rock down quickly. Once we need to set this up together, they can't just afford to hit this individually. Wake 5 in a row. He's gonna swing.
Members, and unfortunately, you do get caught in Team War. That's the kind of round you need. It's basically just, hey, let's actually go with something that is a little bit of a set execute. Let's try and make it happen, and they're able to do it. Catching Renegade in the mid there for that first blood definitely makes it a lot easier. And I think Renegade now has that info that, hey, they're probably going to have somebody mid watching this a lot of times. Can you do anything with that information?
Right now, Huntsmen just want to reestablish that 2-round buffer. Give themselves the gap. Charles War are always playing catch-up, always playing chaser. 4 men here have just flooded this site out. The trophies are going to go down. You'll make a little bit of noise now just to clear out house. This is the connector you want to be covering, and, well, Renegade doesn't get the bomb down. You do get a trade over at least, but the jig is up, 60 seconds, and you do immediately go for the replant, which is unfortunate that you even get away with that, to be completely honest with you.
33 now. Dimension's gonna back down Yuli out of that top side. You can start to see slides coming out from each team. You're able to look over this bomb easy, and oh, you try to drop the smoke to cover the defuse, but the trophy system will stop it in its place. It's now both Huntsman players. Just gotta go guns up, look down the lane, and they will find it. Really heads up play to have that trophy system on top of the bomb to stop the smoke that was there.
Again, great composure out of the Huntsman. I was a little nervous when Renegade's trying to plant that bomb, doesn't get the coverage enough from Connector. Gets dropped. You get the trade, great, but then what do you decide to do? They just reinvest. Okay, we believe in this play. We have Wake, who clutched up earlier on against Project 7 in that Game 5, Round 11. In that Game 2, Round 11, I believe it was. Either way, we have the post-plan setup that we like. Awake on the long lane. SMG's up close. They know how that one looks. Just stick to the old playbook. The drawing board is there. Very passive play, this one from War, trying to bait Huntsman into a wraparound. It'll give them a free kill. First blood, the numbers. Take the round.
Need to find a way to get 3 of their teammates into this game. Vic is the only one positive right now, only one finding kills. And it's because of these aggressive plays just like that. Flies forward, drops Awakening. On's here in that mid. Okay. That's a huge win. Puts Team War in 3v2. But unfortunately for you, it's these gunfights in the middle of the map where you are losing some of your teammates. When all the dust settles, it's now Team War in a 2v1. Renegade. Franchise player Could go huge here to try and put us on map point.
We'll read. This bomb is over. It showers, but he's going to back very late. So this play's already set up, but wins the first. Turns into 1v1. 30 seconds to make your move.
He's got plenty of time to work this. It is a huge gunfight win. And you can see Vic is just looking left, looking right. Can you find the timing? And oh! Almost makes it happen. Vic will ice up, though, and make sure that Team War stay in this search and destroy.
It's clinical from both sides, to be completely honest with you. The first blood count 4-3. Score matches up, and I'm pretty sure every round where the first blood has been taken by a team, it has been seen out. No margin for error. Renegade almost turns the tide on that. Almost flips the fortunes, but just not enough in the end engagement with Vic. And 40 had the timings. They slipped in through towels there. Just looked like Vic had rounded the wrong corner. That man, 9 and 5, 3 in a row, has been as effective in the first blood column as he was previously, but still having the same down impact on the map.
I can see 3 members. Flying over towards that B side. Jackson nades going in over the top. Renegade. Hoping that maybe this nade can catch one flush. Black jacket, though. We'll stop that kill from coming in. Smokes get deployed. Block those lines of sights. Can you get any idea where these Team War players are? I love the patience coming out of War right now, though. Bomb still hasn't gone down. They have no reason to push forward. Yuli, he's in a good spot. We'll find dimensions, but Vic and Icons answer directly back. It's a 2-for-2 trade. As it's now just Brack from the Huntsmen. Again, Flames and Icons. 2v1, bomb down. 20 seconds on the clock. Can he isolate this? Do a series of 1v1s. Put you on map point. Bomb. Spot 1. Up over the top. He's getting mixing with it. He's been able to leave. He has to find the kill, though. You don't have time to go for this plant. And that's exactly what Flames realizes. He just backs on up. He's going to regen the HP. And he's playing his life. Veteran play from Flames to tie up this search and destroy.
Smooth moves from Flames. We've talked so often about the Huntsman composure inside of this tournament. Recognizes not enough time for the plant. Says to hell with you. I ain't sticking around for a gunfight. I ain't playing on your terms. Ties up 4 apiece. Again, those first bloods, all important here. When we come down to these trade numbers, fine margins between the squads. I like Brack's initial idea. He was trying to just sit up in long there, hope that some of the Team War players play out, and just essentially flip the map. Doing very little. Or they're going to go back to this 8 bang out. We haven't seen it in a minute. They're about to.
Yeah. Worked in round number 1. Why wouldn't it work here in round number 9? It's just a fast hit. I know we removed Plaza from the map pool, but this Showers A-bomb is feeling like Plaza 2.0. Smokes will go down. Icons. Just trying to maneuver around the bomb site, but the nade will catch you flush. It's now just Dimensions, and he's dropped. What a fantastic retake from the Huntsman.
Didn't work round 1. Will work here in round 9. It is the all hit it through one door play, but the Huntsmen were so much more effective with their nades and that. It doesn't have to be fancy sometimes. I think that this time we're expecting a little bit of a different look. They spread wider in the showers. They take up a couple of different off angles. Not expecting 4 players to, again, just bully their way through the same door. But again, going back to the grenades there, well cooked, well placed, flooded off the back of them, trusting in one another to put themselves on map point.
I think that's what it's called in Major Maniac's playbook. The everybody hit through one door play.
I'm still waiting for someone to bring out like the old pizza menu that Parasite once had for an event. Like that thing was insane.
Here we go. Huntsman. A chance to tie up our series here. Round 10. You start to see as they have slowly worked inwards on this A-bomb. Yuli's going to throw a nade up over the top. Will it catch anything? Not yet. It's a quick plant, though. From the Huntsmen, they will back up. All 4 members of War are here. It's a little bit of a flip of the script, and it's a complete bomb site takeover for Team War. I'm wondering, what's the plan for the Huntsmen? It's lay in wait. It's catch 1. It's catch 2. Can you find the remaining members of Team War? Renegade, he's going to get the information, but it will bring you down into a 2v2, and Yuli has an insane hop up. 15 seconds on the clock. What's Flames going to do here?
Probably going to be very little, to be honest. And, well, you could go and jump that device if you wish, but you have seen a fantastic setup from the Huntsmen, a post plant that, well, Flames will eventually shank you to the ground, but it will be the Huntsmen coming out on top in the S&D. Great stuff. Wherever that playbook and the plays may be called from Major Mania, that one is a beauty. Bomb goes down, give up the site, and you see the nades go over. Just every now and again, every 15, 20 seconds, we're just going to drop one over the other side of that wall, get the intel that we need, but also a little jump up from Yuli there as well. Glorious stuff in the end. And again, the fine margins between these two teams, so incredibly close. It will just about go the way of the guys in green. Look at that from Awakening as well. 13 and 5, 11 non-traded, 1,600 damage. And I talked about the First Bloods. And to be fair, Vikram still puts up 5. But Wake says, I'll try and match you there, and drops 4 of his own as well. So a massive part of the success.
Dimensions, really insane. Map number 1. Map number 2, not the case. 2 and 8, tough looks there. Just couldn't really manage to find it. Was 2 of those first deaths that you see for the team. Just unfortunately not able to get the guns hot, really not able to get involved in it. But hey, go ahead, you got a little bit of a wipe off the sweat, wipe off your hands, go ahead, lock in, because you have an overload coming on up here. But I love just the different strategies that we saw, a little bit of respect between these two teams. But end of the day, it kind of felt like this just came down to who could work the A site better. We saw a couple of looks B, but for the most part, between these two rosters, it was just all about banging out A.
Yeah, it's a site that's so hard to retake once that bomb goes down, whether it be via the kills or just simply burning the timer out. A lot of plays you can do defensively on the front line, so that's why sides like it. Also, honestly, just trying to push up through this B side can be a nightmare. Little moments of success, but actually seeing squads get rebuffed over and over. Crazy how close this series has been, though. Map 1 came down to War just being more on the front foot when he was on the rotations. Huntsmen, that's where their playbook starts to look more alive here in the search. Not many squads have been able to take searches away from Team War. It's what their foundation of success through this entire bracket. Why we sit tied up here, 1 apiece, with the EWC spot on the line. We'll head to a score overload. Again, the last time these two teams met, it went to overtime in the overload. That was on an exposure, however. Inside of that map, you were actually down 4-0 if you were Team War at the first half. Huntsmen, they came alive. Sorry, Team War, they then came alive in the end, but Vic dropping forced you to do that. Again, if you're Huntsman, gotta shut him down.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. We have seen some signs of life from both of these teams in previous series in each of these modes. And so I think the Scar Overload, this feels like what we call a sort of a bread and butter, right? Both of these teams have been playing Scar Overload all year long. And now it comes down to here to the Challengers Finals. It's going to be about who can really execute some of these plays, some of these strategies that they need to come out on top here in this Overload. It's a tied series, ladies and gentlemen. 1-2-1. Taking this Overload, though, will put one of our rosters 1 win away from moving forward in the bracket. And like Enigma mentioned, securing that last and final EWC spot. Players taking a little bit of a break before we head into that Overload, and so are we. Make sure you stick around, though, because we are going to be jumping right into the action right after this break as part of Challengers Finals. Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers Finals. We're tied up in this series 1-1 between Team War and Huntsmen. Spotted EWC on the line, but more importantly, a spot deeper in the bracket. Let's get through this overload, though, because that'll put one of our teams one map closer to those victories. Scar overload has looked great for both of these teams. Let's see who can execute just a little bit better.
Mentions to execute incredibly well on the initial passage. 3 in a row for him. Just gonna tuck himself in close, wait for his teammates to get some sort of success elsewhere. In a position in the map that allows him to feel more comfortable around this device. Making it forward. Softens up the fear. Just gonna stay alive here through mid. I don't think he means to pick up the device there, by the way. He just slides out, suddenly has a pistol in his hand. Unfortunately, that'll be the end of his run.
Ooh, Renegade is able to hit a wrap. Body maybe had a timing there and then could go get lost in blue and start to put Team War in a blender, but not going to be the case. A couple of kills though going the way of the Huntsmen. Yuli not able to find the kills that they need, and Flames will do a great job just staying alive here. Runs over towards boat, sees that this EMP device is there, and I think tries to scoop it, but maybe it's a little bit of a miss. Go ahead and maybe try and let this reset if possible.
I think he was touching that with his backside, but no. Reach out, grab that damn thing. Flames going to stay up amongst a barrage of concussions and frag nades. We'll stand up for now. Allow Dimensions to grab the device and start to head towards Plain side. Flames actually just going to try and bait one in here. But does it beautifully.
Well, does good job to stem the tides there, and you will see Yuli get dropped. But look at this. You have the EMP device. It's literally on top of the Huntsman's A zone, and well, you're going to see the realization from Icons. Wait, I'm gonna pick this up and slide this in, and that's exactly what happens. And you might just go back to back with this EMP device spawning on the northern side. Yes, that is it. Quote unquote bad side for what? Team War up 2-0.
Yeah, brutal that. Huntsmen probably thought they were in control of a lot of the situation. As soon as they managed to get in through Plain side, you're panicking if you're the Huntsman because you understand that's where the next device spawns. And we have 0 bodies in place. Icons just walks it home. Also, they get possession over the third, too. Huntsmen figure out how to get themselves on the ball. Flames. Squeeze forward here. Will be cleaned out. Understand where the pressure's coming from if you are Vic. And we'll do the right thing. Just slow it up. Let his teammates get into the thick of things. Figure out what this looks like. For now, at least denying any possession over towards the Huntsman, who must get something going. Because, again, this is supposed to be good side. Right into the second half, you're 2 down.
I kind of like this. Vic is just playing very patiently here, waiting for his teammates to make something happen. Unfortunately for him, the rest of their teammates will get gunned out of their shoes. So, EMP device will sit in that middle side for the time being. And will get reset to the mid. Kind of come out to more of a neutral state of the map here. As Team War fighting their way out of spawn. They make their way towards this P2 side, and they will pick up the EMP device yet again. It'll just be Flames, and almost had a little bit of a window there to get a third score, but thankfully defense strong from the Huntsman.
Yeah, it had to be wary to the Huntsman because it was a sneaky one, and good catch by Awakening as well onto the Big. He was able to cover that cross from behind. Would have set War up for the counter play immediately. Device will reset. Huntsman happy for that because Brack's on the charge. Line being led by Yuli. He gets the worst timing in the world, by the way. Will get himself into blue, but I don't think that's necessarily going to help control over the device. And the answer to that is a sweet no. Because his shots from that distance do nothing, and suddenly Huntsman hanging out in the back line again.
Vic is just wants to be the one holding this rock and just kind of work it wherever he needs to. You find the kills that you need. The rest of your teammates will spawn and sort of collapse towards this mid side. You can work these sort of different areas. You're going to be A-okay. And yeah, you kill the man in the corner. You kill one coming off spawn. And that lets you slide in. Score number 3. Team War with only 30 seconds left in this first half. Looking fantastic on this overload.
7 in a row, by the way. One more kill away off the Hellstorm, and my god, he gets it. 8-4-0. Simple as you like for Team War. Now, I will throw up something here. That is easy side. Sorry, harder side, technically. That is 4-0 up. That is all the right things that we can talk about, as well as the Hellstorm in the back pocket. Last time these two teams play Overload against one another, Team War were actually 4-0 down at the half. and ended up going to overtime. Sorry, Team 1 were down 4-0 and ended up tying things up. So, Huntsmen, it's not over until it's over, but it's got to be one of the best starts out of the gates we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, that looked very flawless. You are Team War. You're coming into the second half knowing that you're on kind of the, like we say, the quote-unquote good side. It's a little bit easier to play defense on this side. So if you're kind of wondering, what do we do at any point in the game? Play defense. So here we go.
Slow it
Second
down.
half already starting off. A couple of kills going the way of Team War. And by a couple, I mean 3. You have wiped them. EMP device is able to be picked up. And this is a bit of a yikers enigma, I'm going to be quite frank with you.
Yeah, sometimes you and me come into series and we're like super hyped for how close they're going to be and the absolute war that goes on. Yeah, chalk this one just a little bit. Unfortunately, Renegade is 8-17. There is not much you can do on this map if you do not have all 4 players at their best. To be fair, Icon's 8-14 on the other side, so Team War essentially only have 3 of the guns shooting at hot at the minute, but at least Icons has walked home 2 of the devices. You gotta find something to spare some life into you quickly if you're the Huntsman. And I don't know if Icons being let loose in your back spawn is going to be that. Either way, the 6th goes in. And this is a mollywhopping to answer back on map 2.
Would you rather be trying to count kills in Control or watch 8-0s in Overload? That's really the question here. Dimensions.
Don't ask that on a broadcast, man. Don't sit here and do that.
I know. But oh my god, 7. Just like that. It's quick. I mean, the Huntsmen at this point, I think you probably, if you see them get close, you say, hey, get us into a hard point. Let's just get into a game mode that we think that we have a shot in. You will get 3 dead. You still have 3 on the clock. We saw how fast Team War was able to get those scores. It's just, you are looking down an insurmountable task right now if you are the Huntsman, but it's got to start somewhere.
Certainly does. We've watched crazier things happen. Not many, but some. Do just have to be perfect. No tall task, really, against a side as good as Warlock right now. Rax pushed up in green. The Icons clears out the blocker that's supposed to be there. Icons, maybe a limit the amount of kills, but his impact has certainly been felt. There's a line drawn up by the Huntsman at the flames. Certain set nades will come over. Flames will dodge pretty much all of them. Continue to apply pressure here. The more that timer ticks down, the more that craziest thing to ever happen becomes very much up there in the top bracket. This is looking over pretty much right now for the Huntsman.
One more score. You need of your Team War. Find the kills. Here comes the Hellstorm from Flames, and the kills go your way. You can see the defense needing to come in, and you do find the kills. Unfortunately, before you go down, you are able to play defense, though, and who's going to be the one to pick it up?
Oh, my God.
And slide it in.
My
Oh, my God. Okay, I got to give Huntsman at least some credit there. Hey, you got some defense. It's going to go out like that.
Nice. You are representing one of the biggest brands to ever exist inside of Call of Duty. Of course, the sister team of the biggest brand in Call of Duty. So, the Huntsman team not willing to roll over. It hasn't been the best display for their fans, but at least they are trying to stay upstanding here at the end. That device, though, Team War just happens to leave it where it is in the dirt. All right, don't worry, boys. Run at it, sure, whatever, man. Like we'll just clear you out. As soon as this gets touched, Flames is there. Also wanting their own clean sheet. The goaltender's on point. The keepers are here. And well, you do get it. A lineup of kills there to put 1 on the board, and I hear the weakest cheer from the crowd because that's got to be something for the Huntsman fans.
And we are now at the point of the map where it's statistically impossible for Huntsman to actually get back into this one. It takes 10 seconds for that EMP device to even spawn, so do the math. You need 6 scores. You need at least a minute on the clock if you were flawless with the back-to-back. But
did you ever cast over Domination in MW19 and those games that would run out of time?
Did I cast it? No, but I played a lot of it, and yes, I understand where you're going with that.
Again, I will give credit to Huntsmen who have made an effort here towards the end. Renegade has finally seen positive action with the later stages, but I just feel like Team War from about midway through this second half cast their eyes over to map 4. Think about what it is they need to do to get that spot for EWC. Dimensions has had himself 32, 22, Flames as well. He's been glorious.
Icons was here too.
Dude,
He's playing
Icons
ball.
puts up 3 overloads at least. Yeah, he's only playing ball. That will be that. The 8th was denied, but the inevitable comes on through, and the celebrations, the fist bumps, they'll ring out on the stage for the Team War side. As simple as you like. You go in after the half 4-0 up from bad side. You probably knew it would take something miraculous to throw that one away.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like just pure dominance from War to kickstart that one from all the way from start to end. It's just Huntsmen really found no way to get into the game, and that's just, it felt like, they would get a wave of kills, but the wave of kills they were getting was like right outside their base. So then it's like, okay, now we got to get literally 2 more waves just to open up an opportunity for us to get the score. And just Team War at some point in those 2 waves would always kind of bring it back into their side. But it's also just an understanding of where that EMP is going to spawn and how you can kind of chain one to the next. A little bit of look at the stat line though, like you mentioned, Icon 16 and 24, but he's still dropping into 3 overloads as well, making sure you're getting those scores on in. But like you mentioned, Flames and Dimensions, this is kind of been the story for this team. They're the ones, guns are hot, usually leading the charge for their team.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, we can tend to overanalyze things at points. We're all guilty of doing it, but it can be a very simple game here on Scar Overload. You get a couple of kills in succession, you punch a lot of space in the map in those long lanes. So it's just as simple as you like from the early stage. If you are War, the scoreboard there looks a lot better for Huntsmen than it did through certain stages of the map. Through these highlights, you're going to see some of those numbers top right. And unfortunately, they're not pretty for specific players. More just capitalized every single time they managed to drive this device forward, especially in that first set of circumstances.
Really good stuff from Team War here. They are now 1 map away, securing a spot in Paris at the Esports World Cup, but they have to make it through a Colossus hardpoint if they want to do it. Now, good news for Team War. They have been a good Colo hardpoint team all year long. They've showed that they have success against some of the best in the game against it. And especially after an overload like that on their screen, 1 to 8. 8 scores for Team War. They're going to be playing with a full amount of confidence here in this hardpoint.
Certainly shall. And we'll move over to Colossus hardpoint. Now again, Team War, they have largely been an S&D side through recent events as well as this one. The respawn still solid, as you're seeing inside of this series. The one thing that has been a highlight on the respawns though for Team War was beating out the Bush to start the comeback and get themselves through that last round. Colossus being Bush's best hardpoint map typically. So they will be feeling great here, despite the fact that you end up losing the grid hardpoint you so comfortably won in the last series with the bans. It's just opening up another tool in the arsenal for this side. Huntsmen have to come out hot out of the gates. I think with how flat you're probably off the back of that 8-1. Again, this is where you look at your leaders. Major Maniac in the back. He's been a fantastic addition to the setup that Huntsmen have. He's got to rally the troops right now. One last stand. It could be the difference between ending your season early or seeing you in Paris for EWC.
You got a lot of veterans on that team. A lot of players who have been in this situation before, both in the CDL and in Challengers. And those are who I'm looking at, like you mentioned, just to see what they can do to kind of get it started. I will say the one thing I was worried about that overload, it was Renegade. Horrible stat line through a lot of that map. Was able to bring it back towards the end of that overload. So that's what you like to see. He's able to get his gun hot a little bit, and at least you can end that overload and say, yeah, did we get slammed? Sure. But towards the end of it, I was finding my gunfights. I got that confidence back in my gun skill a little bit, right? So you just go, all right, cool. Let's shake it off. I'm locked in. Let's hop on into this Colossus hardpoint. If there's anything we know about this map, Enigma, it is that it is going to be a bang out. And just seeing how both of these teams have been playing and the caliber of player that are there, I think it's going to be scrappy. It's going to come down to the wire. I would be surprised if this goes to some type of major blowout.
I'm hoping not. I want to see these two teams take chunks out of one another.
You want to see a
Huntsman
game.
fans, no doubt as well, want to see this team stand up despite the test that they have faced, the road that they have endured. It has been long. You could say the same for Team War and the squads that they've had to overcome. So we kick things off then. P1, of course, be the bloodbath that it so often is. Dimensions with yet another multi-kill to kickstart a map. Attacks, the nades, they all need to come out together to flood this P1, break it wide open, because we're half the open at 15.
Great job. During this P1, now trying to figure out and set yourself up to engage onto this P2. Brack tries to be a little bit of that opening player, but it's a pinstripe kill feed back and forth. And just like that, spawns will flip, and Team War are gifted this P2 side. But Huntsmen, they might just sort of give this up and realize they have an opening to get their way through. Unfortunately for them, and Dimensions is laying in wait, finds a nice solid little two-piece, and, well, we'll cut down the push from the Huntsmen.
Yeah, come out the gates with a strong start. Don't think it could have been much worse of a start if you are the Huntsman. You give up every second that is earned out of P1 and entirely the rotation to P2. What's the answer, boys? Figure out something. Stick your chests out. Fight with pride. Flames are 6-1. Likely close to a streak considering he's in the hill as well. Can't let this game get out of hand before the end of the first set of rotation.
Brack, though, is looking to maybe be the wrench into the plan of Team War, but just trying to hold yourself in these certain areas. Huntsman will get 5 points on this P2. 15 seconds left. They'll hold the spawns. You can see they're already starting to think about P3. A nice little setup at P3, though, can lend you the time that you are looking for. Unfortunately, underneath, Dimensions is there. Will cut down Brack. And now this rotation that you were trying to make, not nearly as simple as you would have liked.
Just stays up. I was about to say doesn't need to get overly aggressive, and then he does something like that. So never mind, I take it all back. Flames with 3. Oh, lordy, nearly drops the 4th. Icons will be there instantly for the trade. Team War are looking hot right now, taking the sword to the Huntsman. Their actions truly dull, not cutting through right now. Not much they can do, especially when Icons, the man who was sluggish last time out, goes on a 4 spree and a sexy little 3 to push the Huntsman back again.
Huntsman gotta do something here. You have to find a sign of life because you have 5 points on the board, and Team War are just winning at every single moment they need to. Vic getting a little hot with a pistol in hand. Thankfully, Renegade. He's gonna stop the bleeding just for a moment, but 5 more seconds on this P3, and you look at P4, and well, Team War, they've already set up the barricade. They've already set up the wall. They're going to hold the line.
Mentions man who was once dressed in the green of Huntsman may well end their year at this stage. He and his boys are lighting up this kill feed. Something astronomical right now. Icons just putting the NPC to work. There is no answer, no reply. Eventually, a trade, but it feels like it takes 2 Huntsman players to every one more at the moment. And not even that, as Dimensions drops himself another multi.
I mean, this is just... This is a nice little mixture from Team War of it's one half playing insanely fundamental Call of Duty. Their rotations are on point. They are in the right spots they need to be at the right time. The second part of it is that they're using those right spots at the right time to then drop 2 and 3 pieces and just absolutely outgun the Huntsman at every turn. It's just the Huntsmen have no opportunities to find a semblance of just, hey, can we breathe? Can we have a setup here? Just Team War not giving them that opportunity. Second set of rotations, they're controlling P1 from now. You're looking at a mountain of points ahead of you, but if you can chain a couple of these hills together, you might find an opportunity to get back into this game.
I'll go back to the line I used last time. We've seen crazy things happen in Call of Duty. Again, not many. With players like Wake, Brack, in your lineup who have the firepower. Renegade and Yuli, who have shown time and time again they can stand against adversity. Come out swinging. You can't write this off just yet. You get the scrap out of P1. A big kill for Renegade in the backline against Icons. But a monumental fight for spawns is on for Awakening.
In the 4 dead in the feed yet again. Somebody in chat, I'm not gonna lie, I hate that I'm about to say this. Somebody in chat said something. This looks like Team War just all queued up for a ranked game. Is about
Brother.
talk about flames.
I mean, we're 22-5. This guy's getting a lovely placement after this one.
He's got max SR.
Dear God. Oh my Christ. 25-5. If Breaking Point is tracking stats for this event, he's next into the league, by the way. This is going to look ridiculous. Look, Team War truly laying the hammer down, and for every way in which we try to talk Huntsmen back into the game, it will require, keep using the word miracle, it will require a deity to get them back in terms.
27-6 for Flames? What are we talking about right now? Oh, you're dancing around the hard point. Well, Renegade, he will get the kill just as P3 pops, and all right, well, he's finding his one there while the rest of his team cuts down the entirety of the Huntsmen on the other side. 20 more points needed to close this out in a 3-1 fashion for Team War. Awakening will not be able to do it. This roster, they went through a couple of org changes, Enigma. They had to fight to get their way here, probably overlooked by a lot of the community as being a team that should be here. But the guns will go their way. The last point will come through, and they will let the Huntsmen know how they feel because they have just secured the 3rd spot at the Esports World Cup. Flames especially, a long tenure in this scene. And he can't believe it. He has that fire in him. They will move on.
You get every right to talk your smack after the way those last 2 maps went. We tied up at 1-1, thought we were in for a series. Last 2 maps. Whoever you called it out there, did indeed look like a ranked lobby and a misguided one. Some smurfers out here for sure. It's disappointment for the Huntsmen. Not only do you fall at the hands of the man who, again, was once dressed in your colors, bared your banner during Elite 2, alongside Renegade, who was in that roster at the time. It wasn't a very successful run, but either way, he comes back to bite you, leads a lineup that sees icons Vic and Flames join him to Paris in the summer. Incredibly potent roster this. That 31-9 from Flames is going to live long in the memory and soar in the tooth for any Huntsman fan. But I think as well, disappointment in the way you bow out. This is tough. For a side that haven't seen a grand final since Wooty left, I don't think these 4 players could really say much more to end their season. The pure disappointment. Again, hopefully a side that can make things happen at LCQ.
Good friend Seymour just hit us with an insane stat. Flames has played on 10 different teams this year. 10 different teams this year. And it's this one underneath that Team War banner that he has been able to find success with amongst a lot of players who have kind of been in a similar situation, who have also played amongst so many other squads. Finally here, you find the glue, you find the chemistry, and you come out and not just beat the Huntsmen, you absolutely decimate them. 3-1 for Team War. To move on in our bracket, we bidded you to the Huntsmen here. Enigma, let's take a look at where we sit now that this series is over, because we are winding down to the last couple of games here on our Saturday. Talk me through what we have left on the slate.
Well, we will have P7 Notorious and OMiT in winners finals. All these teams that still exist inside the tournament, they are qualified now for Esports World Cup. It's all about the prize money, which is substantial at the top. $60,000 for first. And of course, the pride of the performance here in Vegas. The winner of that will march on through to grand finals. The loser will drop to play Team War in elimination finals. Both of those games will happen tonight. And then the winner, of course, in elimination finals will join the grand finals team. That will be played on main stage tomorrow. So plenty still to play for here at the Challengers Finals.
A lot more to play for. We are about to shift gears, ladies and gentlemen, up towards that winner's bracket side. A banger matchup for sure between Project 7 Notorious and OMiT EU. Both teams have been a little bit iced here today, kind of waiting in the wings, ready to play this game, but hopefully they've been shooting bots, staying warm, because they are going to need it for that juggernaut of a match. We're going to get Bryson Seymour back on in the seats here to bring you all the action for that game. We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We come back. Challengers Finals continues.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challengers Finals. We have the Winners Final finally arriving onto our screens. There have been delays, there have been thrills, there have been game fives, and I should have had a nap, but I haven't. So we are live and ready to rock, Seymour.
Yeah, I took a little break. I mowed my lawn, I washed my car, I did everything that I needed to in between us being on then and us being on right now. It's been absolutely insane. We got our top 3 teams for EWC locked in place, Bryce. And it's going to be fun because on top of that, we got 8 players who have never been to EWC making their way to Paris this year.
Wow, that is certainly going to be an incredible trip for them. But before we get into that wonderful journey, here's the one we're going to be walking down. Scar Hardpoint, then Search and Destroy, then Overload, Colossus Hardpoint, and Fringe Search and Destroy if we get that far. Now, this is going to be an incredible game between them. We've seen these teams kind of go at it through the bracket so far, but OMiT have been making a name for themselves.
Haven't dropped a map in this tournament. Haven't lost a series since June 17th. There's 37-6 since losing in the winners final versus P7 in the EMEA Elites. And right now, they're looking to continue this win streak versus P7 Notorious on the other side, having their best placing at a LAN tournament since they won in Birmingham back in Major 2. So how far does this Cinderella run take them?
Well, that's going to be the question, because P7 Notorious is a lot of veterancy on this squad. And so far, that's working out for them. They're not having too bad of a time. Rocking out on that P1. This is a literal unbelievable hold. OMiT have not got a single kill.
This is impressive. Both of these teams have had quite a break, just like you and I. So I was wondering who's going to come in with the hot hand. And P7 Notorious so far looking good. Johnny, Snoopy leading the charge. Eric and Beans haven't had to lift a finger so far. And the P2 rotation is going to be in for OMiT, but they're losing the battles early on.
Tight one in terms of if they can turn this around onto the P2. It's not always the easiest hold to get, but so far so good. That is going to be the question. I mean, P7 Notorious having a pretty good tournament so far themselves, obviously making it to the winners final. But it is really a fight of champions.
It's really the run that they've made and who they've made that run against for P7. I mean, they've beat Major 1 champions Rock Esports in a 3-0 fashion. They took down their sister organ P7 in a Game 4 last night. And they even beat out Team War, which we just saw a generational game against them, and the Huntsmen to qualify for EWC. So for P7 Notorious, yeah, they might not be regarded like this OMiT team at the moment, but they're looking to put themselves in the spotlight with a series like this.
Fight back to almost an even game. Good P1 for P7 Notorious. But a P2 aspect with an absolute rip snorter of a snapper. And it's a good hold from P7. They get the kills. Only DK able to fire back into this one. Better spawn for OMiT. Better position and time for P7.
Spawns out for OMiT. I mean, they just can't buy themselves a kill. You got Beans on that plane wing. Everybody doing their job. Beans on 4 in a row now. He's just going to watch over Eric, soaking up this time in the hill. You don't even need a trophy because the nades aren't getting anywhere close to this hard point. Beans now trying to flip the map. Not going to happen just yet. OMiT with 20 seconds. This would be a great set of time to get if they can stay alive. But you might take Eric out. But off the respawn, P7 just continuing to throw themselves at the hill.
Got it done, but this is going to be the question here. Beans slipping the net, getting through. Massive kill for them. Keep it on that minimap. Where is this spawn going? If Beans goes berserk, does end up falling. They don't get the spawn. All that work, it comes to naught, but at least a moral victory.
Oh, indeed. Trailing into it, but we've seen lots of hills. With big time off of this P4. So see if OMiT can lock things down. Eric around the back. What a win with Snoopy. Both take him down. That spawn's flipping for P7 Notorious. OMiT are quick, though. They're going to be right here to try to break this around the back.
Trying to get to, but Eric Boom still holding. Still holding Eric Boom. Easy pickups for him, and there's 4. That's going to give him the rest of this time. OMiT won't commit to too big of a purchase. They do send in Ethan, but Ethan isn't going to be enough in this case. Eric Boom for 5. And this game is going P7 Notorious's way if they can get a big break here.
And what a moment this is going to be for Eric Bohm, for the Spaniard. I mean, of all players to really be regarded in Call of Duty Challengers or CDL conversations, he has never been to an esports World Cup. So the fact that he's qualified is certainly a weight off his shoulders, and he is showing it in this matchup versus the previous Paris champions, 13-8, with a minute 48 in the hill, now needing to break.
This is, again, the two halves, really. P7 Notorious think they get a pretty good lead going, and then OMiT managing to bring it back. They're worried about this back spawn actually coming in, and with that teammate spawning there, they're a little bit happier to fight the front. Johnny going to get taken down by Danger as the slide across comes here. P7 Notorious will swing this at least one more time. But I don't see it being broken, and realistically, P7 should now be setting up for that P1, which they are starting to do.
For OMiT, this is a great climb back into the game. I mean, P7 Notorious came into this map number 1 with a lot of fire. And you were struggling to even buy yourself a kill across the first 3 hills. You get that P4, P5 chain. This is pretty much a tie game going into the second set of rotations. And I think the big reason for that, Bryce, is, yeah, we're used to seeing DK bleed quite a bit, but P7 Notorious are making Ethan look human right now in this map. And the fact that Ethan is negative is definitely a testament to the score at the top of our screen.
We'll see if that does change. It was such a poor start that you got to wonder if it is just that little cold fingers getting going here against them, as it will be a bit of a reversal. I'm now getting onto this P1 point, fighting as P7 trying to go through shot. Not going to be able to make it here. A couple of wall bangs coming through as well. And Ethan's still finding more here. We are right. Everybody's eyes glued to that man known as Ethan so far for the last 3 months. He's not really felt the pressure to perform. As yet, he hasn't been pulled into that CDL roster that we all know is coming.
That was really the conversation going into champs. I mean, 2 major opens for this OMiT roster for DK and Ethan. 2 top 2 placings. They haven't placed out of top 3 ever so far. So going into this champs, the big question surrounding OMiT is like, how much gas does this team have? When do they have a bad series? So far, it's been never. You never really truly want to have that pressure on you. And I know for OMiT, they have a really good support system with Bance, just trying to settle these rookies down, let them play their game. And you expect them to start to heat up eventually in this map 1.
Oh, Ethan. There's another player there, but we're not going to see a lead change. Or we might see a lead change. Oh, Beanzo holding him at bay. Gets back into this point. Denies them any real stay back into this P2. He's just jumping about, just staying alive, just soaking every point he can get down, but eventually will be taken away here. And this is good now for OMiT. They are ready for the rotation onto P3. They're going to be here first. They're looking for the spawns. Denzel will go down. Gives them some idea of which way to fight, but their backline is not secure, and they know it.
Or maybe they don't. Snoopy's going to make himself known, and finally Ethan's going to have to turn around and deal with this. He's on 5, make it 6 in a row, leading towards that Hellstorm if he can get the streak. Certainly this game is looking to turn around for OMiT. Big win for Beans up top green, taking OMiT out of the hill, allowing P7 Notorious with 3 down to start getting set up here at P3 and buffer that lead once more.
OMiT just couldn't get the lead. They tied it, but they couldn't get any further. Ethan has come alive, but DK still a little bit slow to the draw here into this game. As I say that, as he picks up 2. Fighting tooth and nail to deny these points, even though they have that rotation. Technically for the next one, popping in a few seconds. Aspect finds his own 2. P7 Notorious and OMiT are dragging this one into the depths and seeing who can swim. It is going to be a very close game again as everybody now rounds the map to get to P4.
I was going to say, look how long of a rotation this is going to have to be for P7 Notorious, and OMiT are already inside the hill. Now we get that lead change that OMiT have been looking for since about 3 hills ago. They cross that margin. P7 Notorious looking to group from the front and break at the center of blue. And look at it. It's Johnny just piercing through the middle of it. How is he top blue? He gets around DK. Starting to heat up. He's on 8, 9 in a row. Got the dog in his pocket. The Hellstorm on his hip. What else can he do? Absolutely nothing. But for OMiT, it is everything.
Every time we call out a player from OMiT from having a slow start, where it turns out they get into the game and in a massive way. It is OMiT's lead. The scrap time right now going to P7 Notorious. There is going to be a last little swing here. A couple of players going through. Johnny finds a couple. Aspect finds a couple himself. And this is going to be P7 Notorious in the lead. Keep an eye on that minimap, though, because Eric Boom is now the anchor man.
He is. I mean, he's got 3 players to deal with. Everybody's on Eric Boom watch right now, and he's giving himself up. Beans is going to take some pressure away from him. Still, Ethan soaring out of the window. He's going to rip those spawns away from P7 Notorious. He's got a double, make it a triple to yet again break this hard point and keep it even.
Aspect finding zone 2 here. They are now pushing them back. This is where it gets a little bit dangerous, but Johnny with 2 keeps that door open, keeps the dreams alive. This has been a bloodbath as both teams are pulling out all of the stops. Every player performing and shooting. He's just trying to find anybody he can. Ripping with that M15, but it is going to be OMiT that are now in the lead and over 200 points. Here comes the headbutt.
I don't know who's going to win this game. The big thing is that OMiT has the Hellstorm for DK, so at any moment that Hellstorm can bring OMiT back into a setup, and heading into P1, P2, you certainly want to have a streak like that in your hand, Snoopy. What is that? 35-27. Another spree for the Frog and another chance for P7 to bring themselves back into this game. Tight game in the 3rd set of rotations, and DK called the Hellstorm.
Here it comes. They've got also Ethan around the back here. They're just trying to keep them off this P1. They find one as well. Eric Boom and Ethan go to work. They're trying to get back into this point as it will be going home ever so slightly, but Eric Boom with the pistol holds them at bay. P7 Notorious now have the numbers back into the middle of this map here. Shot will be contested by 2. It's Snoopy one more time. Ethan onto the point with 2. Aspect backing him up as well. Everybody into this point and rumbling.
Rumbling and bumbling with the nades coming through as well. Neither team can win off this hill. We will be going to a P2. For P7, they want to fight through the middle of the map. They're not even going for the red control just yet. You can see Aspect's going to be the first one on this rotation, but he is alone now, and P7 starting to swarm. Aspect has to do so much in this position, and he's got 2.
OMiT are behind, but might have an opportunity to grab this P2 completely. It's all on Snoopy. Snoopy's been found. Snoopy tagged up. He's dancing. He's dancing. He's found one. But can he find any more? Johnny finds a second. Starting to get outnumbered, but Ethan crosses that 40-point mark as well as Snoopy. There goes the nade. Aspect on a 5 as well. This is balanced on a knife edge, as it is going to be OMiT who are currently in the lead, but they are losing bodies fast.
Johnny's going to be the great spot here. Top red control. Both teams still can win off this hard point. OMiT's got a break from the blue side, and Snoopy's on the front line just tearing you apart.
Snoopy. This is it. 9 seconds. They've cleared them completely. OMiT don't have an opportunity to do anything else but just run into the gunfire. And P7 Notorious. Surely this is a lock and loaded game for Snoopy. He's gone berserk. He should have called game right there. He's got 5. He's dropped 46 in the opening game here for them. And Beans is roaring.
You gotta be kidding me. That's gotta be one of the best Snoopy maps I've seen in so long. He's back with a vengeance against OMiT, handing them their first map loss of the tournament on a Scar hardpoint of all maps. We've seen OMiT on Scar already this tournament. They 100-point club torn here just yesterday. And you thought that this was going to be the OMiT series. Well, think again. What a roaring beginning to this best of 5. And Beans is letting them know. Incredible stuff to kick things off in the winner's final. And this is going to be a great start for P7 Notorious. If there's any way to build yourself into the series, it's taking a respawn away from OMiT, because that is their best.
Yeah, it's difficult to do. Very, very difficult. Aspect dropping 5k damage, but Beans dropping 5.1.
Oh my God.
Beans did this last series as well. He just puts bullets everywhere. He doesn't always find it, but he's always supporting as he gets 22 assists. Snoopy, though, 33 untraded kills. He goes 46 and 32, including a 5 streak to end it. The lead switched continuously. The bodies dropped all of the time as the tempo never slacked for a second. The map one of the winners final has been written into the history books. Advantage, P7 Notorious.
I gotta say, I think everybody on P7 Notorious had an individual moment on this map. Snoopy, he was a walking three-piece, but I mean, Eric at the start of the game, he's just soaking up that time. Johnny with the M15, which was the biggest question in my mind going to maps like Scar, is can Johnny fill that role consistently against other ARs? And I mean, against some of the best I know, man, he makes it look like a walk in the park for this map, just doing everything he can to win those trades in the lanes, lock down some good lines of sight, and make it really difficult for OMiT to hit this site again and again. You got plays like this from the Frog himself, and he is putting you on posters to start off this series. 250, 236, and that brings us into the Den Search and Destroy. Both teams have played this once here at Champs. Both of them have a win. For P7, it was against Rocky Esports yesterday. Take it 6-3. For OMiT, that was all the way at their first match of the tournament versus TPC. It was a 6-0. They never dropped a round.
Well, there is a small crack in the armor. See how this one does continue, though. Wouldn't put it past either team. P7 draw first blood. How does this continue, Seymour?
I mean, really, you look at OMiT, and there's a couple players you always have to see just providing that support, providing that consistency, and it's off of the vets, Aspect and Denza, especially going into a search and destroy. You know, talking to Bance, one thing he says, what makes this team tick is how selfless they are. And in a search and destroy, you need to see that. Just making plays to set up your rookies to be the best that they can be.
Here goes a good push. Putting it down. Massive advantage now. 2 versus 4. Over on the other side of the map, we'll have to try and get a miraculous retake. Ethan finds one, though. Oh, slowing down. They are looking for this. They've got 29 seconds to go. Already finds one with this one. Ethan is dancing here, but he's got 5 health. He's going to fall eventually, and, well, Eric Boom will clean up.
When you're in a 4v2, I mean, there is just so much that you need to check. And although Ethan does a great job at bringing it into a 4v or a 2v3, it's just nobody was throwing a shoulder. Nobody was giving you the time of day. You just needed to wait for them to get into that site, throw a couple nades, tag them down, and get rid of Ethan before he can make any damage into that round further. Johnny opens it up with a double kill. He beams through the middle of the map, beelines it straight for top window, and Denza never saw it coming. Game-changing plays from the new kid on P7 Notorious. He's no stranger to search and destroy. He's no stranger to Sundays. He's looking to get his team there.
They're trying to do, but Ethan already cuts down 2. A little bit too aggressive as it turns out. And now they'll get onto this B site with almost no contest. Down, but it's going to be 1 against 4 as well. Eric Boom gets 1. I don't know if the magic is going to be there.
He's got the God Gun, but... Oh, we saw this exact same thing happen to OMiT the round prior. We know how this story goes, and even if you do kill both DK and Ethan on that bomb site, you had a player sitting mid-map waiting for an opportunity to put it away. Beautiful round from Ethan. And he gets 3. He just absolutely dices up P7 Notorious to keep this one even, and immediately sweeping up any presence that P7 have, any momentum that they have coming out of that hard point into the search. And you can see it on the side of P7. They've kind of settled down a little bit. They recognize that even though they take a map 1 against OMiT, there's still a whole series ahead of them. They don't want to get too eager to put this team down, because you know that's when they bite most.
Over the top, and there's a bit of a trade going down, but this time OMiT wants to get onto the board. 2 versus 2. 2 versus 1. Beans finds the second absolute rocket ships of rounds.
Absolutely incredible stuff again, just from P7 Notorious. And it just comes down to winning gunfights. Like, this is one thing that when we were watching OMiT play OMiT Brooklyn on that Hacienda Search and Destroy, I mean, it was kind of bleak. Every single gunfight was just going the way of OMiT. They weren't losing their ones, and it was just full takeover mode from the gunny. You go up against a team like P7 Notorious, and this is what it looks like to have a team shoot back. Ethan, you be careful what you wish for on Twitter, because I saw him tweet, "Somebody please kill me." And now he's getting it from P7 Notorious. They are trading effectively.
Smoke up. They're just trying to stay alive here. They're not sure who's in the area. A little bit of a push out coming from OMiT. One will go down here as P7 Notorious look to split this map both sides.
That's ridiculous.
Beans knew. What a call. What a play. But it goes back down to a 3 versus 3. Eric Williams trying to get into the action here, but they are against him. And that's going to be 3 down. And Beans now finds himself in a sea of trouble. OMiT tied up.
Yeah, it's great when you find a nice snipe like that, but everybody else has got to follow it up. And you don't want to leave that sniper in a 1v3 after he finds that first blood. Everybody else around the map loses their fights, and OMiT handle business in the post plants after losing first blood. A little bit of a kickstart back into this round. Back and forth we go on Den Search and Destroy. Tied up in this masterclass of a series we have ahead of us. We switch sides for P7 Notorious. It's just continuing to keep the pressure on. How creative can this team get on their attacks? It looks like it's going to be bomb leading over towards mid. A quick play to the rooftops. It's going to be 3 players from OMiT leaning to the side of the map.
Oh, there's 2. OMiT strike again. Now they're wondering where the rest of the players are. Well, there's a little flashlight of Beans. He does hold that sniper, and they'll just give him shoulders. They won't give him an awful lot here. And Beans will now find himself at some point triple chowed. Oh no, they're not even really testing him here. Beans will look for 1. I mean, this is an almost impossible scenario. Not going to get anything done. I would now take the lead in the S&D.
There's only a handful of people that I would give an opportunity like that to actually see through. For Beans, I mean, he's done some miraculous stuff this year. In fact, he's actually 1v4'd with a sniper this year, all the way back on Colossus Search and Destroy when that was a thing. But for Den in Champs, not going to be on the cards. And this is something that, I give a lot of criticism to P7 Notorious for, because one thing that they've been trying to work on is their pacing in Search and Destroy. And I feel like a lot of that centers around Beans with the sniper. We know a lot of teams have the sniper out, but they know when to put it away. I want to see Beans pull that NPC at times and just switch strategies with the rest of his team.
Well, the moment Johnny's going to do it anyway. And Johnny for 3. Unreal. DK managed to find 1 back here, but finds himself in 1 versus 4. Every single one of these rounds is fast and furious. DK, though, I mean, he's going to have to find 1 more to make this a reality, and Beans is not going to give it to him easy.
Just throwing shoulders. DK letting that blip on the map show where he is. See if you can draw anybody out of the shadows, but P7 Notorious haven't moved an inch. The rooftop side, Snoopy knows he's got bombed down. And you just got to continue to let this time draw out. 32 seconds. DK eventually will have to make a move. Once he does, you're challenging into an NPC. Eric puts the round away. Back to a tie game as we lead into the back half of the Den Search and Destroy. P7 Notorious keeping this one neck and neck against our Paris champions. So making your way into this Search and Destroy, showing that you've got the grit to change things up. And it's another game round-changing play from Johnny off the start of this one. That triple kill is huge.
This is just basically run and gun for these 2 teams. converting them down. There's been very little like post-plant play or retakes. Everybody has to find a fight.
He's got the big stick out. First blood. He's done his job, and he's getting aggressive with the rest of his team. Looking for another one. He hit markers. DK trades it. 3v3. Trophy's now going down. Bomb still in the hand. Do you back up?
Well, they're going to see it now here. It's going to be called out that there are many, many bodies around this bomb side. And oh, Bean still gets Ethan. Johnny gets DK. Denza gets Eric. Boom. And Denza gets a second. Denza manages to get out. He slips the net.
Slippery old sleep. And he's already mid-map. I don't think he saw the shadow through the walls, so he's going to have to go re-clear Dojo. He's already on the B site. 39 seconds for Johnny. He's 7-5. No better player to have in this position right now, but he's got to get some timing on his hand because Denza, he is lost on the map.
Got to make a call here, Johnny. Now, realistically, Denza is...
I think he saw him.
Don't know if he did. I think he's tucked inside. I think he's just going to wait for a retake here. That's all he really wants. They'll check B, and if it's not here, he'll be going away very quickly. This is exactly what is now happening.
Johnny's got to go fast.
Timing and luck. This is all this is. Timing and luck. Which corner does he check? Which one does he go through? And Denza clutches up from 0-4 to 3-4 in the end. Finds the kills. A 1 versus 3.
Never forget who you're sitting across from, young man. That's the 2020 Challengers champ right there from EU. Denza's gonna let you know 6 years later, it doesn't matter how much time has passed. He's in his prime. And alongside these guys for OMiT, you can always trust in your vet to make some clutch plays like that. It is so smart for him to just wait out that clock. Johnny hoping the timing goes his way, but nothing is going to phase Denza on the other side of that stage.
Big push. Here they go. Aggressive again. Ethan finds Eric Boone for first blood. Ethan finds the second. He's 12-4, by the way. DK finds Snoopy. A 1 versus 4 here for Johnny. Down he goes.
Bryce, this one's starting to get a little ugly for OMiT, but I mean, like, that is exactly what you look for out of them in the Search and Destroys. This is something that is becoming a little bread and butter for them. The S&Ds, I mean, they have only dropped 5 rounds in S&D leading up to this series. So coming into it, we know it was going to be a little bit of a struggle for P7 going into your 2s and your 5s versus OMiT. And you can see that once, you know, players like Ethan get comfortable in a series like this, it's really hard to shut them down. And when Ethan's playing at his best and so much focus is on him, it just opens up so much opportunity for Denza, Aspect, and DK to do what they do best. That is play around the young gun. So how do you come back?
Saw them, but I think he's going to be screaming for it. Finds one, gets traded back out. 3 versus 3. Bomb is now going down, but the flank is open. Beans has the M15 this time. No sniper.
This one's going to have to be a retake into Dojo here for DK. He's going to slowly peek this angle, and he wins the fight versus Snoopy 2v2.
A little bit of love tap smoke making it difficult. DK is not going to have it that time. Baines is going to get it. Denza is in the smoke himself. He has to push this with 16 seconds to go to have any opportunity. Not going to happen. Beans again holds it down.
Just wonderful reaction plays from P7 Notorious. As soon as Johnny gets that information that 2 people are pushing him through mid couches, he gets his kill, and the rest of the team drops that bomb and holds their ground in Dojo. Limiting DK to 1 kill just gives you an exit strategy for the 2 players that are sitting on the site. And with late smoke in that round, it's just going to disrupt things even more for Denza in that 1v2. Brilliant plays from P7 Notorious to keep themselves alive in this Search and Destroy and to keep this competitive down to a 1-round game. Can they push it to a round 11 on defense? It's going to be a hard read to be.
Becomes a bit of a stack. This might be over very, very quickly. Denza, that's a little bit of a missed nade. They're going out for it though. Down to a 3 versus 3. Linda's not going to be happy that bounced off the corner. Still close. Beans inside, Denza outside. Johnny backing him up. Denza finds Johnny. Beans is going to be here. He's looking for him. He's wall banging everything. He's throwing everything, but it's Eric Boom. Beans finds two, though. It doesn't even matter. Eric Boom gets the last one in the end. And this is a monumental effort from P7. They are dragging this game along by its hair and saying, we are not done yet.
Bryce, how did Beans get a double kill there? Like, come on.
It's Beans.
Hey, we swapped away from him. It looked like he was dead to rights. He still turns it into a double. That is impressive. You give Eric enough time for that flank and you do the dirty work. He just cleans it up. Round 11. Rack up the score. Let's set these two teams up and see who's going to take map number 2 for P7. What a moment this would be. OMiT on the wire. They need this to tie the series.
Bit of stress coming through. OMiT thought you had it. A lot of stuns, a lot of going through. Ethan trying to peek into it as well, but Ethan grabs the first blood. But Beans finds him back here. Denza finds Beans, and there's going to be 2 more going down now, and Johnny has a one. No, never mind, it's over. They find it. OMiT pull that one out the bag. They do not let it slip. We've gone to 1-1. An absolute monstrous war of an S&D.
Oh, the big man's getting up to yell at you too. It's not just Beans that can shout. We know that OMiT's got quite the vocal cords behind them to let you know when a map goes their way, that is something that they are going to be feeling a little bit better about. It gets close in the search and destroy, but they tie up this series 1-1. Ethan, 14 and 7, 1,600 damage, but big guy you got to be talking about is Denza and the performance he put on, especially in those clutch moments. That round was everything for his team. He's got it still.
Well, this is a turn up. This is a game. Already the 2 maps that we have seen have been down to the wire and minor moments. Nathan drops an incredible amount of kills there and keeps finding first bloods out of nothing. Very few players, by the way, in that last round would have thrown themselves into that position to get that kill. But Ethan went for the first blood. It did get traded, but it started the avalanche.
There's some incredible moments just for P7 alone. I mean, Johnny, 3-piece in round number 4, and then you go into the back end and he kind of slows down. Snoopy had an incredible map 1. He was almost a non-factor in this search and destroy. Still, it goes the distance, so providing whatever he can for the team, but this is all Beans and Johnny really setting his team up to go the distance against OMiT in a second map in a row. Beans that double kill. Can't believe he even got it. And it never ceases to amaze me how much Ethan can get done in these micro moments. The amount of just confidence he has in these challenges is just so impressive for a rookie. 6-5 round 11 goes the way of OMiT, ties us up in this series, bringing us into a Den Overload, which surprised that this one actually made it through, Bryce, because this is the only map that P7 Notorious has played all tournament long in Overload. They've played it all 4 series. They're 4-0. They haven't dropped an Overload, so I can't believe it made it through.
We're going to find out. I mean, there's nothing I take for granted now, considering that the 2 maps that we've already seen have not been one-sided. It has been an absolute war, and that will continue as we go into the Overload. But that is coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. More here at Challengers Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challengers Finals. We are jumping into our overload. A tied OMiT and P7 Notorious have been taking each other to task, and we expect more of the same.
Both of these teams have played 10 overload considerable amount. P7 Notorious a little bit more than OMiT. So far 4-0 at champs on this map mode combo. But for OMiT, both times that they've gone to this map mode combo, they've beat their opponents 8-1. Just completely shutting them out. So for P7 Notorious, you go to your bread and butter. Is this going to be enough to take yourself to series point against our Paris champions?
It's a slow roll out of it. Trying to move the EMP. Big kill. Not anymore though, but slowly but surely they're getting a few bodies going down. P7. But to go for Eric Boom staying alive with this is massive, but it's not going to be enough to do anything but keep it a neutral game.
And just buying yourself some time. Ball's going to stay neutral inside of 10. Snoopy's actually not going to be seen by Ethan. He goes back out to mid, and Eric for the trade. Still has Snoopy on his wings, see if he can get any damage done to start this push back over towards the B zone. Flank's going to get taken care of, and Snoopy's still in a position. A team kill from Aspect. Snoopy swings it. Not going to find anything. And DK here to defend.
Oh, DK has almost enough, but Johnny will still get it through. P7 Notorious strike the first blow here in the overload. Ethan swings and a miss. Eric Boom grabs DK.
So no rally opportunity right now for OMiT. They've struggled to get things past the center scrimmage line. Finally clearance a full 4 down. You do have Denza on the lead blocker. If DK can find this kill with the pistol, surely that would be a cap, but Snoopy shuts down all 3 members. This one's going to be a reset. You got Aspect on the flank.
Johnny waiting. Trying to get players around here. They're getting a good couple of kills that they can force this now. Plays into the flank. And they're going to get 2 as well. This is going home. Surely it will do. As Johnny's the last man again. A second one putting it in. They're doing so well at work in this site.
It's been a long day, and this is where that experience is really going to pay off for P7 Notorious, but you got a counter cap working, and nearly DK finds his way through. Queens is going to assist on clearing out your spawn, and another thwarted attack for OMiT, where every single time it just seems like a Hail Mary play, and this is exactly what I was saying back on the Scar. It just look, Ethan underperforming, and the team just looks like they have no map control around to the 10, so see what OMiT can do to build themselves back into it, but still lots of game to be played.
It's just almost a relentless pressure from P7 that's not letting OMiT really play. I mean, you know you got to get multiple wipes to get this moving. Denza looking for a big kill if he can make it, does so. Takes the player off the board here, but there are a lot of players ready for this one. Aspect knows where they're going to be. He's trying to force this home by himself. He's going to, but loses the EMP.
Nice read from Eric to find a second one. It sounds like this one's going to be an audible call to pull it back over to 10. You got Snoopy, lead blocker. No presence through mid just yet. I don't think DK will get there in time. So Snoopy with the weight on the world on his shoulders won't be able to get anything done, and OMiT gonna cut things off in the middle of the map. Eric just trying to buy some time. He gets one, but that's about it. Now you're getting a chance for a counter.
Oh, this is going in. You just don't have an opportunity from that far away to really stop it, so it does go down to a 1-score game. "37 seconds left to play in this half." Pretty much neutral. They do have Johnny, who's gone real deep here, but it means that P7 Notorious will have to try and win the gunfights to scoop this EMP before they can move it. There's 2 going down. There's going to be 3. Oh, DK has just got what would have been an almost guaranteed cap as he finds 3 himself.
Reminder that Ethan started this one off 6-9, so 15-12 is quite the turnaround for this young man. Trying to get the ball over towards Surfer as Aspect going to try to beat out the players off spawn. Pistol's going to be good for the 1 kill. 3 seconds. Somebody's going to have to touch it to proc overtime. It is going to be P7 for a chance on the third.
They find a way through. B still keeping this alive, but does go down. And this is, again, a close game. These two teams really not showing a lot of weaknesses here, which, let's be honest, this is how they've got this far.
We switch sides, though, and I wonder if this is going to continue for P7 Notorious. How do they handle the pressure into, top B through tower from OMiT? So this is going to be the preferred side for OMiT in terms of their attack. They've been good throughout the entirety of the tournament, so you don't want to count them out at any time. You saw how fast things started to turn towards the end there, so you want to see P7 come out with a little gusto, and Johnny kicks things off with 3 kills. He's looking to push the issue in through bottom U. He's going to set himself up in a position to just continue to take players away from positions.
They're making an awful lot of kills here. They should be scooping this EMP any second now. There it goes. A fast push. Eric Boone will try to get into this one quickly. Already the nades are going out here. They need to find something, but, well, the nade does go through to begin with. Reinforcements will get their way here as it goes down to a 2 versus 2, but a team kill! Oh, that's going to be 3. Beans on a 5 streak.
That's a major blunder for OMiT. You got to make sure you're a little bit more structured than that. Drop some trophies, deny those stuns, deny those nades. And it just never comes in handy. Fortunately enough, you will be shutting down any form of rally. You have Ethan on the opposite side of the map, and he is just spawn killing P7 Notorious. So you take down Eric, and this is a quick answer.
Eric, though, finds one. Not going to be the second, but that is an unbelievably clutch. It's not going to be enough, though. It does some. It doesn't do enough. 1 score game.
That's a good try with the Hellstorm. Especially if it gets there maybe like 2 seconds earlier, but still Aspect going to keep this 1-score game. Ball's going to swap over towards the rooftops. Aspect, what can you do here? Finessing. Trying to stay alive. Trying to look for some teammates, and he's got it. Ethan, another double, another triple kill from Ethan. He's up to 23 and 18 now alongside DK. Now 24 kills. This one's starting to pick up for OMiT. P7 need to deal with this one quickly. This is when OMiT starts to turn the tides.
3 minutes to go. That has been moved here, but you and I, Johnny is sitting for it, but he goes down before he can do any more damage, and now this game will be tied up. OMiT refusing to break under any sort of a pressure. As the EMP goes back into that neutral mid here, but the kills are still flowing towards OMiT.
This is not the time to take your foot off the gas. Not now. Not at the last hour of this overload, but it's Ethan, it's DK, and it's nothing else other than that. You're just going to walk it home for a 4th one. P7 Notorious have been rattled in the second half. 3 in a row. OMiT take their lead with 2 minutes and 21 seconds. P7 need to start to find themselves building out of the spawn because they've been trapped for the past 2 minutes.
Oh, they're getting through. That's another one. Over and over again. Ethan, 30 and 21. DK also doing the work. As the teammates put this one home over and over again. Notorious, though, on the other side, the counter-attack. They'll be looking to try and score here, but they are not winning all of the gunfights. They need to get this one in fast. And once again, more players appear. This time it's Denza. And what was a very good game for Notorious has swiftly turned into a nightmare.
Still not done, though. I mean, just 2 caps. 40. You saw how fast that P7 Notorious got to their lead back in that first one. It's just getting some of these players back into the groove. And for Snoopy, I mean, this is another map back-to-back where he's having a little bit of an underperformance. 15 and 27. Where has he gone when the team needs him? You need Snoopy to turn up here in this back half, or OMiT are going to run away with this overload, and there's no chance to build it back.
Last real swing here for P7 Notorious. Couple for Snoopy. Got down by Aspect. Going to be a roof push, which is normally one of the slower, harder pushes to make. Turns around the outside and gets cut down as they trade it here. And this is being switched. I expect would have been the lead blocker here. All they've really got to do is try and keep this out of the hands of P7 Notorious for like 25 more seconds.
That's really the case here. Snoopy's going to be primed into position to see if he can get a flank through computers, but it's a double swing from OMiT to deal with that mid-map control, and they're looking to cut this one off from mid and get behind P7 Notorious. 23 seconds. This one feels impossible with how things have switched, and now OMiT are in control, looking for the game.
They don't have to do anything. This can't be run in. This cannot be reasoned with, and it cannot be negotiated. Denza can take that fight all day because that is going to be OMiT winning that overload map, bringing them up 2-1 here in the series. And they're having a wonderful time with it.
That is just complete night and day from OMiT, from what we saw at the start of this game to what we got at the end of this game. You started quite negative if you were Ethan, and you finish it right alongside DK, just having incredible performance as we expect from OMiT. The two rookies in full takeover, in full swing for your squad. You can see Ludi behind them, just fist bumping them, letting them know it is just business as usual for this team to now be on series points for a chance to be at their third grand final in a row, when these guys have only played 3 LANs in their entire career. So OMiT looking to do the impossible right now and get to another LAN grand finals. P7 Notorious, you need to start to see these guys wake up. They started this map so well, Price. And what happened to them? What fell off?
I don't know if they fell off. I think it was just OMiT going berserk. I mean, we saw DK and Ethan just start slaughtering 25 and 24 non-traded kills. They put in the work. Fucking Denza picked it up and just kept running that EMP home as fast as they could. And it was a good start from Notorious, but not the best of endings. Is that how this series go, or can they take us to a map 5?
Like I said, I mean, this just is not the time to take your foot off the gas if you're P7 Notorious, especially after how good that map 1 was. You've had back-to-back poor performances out of Snoopy, and this guy is supposed to be the one to take you to the promised land in a lot of these clutch scenarios. You've had Johnny really stepping up. You've had Beans really stepping up. Eric has been as consistent as you can ask for. And if you can get Snoopy on board, you certainly can see this one go to a map 5. P7 just need to get to that search and destroy to give themselves a chance. And there's no doubt in my mind that they can get it done. But OMiT are champions for a reason. And it always felt like when this team kind of came into Challengers, Bryce, it really, after Atlanta, felt like they just needed to get that win under their belt, get that big win under their belts. And since they came back in that Elite Grand Finals against P7, got that revenge, it's just been impressive. I mean, this team truly just got out of that mental block. They know they can win these big games, and it's really hard to beat a team with that just absurd confidence.
Well, this is all about confidence, this next map here. Colossus Hardpoint. First Hardpoint was a 14-point game. Could have swung either way, truth being told. Snoopy had to go on an absolute tear to get it in the end, but as we go into this next one, will this be OMiT to Grand Final, or will this be P7 Notorious to map 5?
P7 Notorious have played this map twice so far at Champs. This is one of their favorites just in general as a team. First one was against Rock Esports. It was a 250 to 221, and then we saw the second one earlier on for Colossus against Team War. It was a 250 to 202, where they just look so good in the pacing that they set. So you look at the subs to really take control. See if Johnny can join the fray amongst Eric Boom and Snoopy. Now for these guys to take over.
Fight. It's all about getting through here, and that's a big amount of kills. And now push this out. They know they've got the spawns here for P2 as well. Ethan is just looking to continue a bit of a terror. I don't know where Denver's going to be, but he gets taken down by Snoopy, who's well versed in punching through into some of these hard points. And there goes another one. Their big gun was instrumental in map 1. Can he do the same again?
Great kills coming through from Denza. He's going to help out DK at just locking down this rotation to P2. OMiT are going to have the back spawns and the setup. And for P7, don't really want to get a little ahead of the curve here because you're going to get kind of mixed up over towards that statue. And you even lose Snoopy, who tried to hit that long route through P3. And now you look at the map control OMiT are starting to get. Aspect is pushed all the way up to P4. And you're responding in the depths of hell right now for P7 Notorious. You got such a long route to get.
For it though, trying to find something here onto it, but it's a bit of a slow burner. So if he's going to try and make his way into the point, does manage to find one. Not a lot of health, a lot of bodies against him, but there is going to be OMiT with that big hold. It'll be P7 Notorious that will look to get this back onto P3. And for OMiT, it will be a hard break.
This is where you want to start the comeback. You got God-heady control. Nobody's going to be on it. It's just a heavy presence from P7 inside the site, inside tunnel. You leave Beans just anchoring in the back, making sure that nobody can flip this one. If you're OMiT, you're going to have to bully your way through the front, and they just haven't even been able to hit this as a full 4. You're just doing a great job at staggering these respawns over and over again.
Does manage to find something and punches them out at this point here, so if they can get in here OMiT and hold it, they'll at least split this one. Going for that push out there. It's so confident Ethan over and over again. And it's maybe just finding P7 Notorious onto the back foot here. OMiT though now going forward one more time. They just seem to continuously do this. Unrelenting aggression.
I mean, you get 30 seconds off of that hill if you're P7 Notorious. The issue is you give up 30 seconds to OMiT, and you're right back to kind of where you were at the start of that rotation. Yes, you've done a good job at holding these spawns, but you got OMiT pressuring you from the front. Aspect's going to get in, and as soon as he does, you got DK blocking the back. So if you get any of these kills, they're going to spawn out, but you don't. And now it's DK trying to play his life, and Snoopy immediately takes him away.
It's good enough to keep on going, and Snoopy though finds 2. He's on a 5 streak. They needed him in that first hard point. They need it even more so now. Beautiful hole coming from P7 Notorious. Johnny is pushing this one out all the way he can. 25 seconds left onto it, and that pushed out has given back the spawn here. So I mean, might be able to split this with a little bit, but I say that, and all the kills just come through for them.
It's gonna be a good nade from Ethan, trying to steal away the scrap time. But nothing from Denza. And that scrap time for P7 is going to bring things back to a pretty close game heading into the second set of rotations. Albeit, I think for P7, you've handled this quite well. The issue is going to try to figure out how to do better in this P1, P2 split, because that's where OMiT got the brunt of their lead. And from then on, they just keep themselves at arm's reach against P7. You get the break, no trophies down right away. So it's going to be hard for Johnny to stay alive. He's going to have to back down and take these fight statue.
He still manages to get one before he drops to the DK. OMiT just looking to soak up a bit more of a lead now onto the P1. They know the pressure is going to keep coming through. And they're doing their best to at least stagger these players as they look for that P2 spawn, which they have managed to do as well. A lot of bodies out here as they look to just continue to keep the pressure going forward. DK back and forth. Finds so many. Bullet spraying to help his teammates out as 10 seconds. They not only have that P1, they do have the P2 spawn. They're already going to have to back off for it. That spawn's coming in a little bit late. This is going to be dangerous here because P7 Notorious are knocking on the door.
Still a 40-point lead. You need to get this break quickly. And you got Aspect on the route through tunnel. He's going to be cutting you off at the statue, doing so much damage. And he takes even Snoopy down. DK's right alongside him. This is exactly what we got back in the first set of rotations. Aspect in P4, DK P1. P7 Notorious have so much to do just to even get a whiff of this site.
Oh, it's being pushed further and further back. They're going to spawn out towards the back here, but it gets called, and Aspect says, all right, wipe them. Continue to try and hold this one. They might even be able to get it for the rest here because P7 Notorious, well, they'll take a swing. Shouldn't really be able to get into it. I said that Snoopy's just going for it. Snoopy is trying to get into this point. He doesn't want to give them that much of a lead. And that headbutt works. 15 seconds of scrap goes to them. P3 next.
Yeah, you need the scrap time. You need this rotation even more. OMiT, unlike the first set of rotations, they've done a better job at getting towards this hill and getting that setup in. You have blue or yellow control from Denza. Spawn in the back from Johnny. I don't know if he's going to read this one. He doesn't. Johnny, with that win, is going to draw some attention away from the front of this hill, where Aspect is on an island now. He's good for one. You get the spawn ups. OMiT trying to keep P7 away from this hard point, and so far they're doing a great job at that. You just need Ethan to pop off, and he's not going to get anything done. Snoopy traded. And this is an absolute back and forth affair from both teams. OMiT finally going to walk away with this setup.
DK on 4 as well, so he's been managing to hold it through as he just throws all the bullets going into it. He doesn't have a lot of ammo left, actually. That's how long he's been here. 15 bullets, and he does eventually go down from that around the lifeboat pinch. P7 Notorious, though, they're going to get a bit of scrap time, and they're going for the P4. Is this their way back into the hard point?
You're a whole hill behind right now. You need to make some big plays here if you're P7 Notorious, and the issue is, as soon as you get that setup in, OMiT are immediately knocking on the door for a quick break. You haven't seen them get more than 20 seconds off of a setup, where OMiT are happy to continue trading out from here on out. So, spawn ups to the back, not really going to do anything. Aspect blocking. P7 Notorious, another 2 go down. Team kill onto DK, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Aspect has held down everything there on a 6th streak. He is the reason they've got the P4 spawn, and they are now looking to go above 200 points. OMiT are finally flexing their hard point muscle that we have been seeing all day. The average points teams have been getting against them is 150. And this time it looks like P7 Notorious might be another one of those, but they have managed to get something going on here. This is a monumental fight back if they can do it.
You're just trading 20 for 20, though. This is not good enough for P7 Notorious. You're still down by 80. Snoopy on 5. I mean, he has turned up in this map 4, but still so much work to be done to build yourself back into it. Give yourself a chance for this map 5, a chance to get to that grand final first. OMiT, they got you where they want you. How do they beat the trend?
They're still trying to get into this, and they can soak this for as much as they want. That's the issue. P7 Notorious have to come to them. Last play going to be live. Ethan, who flies out towards P2. He's just going to try and play his life for as long as possible. Not going to happen. Aspect's on 32. DK's on 29, but Snoopy is on 35. If this continues and they mount a bit of a comeback, they might even be able to break that map 1.
He might. I mean, he needs to at this point. OMiT, all you got to do is whittle this down slowly, and Ethan just hops into it, wins his fight. He's going to be bumped over, and see if he can put some hurt down onto these respawning players. 27 seconds, that's all you need. You can't win off this hard point. You get the spawn up over towards New if you're Snoopy. You need to break through for P7 and set up some posturing over to the new hill.
Ethan tries to make a little bit of a play there to get into it, but right now, P7 Notorious, if they can hold this, take it to P3, they have a chance. And going all the way around, looking for some kills. P7 must not make any mistakes, and mistakes they are not making. One play towards the back, it's Denza, who's trying to allow his teammates to help him.
Oh, Snoopy almost does it again. That was basically his POV on Scar for the entire time. 167 to 227. 3 players just going to be jumping out into the hill. You got the crossfire for Snoopy. He gets across, contest back in, trying to bounce around. Semtex laying on the ground. See what the shrapnel can do. It's enough for Snoopy to stay alive. You got the players off spawn. You have the lair back into the hill, but DK cut off by Johnny and Ethan. He's in.
Ethan again managed to break through. They're looking for the scrap time. They're looking for the backfight. It's Snoopy going up against one more time. He's on 41. He is not slowed down at all, but Aspect grabs him. Scrap time brings OMiT ever so closer. And this might be the issue. Johnny looking for this one out towards the back here. Ethan's going to find him as well, but he's shooting in both directions. Ethan just bangs Snoopy. A turn and burn. That might have set the game. Johnny will find 2 as well, though. They're getting back into it. Aspect goes down. And it's 5 seconds for OMiT, but it's P7 Notorious in control.
It's not done yet, but it's got to be perfect. Only 5 seconds. Eric's got to go nuclear alongside Snoopy inside the hill.
Well, they're trying it. They're certainly going to go for it. DK finds 1. DK finds 2, Ethan finds 1, and Beans falls, and that's the game! That's OMiT to the grand finals! They get it done after what could have been a comeback. They make their way forward, they drop the first map, but not the next 3. And this team is on a generational run.
You come for the king, you can't miss. Map 2, round 11. That had a lot more weight than I guess anybody would have expected. And as soon as that swings back to OMiT, they never back down from the challenge. P7 Notorious, they're going to feel heartbroken after the opportunities that they just had. But for OMiT, what a story it has been for these two rookies of DK and Ethan alongside the vets of Aspect and Denza. Now for the chance to be in your third grand final in a row on LAN for your first 3 LANs of your entire Call of Duty career. And if you win this champs, you are one of, or 2 of 3 rookies to ever win your first ever Challengers champ.
Oh, that is an insane stat line if it can be made, but as good as OMiT are, I want to give a quick credit to Snoopy. He was trying to do everything. Double kill after double kill. 29 non-traded. Almost 5k damage as he hit 43. But it was too little too late. Aspect was 38. DK had 37. Ethan had 36. Denza a little bit quiet, but got a good amount of damage going through. And that is more than enough for a tempo that never slowed down.
This is just going to be an absolute just bloodbath of a highlight reel from both sides, but you just see how good it is when OMiT are playing at their best in a hardpoint. And it's not even Ethan and DK show for this. It was Aspect over and over again on those P2s. Every single time you get to a P2, you see he's sitting P4, forcing those top left quadrant spawns for P7 Notorious to have to rotate about 15 seconds just to even contest that hardpoint hill. I mean, P2s just were not it for P7 Notorious, and they felt that wrath over and over again. 250 to 236 on the Scar hardpoint. P7, I mean, one hell of a map to kick off this best of 5. But from then on, it was the OMiT show. Round 11, 5-3, 250, 185, and a grand finals yet again for this roster.
What a run. What a run. As we look at their journey so far into our grand final. We played on the main stage tomorrow in Vegas. But for OMiT, 3-0'd Bush, 3-0'd the other OMiT. 3-1 against Notorious, the first map they've dropped so far. And even that was a 14-point game. So now they will face either P7 Notorious that they've just taken down or Team War in a game that is coming up in just a short while.
Bryce, these guys are 40-7 since June 17th. That is their map count since June 17th. That's over a month ago that they have dropped a series. Now you're into a grand final again. You've found your way to Paris. I mean, this team has just evolved every single tournament we've seen. This is not the same OMiT that we had in the Pro-Am. I just can't wait to see how high the ceiling is for these 4.
No, I can't either. Realistically, we've been gassing them up, and for good reason. But this is our final swan song, as we have one more game coming up after this, but it's not me and Seymour, who's been a pleasure to cast with, by the way. So we are going to go to a break. And when we come back, the last game here for today, the loser's elimination. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Challengers Finals. It has been a hell of a day of Call of Duty. Let me tell you what, but we got one last series for you because we got to tee up a grand finals on the main stage tomorrow. If you're just joining us, you might have missed OMiT EU winning 3-1 over Project 7 Notorious. That means P7 Notorious, they're going to drop on down to the losers bracket and have to battle it out against a very red hot Team War. You can see there on your bracket how we got to this point. But Enigma, how are we feeling about this matchup overall?
Well, you may notice on the bracket, if you are paying keen attention, the P7 Notorious beat Team War 3-1 earlier on. That was, of course, when we dumped War down to the lower bracket. But they've been on a run since, seeing off Telluride, Bush, as well as the Huntsmen. So while earlier on, it was all about Project Notorious and their successes, Team War are on a run of form. Notorious being dropped into that lower bracket make them feel just a little bit like the wind's been taken out of their sails. Also, to note, War did 3-0 Project 7 in Paris. So both of these teams have taken chunks out of each other very recently. I think it sets it up beautifully, but more importantly will be the maps and modes that we're going to play out when it comes to sizing up this series, because Scar, Grid, Den, Colossus, Den, we went 3-1 last time. It was the same first 4 maps entirely. War took map 1, largely off the back of an impressive display from Icons, with him dropping 45. From there, it was all about Project 7 and everything they could do. 3 relatively close maps, but it was indeed a case of seeing the exact same scenarios play out here. So it's all about the phrase that you and me have been using, my friend. Download. What did you learn? How do you improve this time out?
The fact that the map set is, at least the first 4 maps, are the same as that earlier series from yesterday, right? We went through the GSL group stages yesterday. We played round 1 of the bracket. So these teams matched up yesterday. Same exact first 4 maps. It does kind of have me questioning, is it going to be what you'd said, where is it going to be some type of download series? Or is this maybe a little bit of an ego chow from War, where they're thinking, hey, I think that we probably should have won some of those games in that first series, where they felt comfortable enough on them to try and go back here again. Or maybe it's the reverse. Maybe they don't feel as comfortable on the maps that they banned. But only one way to find out. That's to drop on into it. So here we go. It is a hard point on none other than Scar to kick us off. And well, Team War, they've had a little bit of a chance to wait here, but it seems like the guns are still hot, roaring off that last series as they open it up with Icons on a 3 spree.
Now was the man with his sword to your shield last time you matched up. 45 in 1 Scar S&D. Icons started with just the 4 here. Long ways to go to, of course, get back close to those numbers, but starting off with a 5 and edging ever closer to a health. There's one hell of a way to remind P7 Notorious. Not only you had their number last time, but you've had the number of many a big team already through this tournament. Notorious will answer back, however. A couple of kills as you start to consider the P2 rotation. No one will be set up. Johnny, he's going to be the tip of the spear into getting your side into Motel. Does a great job to bully a couple players back, but spawns are all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, you're just kind of looking north. You're looking south. Vance, he's going to be able to try and play through that mid side, but Team War, look at a little bit of a split spawn here. So can they push in from multiple sides? No, they cannot, because Johnny, he's popping 2 pieces. So you got to bang this out through the front. But P7 Notorious, they'll hold the line, and they will take the lead here on P2.
TDM so often goes down in this little cross angle from one side of Motel and the other. Moves through. This strategy eventually suits Notorious. Do yourself warned as Team War sees up another hit in his beams on the swing. 4-2, backed up by Snoopy. Cooks the nade to drop it just where Dimension stands, and my lord, it's glorious. Beans answers back with 4 to shut out War. Give his team a sizable lead.
Well, you will find Johnny on that rotation, but look at this. Eric Boom and Snoopy, they're going to match up together just to cut down the rest of War. War was already set up for this potential rotation over to P3, but Project 7 Notorious just making a little bit of an early read. Thankfully, off the spawn, War will answer back in kind, but it's not as clean as a wrap as you would normally like, if you will. It's in red.
6 star from him. Needs help from teammates, though, to be back down by all of the tactical and lethals in the arsenal. He does seemingly fell one opponent. Snoopy's doing the work through the middle. It causes concern for that backline. It never managed to get over to protect Icon, so Notorious again are going to march in to take the final 30 seconds here. And technically would have the rotation for P4 just yet. So War may be wise to consider giving up this P3 and simply hit through. In the end, you find the kills. You're going to get, what, 10 seconds off the end? You made Notorious's decisions for them. They're just going to back up and take new.
Yeah, why not? Go ahead, find the kills, hold the rotation, break it back open. Seems to be the MO for Project 7 Notorious as P4 comes online. Seems like maybe that idea is really coming to fruition as they are currently up 30.
Beautiful early set kills, though, from War. While you force the hand of Notorious and basically push them to the new hill, you do find that you are spawning incredibly close to you, Notorious, and that allows War to just run you over in the instant. That being said, Notorious with the instant counter punch. Get up close, push up with the MPC, gets dimensions, plenty more company, will be felled, but you're not done yet if you War.
Yeah, you line them up, you at least get the team kill. So that's going to stem the tide just for a moment, and that's all happening on the outside. And on the point, you still have Eric Boom, who's just sitting here 12 and 9 and is finding the kills that you need. Last final 10 seconds of this P4. P7 is spawning in the back. Dimensions, he'll line up for a little bit of a three-piece, including a teammate there, but drops the nade before making an exit, and at least will take one with them. P5 comes online, Team War. They'll get all of these northern spawns.
There's a lot of dimensions here. Just pick up the middle. Does clear out Eric at least, and will now give you that push out all the way through plane side. He tries to reinforce his flames though in the deep back under pressure. Not for much longer. The boys surround, swarm, clear it all out. And dimensions on the front too. Look how far away Notorious are spawning. Perfect starts this hill from War. They will have to deal with a little bit more pressure just yet. Towards the back end of these first rotations, put themselves in a great spot to take the lead.
I like where Dimensions, he just plays up there just to get that info, just to see where Project 7 Notorious is just trying to push from that boat side. So even though you get taken on out, you still get these back spawns. Dimensions kind of playing this little bit of this anchor position here so you can maintain this position. Flames out top broken, looks to try and maybe get a little bit egregious, but it doesn't matter. You have a good hold here and you're going to tie it up as you get ready to head into the second set of rotations.
Notorious spread wide through mid. Want information on where this hit from War shall be amounted from. Johnny with the first point of contact does very well to get to, and that's going to push War all the way through plane side. We will get on that blue side, so potentially considering later rotations, but right now, Notorious feels like they're all of a sudden, all the momentum's on their side. Only a 6-point advantage. War keeping themselves in the distance.
Dimensions runs out of bullets, tries to take the chow. That's 4 dead for Team War. So Project 7 Notorious are going to read this spawn, and you can see all of their arrows looking in the right direction. P1 allowing P7 some time to soak here. So you mentioned it. You had a chance to set yourself up if you were Team War on this P2 rotation. The spawns do flip, but a couple of kills go your way. And look at Flames. He's already made his way into Gens. He's holding on that lower side. So P7 Notorious, they don't get over there. He could kind of influence some of these spawns, but Johnny, he makes the read, slides on over, cuts down Flames, and the rest of your team drops behind you. Blink of an eye. P7 Notorious will control P2.
Yeah, Notorious do very well. They're so far pushed out that you've got actually the Warplay spawning all over the shop. Now, sometimes that could unsettle Notorious or teams that are in those circumstances. But actually what it does is it forces Flames to pivot. He's spinning, trying to find out exactly where Notorious is hitting from. It's just a wide net. Draw the noose, seal it shut, and we'll pull the way back into the point. Being said, War will go again. Eric Boom just trying to be a nuisance from the top line. 7 bullets in the mag. Might need a reload. Doesn't get a chance. Dimension cuts and clean.
Full of kills. Going the way of Team War. Been able to flip this hill. They're keeping it close. They're not letting a P7 Notorious run away with this map. They're going to force Project 7 Notorious to have to play clean. Here we go. The end of the P2. We're looking up towards that plane side. Vic was trying to be a little bit of a front man for Team War. Will get found out, so pushing through that boat side over from blue. Team War spawning in. They have to figure out a way to crack on in to this hard point. Looks like they have been able to do it off the back of a huge kill from Dimensions. And Beans, he gets back down to 17 HP. He's got to rejoin his team, and that's so much space given over to Team War. already. They're going to hold on, but can you stay alive through this? Because off of his earlier success, Johnny calls it a hellstorm. He's good for 2, clears off Team War from P3. That's going to be P7 entering right back on into the hill.
Yeah, Notorious will be... Sorry, Team War will be relatively happy with this, even if you end up losing the scrap time. Felt like the same old story from 2 to 3. P7 managed to chain them together incredibly well. War, though, off that back of incredible play from Dimensions, managed to break in. That means Notorious must invest the Hellstorm. Being said, the damage limitation only really counts if you then manage to rotate cleanly for 4. You do not, and if anything, worst case scenario, spawning the opposite side of the map. And Johnny is being a real nuisance at the headway. Who will eventually drop in the trade situation. Eric Boom next. Snoopy trying to hold down to the point. Knows there's pressure close.
Johnny does a great job of just playing on that plane side. Pops up, sees 3, and says, I'm going to wait a hot second. That's all the information for the team that you need. Unfortunately for you, it's Dimensions doing Dimensions things as he just rips 3 in a row to be able to put him on a 5 streak overall. Close to his own Hellstorm as he's going to be able to find Beans on the stair side. Unfortunately, while you're making that play happen, the rest of your teammates fall around you. P7 Notorious will maintain this lead at the end of P4, but as you get those northwestern spawns for Team War, set yourselves up for P5. A good hold here will tie up this game.
Both rotates it over, but the setup is incredibly deep. You will get pushed out of your icons, so we're worried about the complete lack of intel. Mid-map for now, but it's the trap designed to welcome players into the Lion's Den. From there, you must snare them, you must clear them out. Pressure's close from the Notorious, taking their time trying to find the gap.
I like that Vic. He sees that Dimensions falls down in the back and he immediately flies on over just to help hold that back spawn. Does not want to give that to P7 Notorious. The problem is that as he evacuates that space, the rest of P7 is able just to slide in through the front, but Flames on the point has done such a good job of staying alive here and letting the rest of the team get their feet underneath them and come back and help support. So as we're down to the last final 15 seconds of this P5, it's still a 30-point game as we get ready to head into the third set of rotations, but a great nade up over the top, a couple more kills. P7 will park you into the back corner of this map.
Yeah, Notorious changed immediately there towards the late stage. They're just, okay, well, all right, instead of trying to hit this, we're just going to hold you out. Play for P1 instead. Vic will attempt to apply pressure and get you out. Icons will then back him off as well. Snoopy just tucked in on the point. The free cam lets us know the pressure that's coming in, though. And the amount of stuns and nades he'll catch in the face. The boys in gold are going to hold on for a moment. Need just 14 more seconds.
Icons, he's in blue right now. You see him pop a 2-piece, so already P7, they have to keep their eyes back towards this blue side, and you're actually going to cause a little bit of these split spawns. So Project 7 Notorious, they're having to look in too many directions, and that's just going to open up an opportunity for War to kind of slide on into this P1, but you win some key gunfights, and even though P1, it will stay pretty uncontested for the majority of this time, War, they force these spawns up towards the top, and look at where they're setting up. It's already a strong P2 hold.
He's going to win this next set, engage with the transitions, the rotational fights. 2 clean for now, one of them being a team kill in the end. That drop of Dimensions, though, will be the go button for P7 Notorious. They know they have the numbers and they're winning on the gunfights. Vikram does well with a pistol initially, but needs to back up in from the boys.
You have to win these gunfights if you are Project 7 Notorious, and they will go your way. It's just 2 members from War in the front. Only a couple seconds remaining. You have to fly, but Johnny and Beans, their AR's up, and they hold the line. It's another hard point win for Project 7 Notorious. They took a map off of the best in the game in OMiT EU. They are not going to let that loss chalk their mental like we saw a couple majors ago in Atlanta. This is a new reformed team. They are here. They're mental, strong. Come out swinging in map number 1.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Notorious. You would have forgiven them for the slow start. After all, they do go down initially to, well, the hand of Icons as he finds himself on that quick 5 spree, and it felt like a little bit of a familiar story. P7 Notorious suffer a devastating loss and suddenly look a little bit out of shape, but all the players light up the feed quickly, establish that lead, and although Team War kept themselves within punching distance, it was always Notorious in controls. But look at the scoreboard. Johnny, dude, 36 and 29, 4,600 damage. We were talking a lot about him coming into this roster, which they have a third SMG. They basically have 3 natural SMGs in this roster. Turns out pretty much everybody can flex and also devastatingly effective when doing so. Johnny controlled pretty much everything in the close quarter engagements. Very much so the pressure and the pace needed to shut down the Team War superstars.
We even saw him a lot of times in that map where on these kind of longer range gunfights, he's actually bringing out an M15. So he was, at some of those moments, he was just ripping with an AR because he simply could. Scar's been such a weird map. It started out AR heavy, then it moved into this like triple NPC meta. And now teams are seemingly, just like you said, kind of more leaning into a, hey, what if everybody was a flex type of strategy?
Yeah,
different hills require different guns, right? And we're seeing that really come to fruition here. But P7 did such just a good job of just from the start to the finish, just to break open the hills. That's kind of the key thing I pulled from that. It didn't matter if Team War had the setup, they were breaking the hill and then getting a nice little 20 on every single one. So they were either contesting it, they were keeping it neutral, or they were breaking it open and securing that time. Great stuff there in the hard point. But enough about that. We got to lock in on a search and destroy him on Gridlock. An opportunity for Team War to bounce back here, because when it comes to search and destroy, they've been looking a little lights out, and especially on this map.
They have indeed, but the problem is that although I'm going to say about how great they've been on Gridlock, the retake strategy that they have, in particular, happy to give up one site, go over to the other, and just let the opponent dictate that play because they're more than comfortable setting up on a pinch play. Also, their offensive strategies, deep playbook, it seems like they're very happy to overwhelm at certain sites, throw in different looks, and even go with passive plays. This side, certainly no S&D. The one problem is, when I list out the CV there, is the last time these two teams matched up, it was Project Notorious who came out on top. 6-4. You saw incredible plays from Icons, 13-7. Snoopy goes 12-5. The interesting thing is, of the 10 rounds, there were 9 first bloods for Project Notorious. So Notorious do have a little bit of something to worry about there. It's if they can become more efficient in closing out with that man advantage. But for Team War, could give you the reckoning, the reasoning of, actually, if we just do better in the opening stages of rounds, we should walk away with this map.
Well, one thing that's really interesting between these two teams, right? We've never really see the recon come out on the side of Team War, right? It's been all NPCs, it's been all M15s. Even in that S&D against the OMiT EU roster, one of the big key factors of why P7 was kind of able to stay in that series was because of the boomstick on the side of Beans. I don't know if Team War, since they last played P7, have really had to have that opposition, right? Didn't feel like they really had to deal with that against the Huntsmen. Didn't really feel like they had to deal with that against the Telluride Bush. So, could be a little bit of a different strategy. Something they have to deal with. A wrench into the plan of Team War, but something that we know they love to do, and that is, well, round one, let's just 4-man bang out A, and, well, we'll figure it out from there.
Sounds incredibly well placed from Snoopy there, though, just to not only pick up the information, but slow the plant for a half moment. Wouldn't say Notorious have relatively capitalized on it, but they'll be aware of where the bomb's going now. Just looking at the setup, where those gold arrows going. Try to hit this together as a 4-man, likely on some sort of multi-directional retake.
I like this, all 3 arrows towards that front. You're gonna leave dimensions in the back to the Lone Wolf. Guns already starting to get fired as Vic is throwing shoulders, and Icons will claim first blood as the rest of P7 Notorious will fall. It's just Johnny alive, but a little bit of a fadeaway onto Vic. He finds one. Can you ISO this? It's a 2v1. Clock is ticking, and you're just gonna play your life if you are Team War, but Johnny slides on out. He's searching for the last one. You will not have time to defuse. You get all the kills, but unfortunately for you, you don't get it. But for Johnny, that is a 4 spree, I will say. And you're going into round 2 on a 4, getting a Hellstorm this early could be a way to either extend your lead or get back into the game.
We change over to the pod cam there and just notice something interesting. Dimensions actually casts a glance in Johnny's direction. I was trying to get a bead on that for a second. Like, that boy's probably feeling pretty good. Yes, we win the round, but he'll be happy walking off the battlefield with all of our souls claimed. So, yeah, you do go 1-up if you're War, but a nervy look at just how good Johnny's looking early. Either way, Notorious with their chance to show us what their offense looks like. It's going to be a bit of a 1-2-1 split. Where's this bomb intended to be moved to? You could go to A. A lot of information gained means you're not comfortable just yet.
I don't mind this, right? You got Snoopy kind of just waiting for any type of info at A. You got 2 players in that mid who should be setting up a crossfire. Unfortunately for you, it's, well, Johnny getting dropped and Snoopy's taken out as well. And it's just Eric Boom, who was on an island at B. Couple of shots into this side area. It won't really amount into anything. And but yeah, Team War. They know that bomb is down mid. All they have to do is just basically goose egg it, and they will be A-okay. Team War yet again. Get another nice little round on the board. More importantly, though, you'll stop that streak on Johnny.
Certainly shall. It's interesting from Project Notorious, the play call there. Eric Boom gets a bit of information that he's got opposing players over at B. And so Notorious get active off the back of it. A little bit too keen and eager to get involved there. I feel surprised that they didn't just try and rotate that over towards A. Obviously, we get X-ray vision and Cardcaster and all the blessings as such, but I'm not sure what information Notorious necessarily gained to decide to make that push. Team War move away then from the 4-man bang out. There is 2 players in shower zone. We'll have company real soon, but the bombs shifted towards B instead.
I mean, this is a wide open bomb plant. Especially as Dimensions brings down Johnny. Snoopy will catch Vic on the lurk, and well, Eric Boom slides on out. So this is now a man advantage for P7 Notorious. The question is, how fast can Johnny get on over to help the team? Maybe you don't even need it. They'll do it themselves. P7, a great kind of little mini retake of that B bomb site.
Yeah, it's a great way of phrasing it. A mini retake, but also a regain there. You also give up the bomb site, obviously lose that first blood. There's a quick trade that comes through, helps balance the favorite up, but I think what that does for War is it leaves them feeling incredibly comfortable. We don't have anyone pushed out back L. We don't have anyone planted long. We also don't have anything covering over the corridor. And you see all these War players trying to find exits, and Notorious is welcoming them at every single doorway. So that aggression, that instant transition from them pays out. War probably thought they'd bought more time. Now, Notorious' turn to flood the showers. They'll have plenty up against them, though.
See Beans is watching that mid lane. Wonder if that's a boomstick in hand. I don't think it matters. It's not, but you drop the rest of Team War. Yeah, I think you called it best. A little bit of confidence, a little bit of momentum for P7 after that last round here. That's a very decisive round on their side.
It just feels like the Notorious SMGs enjoying themselves at the moment. And we cycle back to the comments we made at the end of Map 1, flexing in and out of whatever they need for the role, for the playbook that has been drawn up. But the pace in which these boys play at, terrifying. The face butts, the head smashes, whatever you want to call them, when they suddenly all square up, throw down, meet at a typical point. Well, Notorious have looked far the better, but Team War, again, that playbook that we keep referencing, they've shown multiple different looks. This time, it's a lot more aggressive towards B. Cross. Johnny actually somehow gets one and gets away with that.
And Snoopy's actually able to find one as well. Snoopy finds 2 before getting cut down. And just like that, it's Vic with bomb in hand. Team War are not able to get these gunfights to go their way. I think that first just initial sort of trade from Johnny kind of unravels everything that Team War is trying to do. And just from there, I think off of that, P7 Notorious, they realize, let's just bang this out. As long as we win this trade and come out on top, we're going to win this round.
Yeah, so I think Codcaster threw me a little bit of a left one there. I think it's Beans who's at the connector doorway and manages to walk away with one. I think as he slides right, spots the opposing War players kind of checking left, reach out. I think War expecting to just have him as an island player, not predicting that if Johnny or Snoopy, whoever it was in behind the truck, I'm going to go with Johnny, was there. Catch them completely by surprise. Up in the lead of this map, and wow, that's a take of a bomb site. Every grenade in the pocket lands directly at the feet of the opposing player, forces them into connector, but the return from Dimensions is spot on to get away with an exit kill.
This is a scene we've seen time and time again with this bomb site, right? It's plant that bomb B for long, and then you can just watch it from a distance here, and Johnny will even up the score. Dimensions gets dropped, but look at this. I think you're right. That looks like Beans who's the one actually getting those kills, and finds one more. Listen, not a lot of things you'd like to see in life, and Mr. Ben Beans with an AR in hand looking down lane. That's definitely not on my list of things I would like to see alongside tarantulas.
Okay, we'll come back to the tarantula one, but the Benjamin Beans one, yeah, no, totally understandable. That guy, when he's hitting, he hits incredibly different. There's a reason he's consistently been brought up to the league over recent years. He's putting it down right now for Notorious. This side as well. That's a play straight out of their typical book. Just drop the rock at B, set yourself up in the long lane with Beans over the top. Let his SMGs get active around the truck. Even with that exit kill, the war picked up that first blood, which a column in which they are leading currently, by the way. Not that you would know that. As pretty much every time they seemingly get that first blood, they're instantly traded and overwhelmed.
Well, maybe stealing a page of their playbook. Team war. 15 seconds into the round. They're going to go ahead, plant B. Put a timer on this round. Except this time, I feel like P7 Notorious might have an idea. Something's happening here. A nice stun comes on out. So Flames will be the one that gets dropped. Boom. This inside of the house. Tries to get a little bit mixy here. Icons, he's good for 2. Now Dimensions, a little bit of a hezzy on the bomb. Not, only one pump, ladies and gentlemen. It's A-okay. But Team War, they'll hold on.
And no VAR reviews here. I like plays and counter plays coming in from both sides. I love that Notorious read the play early. You get the backup from Snoopy and Johnny, just overwhelming in letters. The stun goes out. The kill is there. Great stuff. Icons almost counters that. He goes, okay, we know there's a pinch play coming through. I'm going to punch out one side, and does great to pick up a 2-piece, which then just tilts the balance of the fight in their favor. If that doesn't happen, you are trapped between a rock and a hard place as that Team War lineup and Notorious like to sit on map point. So lovely stuff from all the players on the map here. Particular Johnny, who sits at 10 and 5.
Yeah.
But the headbutt's back in, brother. We're at the showers.
All right. A little bit of respect. Eric Boom takes a couple bullets, but it's a full wrap out. And look at both teams. It's like, all right, we're going to kind of flirt, dance around at A. All right, let's both just full wrap back to B. And you can already have some lurkers from Project 7 Notorious. And yeah, this is a little bit of what we saw from the Telluride bush earlier today. It was kind of maybe make some noise A, spend some time, make them think you're wrapping back to B, and then kind of make the re-wrap back to A. The only problem is, have you read that Vic is hot on your tail? It looks like you have it. He pops up a solid 2-piece for him. Icons will line on up in Team War. They will not be bamboozled in this map. They take another round, put it up on the board.
Interesting look from Notorious. And again, we did, yeah, you are right. We did see it earlier from Bush. It's kind of a bit of a do-si-do. You called it a flirt. I like that. Just kind of look at each other. Hey, what are you thinking? I'm going to go this way. You go that way. We'll meet up later on. Either way, Notorious eventually run out of options. And Vic decides to play spoiler to the party anyway. He's had enough of this dance. He wants to throw down. Took himself in a corner. A couple players sprint on past and trigger disciplines there to completely open up the Notorious game plan. 4-4 then, we're tied. After a period in which Notorious felt on top. War, they're back to Old Faithful. Snoopy would do well to get the hell out of here, hand the information over, set up the counterplay of his teammates.
Something you gotta worry about if you are Project 7 Notorious as well. You got both Vic and Icons on 3 sprees right now. Chance for either one of them to get a Hellstorm. And when you're talking about a 4-4, having a Hellstorm in either round 5 or, you know, game 11. Huge. Icons here has the nade. It's going to soften it on up, and look at that. The rest of Project 7 Notorious, they are going to fall like dominoes. You slide in, you plant the rock, and it doesn't even matter because you're just going to knock all of Project 7 down and out. Flurry of kills go your way. Team War currently on map point. An opportunity to tie up our series 1-1.
I'm going to ask production to keep us with Icons at the start. He gets an assist there at the end and was incredibly close to having the streak anyway. That nade from Icons not only drops the player in the back that I believe is Eric Boone, but softens up Snoopy a hell of a lot to make the next fight easy. Great stuff there. Just cooks it to perfection, rolls it into the path of his opponents. Icons does not have the streak yet.
Checking corners. He slides in. Snoopy will deny the streak for now. As Vic, he somehow picks up a 2 here. Could be the savior for Team War. There you go. There's number 5. Brings us into a 3v3. Bomb will go down at B, but it's a 2-man wrap coming on out. And you got Flames lurking on this backside. Project 7 Notorious. Make sure you're playing together. Hold some hands. Kumbaya. And you cannot take these fights by yourself. Flames will get pushed from the back. That's going to be the opportunity for the two players from Team War, Vic and Dimension. They're playing together. Vic up over the top. He will be able to cut down Johnny. Vic, though, in the 1v2. Project 7 Notorious players backing up.
It's spotted. And Vic decides to take his anger out on a trophy. So right now, very little that he can do. 6 spree in hand. Gonna play for the Hellstorm instead. Not much you could have done considering the circumstances anyway. So certainly the mature play, the wiser play. You get yourself the first blood, as Vic so often does in rounds. And all of a sudden you have a Hellstorm to operate around for the rest of the round 11. Of which we are headed, and we would have it no other way, to Titans, not only of this tournament, but of the Challenger season, throwing down. They've got their EWC place. They know they'll be in Paris, but so much prize money and pride on the line. We'll do the last dance right here.
Yeah, you gotta imagine if Vic is at least able to get one more and have that Hellstorm for this round. Team War, they'd be feeling a lot more confident. Instead, you're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. And obviously in a round 11, tensions at an all-time high. Both teams, no one's gonna commit to take any space now. We said it's flirting. It's a couple winks across the way, a couple smooches. Figure out where you want to play this, but for now it does look like a full commit to A. And one thing I'm worried about, Eric Boom is not in this fight, but Snoopy opens on up. It's a first blood. You can see the Toopies come on through. One last player dropped. It was all on Dimensions, but he can't do it. Project 7. Woo! They will close out a search and destroy. And Enigma, they are one map away from getting back to grand finals for a dance with OMiT EU.
And of all ways to do it as well, if you are Notorious, the showers, typically the stomping ground, the graveyard that Team War dig for so many other sides, especially through this tournament. How many moments have we seen them walk in and walk away up 2 or 3 lives? Either way, you will drop in the end. Project Notorious will overwhelm. Vic gets caught out, so that Hellstorm was never arriving. Take a look at our scoreboard. Unfortunately, it's a slow one from both Flames and Eric Boom, who just decided to sit this one out. The other 6, they were certainly involved in that bit of floating that we were talking about. It's Vikram, 12-7 on the wrong side of proceedings. The opposite side, Johnny, 13-9, and crucially, with 4 first bloods. Yeah. This time, Notorious learned how to capitalize on those, see it out in round 11.
No, really good map of Search and Destroy there. This is the moments that we love, especially in the Challengers Finals, right? When you have 2 teams who are both so good at S&D. They all have players that are S&D demons who live in this game mode. They love the cat and mouse, the back and forth. And we see there in that final round where it kind of just fully comes to fruition, all right? Where obviously P7 Notorious, they head to the showers, kind of a little bit of a bang out. They're able to come out on top. But when it kind of comes on down to it, I mean, it lets me know that if we get to a game 5, Enigma, I mean, listen, to me, I'm like, at this point, if we're going to a game 5, let's do it and let's get to a round 11. Because I can watch these 2 teams play Search and Destroy all day.
Certainly. It was, again, the plays and counter plays, we saw it within round points. You're going to do the X, so I'm going to operate on Y. And little bits and pieces like that, just showing the level that we operate at here in Challengers, in our finals. No mistakes on the line. Top tier players making high-level plays in moments. I feel for Vic. He had himself a great map, little moments, not only on those first bloods, but also just little 2 pieces here and there to completely turn the tide of rounds. Give Team More the opportunity to make that round 11. Just not enough in the end. Enough staring down the barrel of a 3rd place finish. I don't know, man. Notorious. Seem a little bit too hot right now. Close out that map 1 in style. Map 2, you grind it out. Probably feeling a little bit untouchable if you're Benjamin Beans and Kel.
You are feeling very, very good. You win a Scar hard point by the skin of your teeth, 20 points. You win a game 5, or a round 11, game 2. Search and Destroy on Gridlock. And now you have to get it done in an overload. If you want to just have maybe an early night in Las Vegas, go get your rest and go do some VOD review with the boys about that earlier series you had with OMiT EU. Players are taking a little bit of a bathroom break. We're going to follow suit as well. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a step aside, but when we come back, we're going to be jumping on into that overload map and see, will Project 7 Notorious take this in a 3-0 fashion, or will Team War be spears up, shields forward, and be able to go one more map? Don't go anywhere. Challengers Finals continues after the break. Let's get it started. Welcome back to Challengers Finals, ladies and gentlemen. On one side, you have Project 7 Notorious trying to get it done in spectacular fashion, a 3-0 to get back to the grand finals tomorrow. But Team War, they're not going to let this one go easy in the night. They will have to hold the line here on a den overload as we enter into a flurry of kills from Project 7 Notorious, already putting the pressure on Team War.
Pressure that War will already be feeling down too in the series. Looking to put up more resistance than current. But there has been nothing but answers from Notorious, and Eric Boom himself will clear out 5. Flames there with the last-ditch efforts to keep his side the defended goal. Now just an instant transition. Look at this over the rooftop. Just flying at their opponent's base, but Snoopy will find the open. And Snoopy also then clears out the second. Simple as you like it. Well, Codcaster was lying to us for a moment, but it won't matter either way. Notorious just get all four and say, thank you for that device. We'll just move it to where we want it to be.
Yeah. It's actually a great read from Team War, though. They have this understanding that, hey, device dropped on that rooftop side. They're probably rewrapping this back to B. Let's go ahead. Let's try and maybe flood mid and get there. The problem is you lose a lot of key gunfights. So can you work with your team in order to come out on top? That's a huge stun grenade. And you're actually going to be able to find one, but Team War, teamwork too strong. You got one player there for the trade, and immediately you pick up the EMP device and you start flying towards that B zone. You're waiting for your front lines. Get some of those kills, opening this up, but Team War will have the patience, they'll have the due diligence, wait for their opening.
Merrick Boom again, and does very well to clear out Vic and Flames. Also then Dimensions too. To be fair, again, Codcaster may have been lying to us. I don't think he takes all three there, but either way, great work from Snoopy and Eric Boom. Again, retrieve that device through the south side. I understand why War's trying to play through the north. That's where the second device spawns, to hope to have the presence there post-caps, then essentially chain a few together. And Notorious are insistent. We'll play this out towards Dojo. That being said, Snoopy, well, he nearly hand delivers that one straight to his own goal and ends up dropping at the feet of Icon. Says, thank you very much, but jump 1-0.
Yeah, that is a huge play. It was Dimensions. Makes this push through mid and just gets behind all the players of Project 7 Notorious. You get a nice little two-piece in the back, and that just makes that A capture site wide open. Like you said, for Icons, just to do a little bit of a scoop and throw. Put our first point on the board. 2 minutes left on the clock here. And the device will spawn down towards this flat side. That's why everybody's starting to try and take this fight. Couple kills go your way. You can start immediately pushing it into a goal zone.
Hold the line if you are Notorious. Turns out I had my math wrong. It's the southern side that Notorious can play it through. Because the device is gonna be there. And play the front line with the pistol, but wants the help in. Won't get there. Face smash. Well, you walk away with at least one. Either way, will be Ward back in control of the device. Very well, let's walk away with at least one yourself. And this, yeah,
huge.
Certainly looks that way. Icon's doing the work in the back line. Should soften Johnny up enough for her teammates to chow. Does cut the cross. And gets there in time for the second. So incredible start from Icons there, really, in the back line. All stems from there to give Team War a 2-0 up lead.
Nah, that's some actual heads-up gameplay from Flames. If he hezzies at all, he's probably gets spotted and ripped, right? Says, nope, I'm going to do the hop-up. I'm going through. I'm just going to kind of make this little cut through servers. And while you guys are all worried about lobby, guess what? Let me just slide on in here. Put up our second score on the board. Team War will lead 2-1. 8 seconds left on this clock.
Nade here, 6 and 10 star. Need him to come alive a little bit more. If you're Notorious, you want to close this one out early. Opportunity still to tie the game, despite the complete lack of control you've had over it. Unfortunately, Beans like to get hit from 2 different angles here. Oh my lord, nearly makes it all happen. Flames with the pistol, though. Great bit of work towards the end. It's a dive, a scramble for the device. Snoopy in the gunfight doesn't come out on top in the end, and you see the reaction from Boostbot Josh in the back there. Knows how close he was to his side, despite what was a very underwhelming half from them in all instances. Could have still been tied up at 2 apiece. Team War hang on by the skin of their teeth.
They'll make it interesting. That's for certain. Like I said, they're not going to go easy. They're not going to go quietly. They are going to make P7 work for this if they're going to try. And then this in a 3-0. But War, with the way they're working right now, I would say, we've seen them reverse sweep some of the best in the game before. It's still in the cards for this team. A lot of fire in their bellies. Here we go. Second half. Let's kick it off. Sides will go ahead and swap. Break. There we go. 4 players from Project 7 Notorious in through the mid. And, well, you have the device already, and the kills go your way. It's Project 7 Notorious. That's a clean second cap.
Hail Mary as it gets. Absolutely blast their way through the Team War defense. I don't know if you can even call it defense. They're looking to jostle for that ball just as much as you are, and they get obliterated. Fire out of your lungs. If you are Notorious, you must settle into some sort of rhythm gear as that device spawns up on the south side. Move towards Dojo. There is a wrap coming through, actually. Johnny's in a great position. Should you find these kills in the front, this looks like a capture coming through, but you do not read. Icons patiently waiting on the outside of the map.
Oh, wait, look at this, though. Johnny in the back. He does do the due diligence to find a great kill. And it's a double kill in through the front. That could be a huge nade up over the top. You're not able to stop it in time. I thought he actually managed to do it. But no, P7, they'll take the lead in this overload and score their 3rd point of the game.
Same work from Johnny. Just sends through, gets himself in that back flat area. Becomes a nightmare that War do not get themselves through. And this just chaining one into another. Is this the moment where Notorious drive the nails into the coffin to seal the deal? The Pack Wars bags for them. Reminder, this is for main stage. Top 2's glorious and all the prize money, but this is also to represent yourself in front of the arena in Vegas. And all these players on the right-hand side of your screen, they've been on that stage for the pro teams. They want to remind everyone why they should be back up there again.
War came into this half up 1 score. Very quickly, it's been 3 in a row for Project 7 Notorious. And War just hasn't had an answer. This has to be the start of it here. Dimensions on that plat side looks to be the man to make it happen. Will not be there, but thankfully Icons will play cleanup. Continuing to push forward, but dropped yet again by Eric Boom. Got Beans. Device in hand, not ready. For Dimensions from that mid side. Johnny says hello. A little bit of a headbutt there. I don't think either player realized somebody was around.
So you look to put the play together. Unfortunately, Icons simply lands on his teammate, who was trying to move that device to the goal. Beans will just take this device and flee. I like it. Get himself close to where his teammates are going to spawn. It also sets Eric Boom off for a little off angle here. And honestly, it's just Vic in your way. Otherwise, you are flooding these rooftops all of a sudden. And Team War are scrambling to stop this game slipping out of sight.
Yeah, look at Johnny. He might be in the right opportunity here. He will get found out. So as you start to fly through this rooftop side, you unfortunately will not have that pinch that you're looking for. Device still in Team War territory, though. So as long as you keep up this aggression, you keep up this pressure, Project 7 Notorious, they could get this cap in. It's only 2 players remaining. And, well, there goes number 5 on the board. Snoopy with 5 on his streak. A Hellstorm here with a minute and change left to go. Would definitely be, like you said, a nail in the coffin, and that's a huge stop. Can Vic get the slide in? He can. Keeping it mixy.
Just 2 in it. More quickly here. It's on. If you're a Team War.
Okay.
Notorious will be aware. Vic just laying claim to your back line will unsettle you for a moment.
No.
Notorious will try and stand tall. And Eric Boom, yeah, just going to reposition himself deep. Anyone runs through that door, a barrel full of lead is waiting for you. But Dimensions, he starts to just drive his way, cut his way. Look at Vic on the outside here. Has the angle, but not the gun skill.
Has he been able to do it? No! He gets so close to it. But Project 7 Notorious, they stop the score from coming in. And, well, listen, we know that Park the Bus didn't work too well for a couple of Brits not too long ago, but it'll work for this one.
Okay.
As the last final seconds of this overload will tick down. And Project 7 Notorious in a clean 3-0 will take down Team War.
We're actually going to get the overtime there because it doesn't
They
matter
don't care.
at all.
They don't
I was about to
care.
say, I was about to say we need to just cut away. The players won't care a damn bit because the second that device drops or is scored or whatever, it is over. But yeah, Project Notorious deserve it. in the series, dominant from them. I mean, obviously, the first 2 maps are quite close, but it felt like Notorious was still in control on the grand scheme scale of things. A little fly-out cam there to, well, show the ruin. The scene that we just jostled over. The Overload, incredibly comfortable. Lovely stuff from Notorious. Again, just chaining caps together, taking control over important areas of the map, and certain individual players in particular. That man that the camera always seems to find, Benjamin Beans, had himself a hell of a series to book a ticket through to Grand Finals, main stage in Vegas. Of course, an attempt at redemption and revenge against OMiT EU.
Yeah, got to give some huge credit to obviously Project 7 Notorious. But we also, I would be remiss if we did not give our props to this Team War roster, okay? They came into this, a couple of roster changes. They come into champs, and we kind of all had our questions, right? We were like, hey, they performed well at Paris, but doesn't continue. Was that a fluke? Was that just a little bit of a land run? Turns out that is not the case at all. They have come into this event and showed everybody they are a team to be respected. They claimed one of those EWC spots, and they definitely will be gearing up for that and will be a competitive team. For Project 7 Notorious, though, you can see they got the fans, they got the family there cheering them on. Feeling good. It was all smiles from the boys as they go look to prepare to get back into Grand Finals.
Absolutely, and you are right to hand flowers over to War. All 4 of these players have made their name this year. We started at the top of the year, you and me, talking about Icons and what he was looking like and what he's able to do on that Cabal roster way back when, how much he's grown. Vic, stage 1 elite, you and me were asking why the hell he was even there. The growth, again, that he has shown. Flames and Dimensions. I feel like Dimensions is going to be one of those players that we're looking at getting an opportunity in the league at some point in the near future, as has been the tale that he has told through this year and the firepower he has brought to so many different sides. It falls a little flat here, probably the suffering of a very long day from that War roster, but also P7 Notorious, of course. That class that you've got. That is 4 essential CDL pros on the opposite side. The only reason why they are playing in challenges right now is because there's only 48 spots in the damn league. So, yeah, it's just how it goes sometimes. You run into one of those sides at the end of a very long gauntlet. Just don't have enough. But they definitely deserve their flowers, their credit, and they will deservedly step into Paris or even having considered the LCQ.
Yeah. Really good stuff in this game 3 from Project 7 Notorious. Just to kind of close it out, right? I mean, we came into this half 2-1 Team War, but it's just, this is where you start to see essentially what we like to call good overload being played, which is you understand where that EMP is going to spawn. You understand how to set up the map and how to set up the opposing enemy team spawns. So that way you just get a nice clear runway on that EMP device into the goal line. Project 7 Notorious feeling good. They took 1 map off of OMiT EU yesterday or earlier today. They dropped down here into the losers finals. It's a 3-0. They get a lot of good reps as well, right? These are close games in each of these 3 games that we had. Wasn't necessarily a super blowout, but a 3-0 is a 3-0. It's good practice looking ahead to tomorrow.
Certainly is. And it's a reminder of who they are. After all, you got kind of handed by OMiT again, and they're doing that to everybody, to be fair, but it's players like those on P7 Notorious, you believe you should be in the league. You believe you should be better than absolutely everybody that you face in this tournament, of which they have faced many a good side. As you'll see in our bracket, it is a squad that, again, just will likely believe that even though OMiT have run over everybody so far, they can step out on that stage tomorrow and take the sword to them.
No, they absolutely will. And like I said earlier, I wonder if that series that they had just played in the winners finals gives them the VOD review they need to now come out with a new plan of attack for OMiT to be able to make that grand finals be even that much more aggressive. Good runs from a lot of our top teams here in challengers, but let's take a look at where we sit on the prizing sort of ladder here, because with a couple more teams getting eliminated, well, we have some more prizes. So Team War, even though they'll go down in 3rd, guess what? They claim that last EWC spot, but also $24,000 as a team. That means we only got 2 more spots to fill in here, Andy. That means winner of tomorrow walking away with some heavy pockets in Vegas, 60 grand for them. Loser, well, just a little bit less, 36K.
Yeah, it's not bad, right? For getting to go out there, obviously walk away with the opportunity to play in the Esports World Cup against the professionals and prove you deserve to be up there amongst the very best as we truly settle the elite tomorrow. What a fantastic journey it's been through this Challengers Finals. So many great players stepping up, delivering in big moments, incredible success stories, and of course a couple of eyebrows raised and so many other things to settle. Not done just yet. There will be one last game tomorrow to settle it all.
It will be a fantastic time. It's been great being here on the desk alongside you. And also a huge shout out to Bryson Seymour as well. I know that all of us have just been so thankful to be able just to cover Challengers, not only for this event, but also over the entire year, and to see it all culminate here in the Challengers Finals and just have banger after banger game has been so fun. But guess what, chat? We still have one more game to play, and that is tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. For using a different time zone like myself, that's 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well. Do not miss it. It is OMiT EU, the superstars, the unkillable, going up against Project 7 Notorious, looking to prove that they should be back in the league and that they are the kings of challengers. Make sure that you are tuning in right here on YouTube, youtube.com/@CODChallengers, and also over on Twitch, twitch.tv/Call of Duty Bravo, because that game is being played on the Call of Duty Champs main stage. Do not miss it. But from Bryce, Seymour, Enigma, myself, all of production in the back, this has been an amazing first 2 days of Challengers Finals. Can't wait to see how it all boils down tomorrow. I'm Dandro. That's Enigma. We'll see you